Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 78 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 11 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. Pittsburgh police continue to search for a missing 13-year-old boy. Akir Thompson was last seen early Saturday morning around 3:30 in the 2200 block of Wilner Drive, that's in East Hills. He's known to frequent Wilkinsburg, Homewood, and Larmer, specifically Liberty Green Park in East Liberty. Thompson's described as 5'2", about 90 pounds, current hairstyle, small afro. Last seen wearing a black shirt, navy sweatpants, and a gray hat. Anyone with information on his whereabouts is asked to call Pittsburgh police. We now know one of the identities of the two men who were killed in a shooting in Clairton on Saturday evening. The Allegheny County Medical Examiner identified one of the victims as 32-year-old Robert Jones of Clairton. Jones and another man were shot multiple times around 6:30 Saturday evening on Miller Avenue near the Village Inn Bar. They were taken to the hospital where they later died. No word on any description of suspects, but police say the suspects fled in a vehicle. Anyone with information on the shooting is asked to call 833-ALL-TIPS. That's the Allegheny County Police tip line. Renewed fears of a war, a wider war in the Middle East, even as the U.S. and Iran pause their overnight strikes. Here's ABC's Matt Rivers in Jordan.
After 2 weeks of trading lethal strikes back and forth overnight, U.S. and Iranian weapons were quiet. But tensions remain high in the region. U.S. Central Command saying it boarded a ship Sunday in the Arabian Sea on suspicion of violating the U.S. blockade of Iran, before ultimately letting that ship go. And in the nearby Red Sea, the Houthi rebels, Iran's proxy group in Yemen, opening up a new front, targeting Saudi oil exports, claiming they hit state-run oil operations in the Saudi kingdom.
Saturday was the final day of the Southside ice cream and coffee shop named Churn. Stores are now closed for good after 5 years in business there at East Carson Street, 2000 East Carson Street. Another Churn location in Fox Chapel remains open at the Hartwood Town Center, and ownership says there's plans to open a new Churn location in McCandless later this fall. Reasons for the Southside location's closure included vandalism, theft, and employee harassment. KDKA Radio News Time 11:02. It's time to visit RomeMonuments.com. Life is a journey to remember. Memorialize that journey, RomeMonuments.com. AccuWeather forecast coming up next.
When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 20% and get financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Are you turning 65 and have questions about Medicare? Aetna has Medicare Advantage plans that include prescription drug coverage in Pennsylvania with a $0 monthly plan premium. Plus, the plans include benefits like dental, vision, and hearing. You may also qualify for a monthly credit toward your Part B premium. Call Aetna today at 1-888-76-AETNA to learn more.
Aetna Medicare is an HMO PPO plan with a Medicare contract. Our D-SNPs also have contracts with state Medicaid programs. Enrollment in our plans depends on contract renewal. Plan features and availability may vary by service area.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Hazy sunshine and some clouds this afternoon with nothing more than a spotty shower or thunderstorm. Our high 82. Partly cloudy and rather humid tonight with a shower or thunderstorm in the area. Tonight's low 65. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's sports down and dirty, Pittsburgh style. It's the Black and Gold Sunday Show on News Radio KDKA. Presented by Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition. And brought to you by Leon's Billiards and more.
Well, it's a big day in Cooperstown. Hall of Fame, Carlos Beltran, Andrew Jones, and Jeff Kent, one of my all-time favorites. We're going to talk about them in a little bit. We've got the skipper with us in Center Square. He's down there at that beautiful place that is the Sunshine State of Florida, and IMG Academy. Joe Giordano, former Pitt Panther baseball coach. We've got the counselor here who had a big day yesterday at the Hall of Fame in Canton, Ohio. We're going to talk about that in just a moment. But before we do anything, just throw the fastball, okay? Four-seamer, the splinker, the sinker, the stinker. I mean, just throw the fastball. He struck out 11. It's great. But you get beat 11-0. I can't take it. Frustrating. Joe, you begin. Talk me down here. Go ahead.
Well, after getting out of that jam, I think it was in the third when they had bases loaded and got a couple of strikeouts. I thought we were in pretty good shape, but obviously it didn't work out that way. And it just seems to be a trend, isn't it? That yesterday was just set up to be that perfect day, that signature win, so to speak. You had a packed stadium, beautiful day, Skeens on the mound, and it just seems like we're right there, and then we get knocked back down, and you're scratching your head. 1-4 in the last 5 games, hitting $189. That's the difference, and they have to figure that out pretty quickly.
Yeah, Joe, the most distressing part about this thing is it felt like they kind of got through that road swing that started, after the All-Star break, with Cleveland and then the Yankees, and you're like, okay, we go 500 out of there, that's not bad. And then you come home and you're thinking maybe you get a 5-1 homestand with the Cubs and Diamondbacks, and now you're struggling. You got to win this one. You got to salvage at least one game from this series. So it's a trend that's in the negative direction, but it's still good to be talking Pirates in late July.
Well, there's no question about it. When the Steelers open up in a couple of days, training camp, and we're still talking the Buccos, which is always good.
Right.
And again, we've talked about it for the last couple of months. It's the ebb and flow of the season. You're going to have some of those days where you're scratching your head, and you got to come back, put it behind you, go back to basics, and come out today with good starting pitching, play clean baseball, get a couple of base runners on, and those 2-out RBIs. We've talked about it several times, but you see that all over the media, talking about two-out RBIs now, which is a very important thing. And the other piece is the free base runners. We got to cut down on that. The walks and hit batsmen. We're just not deep enough in terms of the bullpen to be able to bring somebody in with runners on base and expect them to pitch out of a jam.
Yeah, you make a good point, Joe. The other thing that's kind of distressing to me, it seems like the Pirates are having such trouble when they get bases loaded, nobody out. I'm talking about offensively, getting bases loaded, nobody out, and not cashing in a big way. Friday night, they had the game was on the table. All they had to do is get a couple of base hits, get some sac flies, score some runs somehow. Don't come out of that with one run, and it was a measly run that they got when a little dinker off of Davis's bat that they got to run, but then you're celebrating. You're thinking we still got bases jammed, nobody out, and came away with nothing. They've got to be able to come up with more clutch hits. Where you're talking about the 2-out RBI, which is essential. But man, when you got the sacks jammed, just put the ball in play. Even if you hit into a double play, you score a run.
Well, anytime you have bases loaded with nobody out, you're thinking crooked number on the board. And that's something that the Pirates have struggled with. I mean, we've had situations where bases have been loaded with nobody out, and we come away with a run. That's lost opportunity. And again, like you said, even if you hit into a double play, you're still going to score another run. So it's one of those things where those critical at-bats at critical times in a game, you have to cash in. And that's the difference, quite frankly, between a playoff team and a team that's not in the playoffs. That's the big difference. And getting defensively, getting that big strikeout when you need it, shutting the door in situations where that crooked number could go against you, like Skeens did, I believe it was in the third inning, where he got out of that jam and did a great job. Those two things there, that's the difference between sustained success and incremental success, I guess.
Hey, Joe, one thing when we talk about Skeens...
Occasional success.
One thing when we talk about Skeens, and I think that maybe this can help him, even though he seems to have the mental makeup that he's not susceptible to kind of, feeling intimidated or feeling like the things are out of sorts. But there may be some situations now where the expectation level is lowered a little bit for him, and that might be a good thing, where he doesn't, nobody's expecting him to throw that 7 perfect innings. Not that nobody is, and people are less likely to be expecting that, and maybe a little bit of the pressure is off of him, and maybe that give him an opportunity to kind of throw freer.
Well, we talked about that before, the fact that we as fans, and I think the media, and everyone expects him to go on the mound and just dominate. Right. And listen, no matter if it's the 9th hitter in a lineup, an opposition for your opposition, or a 7 hitter, or 1 or 3, they're all major leaguers. They're there for a reason. And you have to understand that, you miss by this much with a pitch. And that's the difference between a ground ball and a base hit. And if you noticed, the Cubs did a really good job going the opposite way. So they were taking advantage of where the pitch wants to go. And that certainly was the difference in the game yesterday.
All right, let me jump in here. Last year when he ended up, 10-10 or something like that, everybody kind of said didn't get the run support. He's now 9-9. But I think more of the tag should be on him as opposed to the lack of hitting. Now, they didn't produce yesterday. Right. But would you agree or disagree with that?
Yeah, there's no doubt that he's had much more run support this year and hasn't stood up to what we have expected from him. That's not to say that you're not going to look to have him as a key member of your future. But imagine the possibly hundreds of millions of dollars that he's actually lost already based upon, that you're going to change your offers right now. Now, the kid's still going to be a very good pitcher, but I think the arrow is certainly not pointing up.
All right, let me jump into here because I want to come back and talk some Hall of Fame stuff with Joe. We're going to keep him for another segment. So I want Mason Miller. I make no bones about it. Probably won't happen, but here are some names that I come up with. That obviously O'Neill Cruz, that seems to be off the table. All the people, the pundits are saying you can't do that. But what about just some of these names? Some you may not recognize because they're from the minor leagues. Bubba Chandler, obviously. Edward Florentino, high A outfield prospect. Seth Hernandez, named, we've talked a lot about him. Murph Gray, a breakout Double-A third baseman offering considerable minor league power. Jared Jones, his name is being tossed around. Your thoughts about any of those names and one I mentioned that could maybe get us Mason Miller, because they're actually talking about maybe trading him in the division to the Los Angeles Dodgers because they have prospects in the outfield that could go like right now. And San Diego being under 500, no chance that many people believe to get a wild card. They're going to be sellers come the trade deadline, which is August 3rd. You first.
Well, I'm certainly not giving up Hernandez. I think Hernandez can be better than Mason Miller, and there's no reason why are you going to give him up? You know, he's 19 years old, fireballer, does everything the right way. He's definitely the Pirates' number one prospect, and I think he's the number one pitching prospect in all of baseball. Why are we going to trade away the number one pitching prospect for a guy that's okay? He's good, but you know, you got a kid that you're going to have control of for 6 years.
All right, so what about those pitchers, Bubba, Chandler, and Jared Jones, who many people believe starting to look more like his old self again? Let's focus on those two with you, Skip. Go ahead.
Well, again, I think you have to look at. I'm not sure if the Mason Miller thing is going to happen, but because they're going to have to give up a lot from probably the minor leagues and maybe even a guy on the major league roster. But you look to there's the Mets, the Rockies, the A's, the Royals, the Angels. Those teams are all plus the Reds. I mean, they're 6 games out or more, so they may be sellers. So I think there's an opportunity to strengthen not only maybe another position player, but obviously the bullpen and possibly a starter. But I've heard some names bounce back and forth from the Mets, but you still have Sisk that I believe just started throwing again, who once he's healthy, he might be back into the bullpen as well.
All right, before we go to break, they do have Mason Miller. You're the agent guy. I think under control for like the next 2 or 3 years, right? If they would get him.
That was a question I asked yesterday in a conversation about him. I believe that there's 3 years left. That may include this year, but I believe that that's what's still there, and it's not cheap, but they have him under control.
All right, we'll come back and we'll find out why the counselor was in Canton, Ohio yesterday in the hallowed halls of the Pro Football Hall of Fame, and we'll talk about this year's inductees into baseball's Hall of Fame in Cooperstown, and Joe Buck, the son of the late great Jack Buck, getting the Ford Frick Award, accepting that yesterday. So stay with us. We never stop. We never take a day off. We grind 365 days a year. It's your Pratt Pack KDKA.
Your source for the AccuWeather forecast. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
There's a classic saying that says there is no elevator to success. You have to take the stairs. This is Dr. Shufo from the Weight Loss and Wellness Center. I may not have an elevator to successful weight loss, but I do have an escalator. I have supplements that take away your cravings, strategies that speed up your weight loss, and you have me. I will motivate you, lift you up, and tell you exactly what to eat. Do it now while the weather is gorgeous and you can fit into smaller summer clothes. Call me at 1-800-900-THIN.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
It's the Black and Gold Sunday Show on News Radio KDKA. Presented by Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
All right, let's begin with Jeff Kent. 17 years in the bigs. Played for a bunch of teams, a little over 1,500 hits, and a lifetime 290 hitter. Who wouldn't love to have Jeff Kent in their dugout? You first, Skip. Go ahead.
Yeah, he was just a solid player. I mean, uh, cornerstone of that organization, and I loved watching him play. He was what I would consider one of those old school players. Just grinded it out and did a fantastic job. Great defensively, offensively, power. Um, that was an absolute good decision by the committee to put him in the hall for sure.
All right, I'm going to be a dissenting voice on this one. 1,500 hits, you're getting in the Hall of Fame. It took him 17 years to get 1,500 hits. This guy's getting. He ain't Clark Kent. He's Jeff Kent. He doesn't belong in the Hall. He should be buying a ticket to go to this thing.
Listen, it took me 3 years to stop calling him Jeff King. Okay,
Jeez.
so I get it. But hey, man, he's made it. Carlos Beltran, on the other hand, I think that's deserving. Don't
Well,
you?
if they weren't banging garbage cans, he would deserve it. But, he's no more entitled to it. No, I'm just kidding. He's a good player.
All right, what do you think about Carlos Beltran? Go ahead, Skip.
Another really, really solid player. You look at, I think the Beltran would just overall was very good defensively and offensively. And I mean, I think, Counselor, I tend to agree with you sometimes when it on the point of, not sometimes, most of the time, but on what you said about Kent. I get it. But that same kind of thought process went through when they talked about Maz getting it. But we all know Maz is a Hall of Famer. Miss him dearly, but anybody that is being elected into a Hall of Fame, there's going to be those points of why should he not be in there? But I think on Beltran's case, he checks all the boxes.
Hey, Joe, the waters on Lake Coons Market were just too docile and it was too pristine. I had to chop it up a little bit.
Had to get a little hurricane water going, huh?
That's it. A little something happening.
It reminds me of 1965, sunburn with ski breeze on and a life jacket and tennis shoes walking out into the lake at Geneva on the lake in the Whitecaps early in the morning and the cloudy skies. My dad would say, "Over there's Canada," and I thought it was the Pacific Ocean, man. So anytime the waters can get a little stormy, I like that. Hey, before we pick up with Andrew Jones, I loved his swing. Obviously, Atlanta, one of my favorite teams back in the day, Mr. Turner. How about the Hall of Fame? I saw a little bit of stuff on Facebook. What were you there for yesterday?
So I was invited as part of a program. It was called the Offensive Line Parents Symposium, and it was a group. It was put together by a very good offensive lineman who is now a offensive line teaching guru named LaCharles Bentley, who was a client of ours back in the day, and he basically put this together to help high school offensive linemen families who are, and these are elite offensive linemen, guys who are likely to be, scholarship guys, and to help them to navigate the waters with regard to NIL, high school NIL, believe it or not, which is a thing, and revenue sharing, negotiation, and contracts with their colleges, and what to expect. And we were invited there as part of the agent process to kind of help to explain to the parents what's legal, what's not legal. The old envelope thing that agents used to give to entice players in, and had to explain to some why that would be impermissible and improper, and how it could really cost you, because you could lose your collegiate eligibility if you're taking things that are improper. So we had a real nice morning there at the Hall of Fame Village, which that whole complex now, Rob, is really it's super. And I think the Pittsburgh Passion were actually playing there yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. There was a football game going on.
Nice. All right, listen, Andrew Jones. Sweet swing, just a major leaguer in every sense of the word. You first. Go ahead, Skip.
I really liked him. He was Dutch descent. He was so impactful, especially early in his career. And then he sustained that throughout his major league career. He was just a dynamic player. I mean, when he came to the plate, there was a presence, and defensively, that big arm and covered a lot of ground. He was an exciting player to watch.
Joe, what I think was so important about him was when you talk about building great baseball teams, you talk about building with strength up the middle, and the top of that pyramid is your center fielder. And that was him for so many years with that run with the Atlanta Braves. What they had 17 division championships or something in a row, and he was a major part of a lot of those years. So somewhat like Gary Maddox from the Phillies, Joe, 2/3 of the water is covered by, or 2/3 of the earth is covered by water, and the other third was covered by Gary Maddox and Andrew Jones.
All right, we got to talk about none other than Joe Buck, the son of the legendary Jack Buck. And this is the memory I have of Jack Buck, who really was St. Louis's version of Bob Prince, Harry Carey. So I was a young reporter back in the early 80s, and I was sent to Three River Stadium to kind of hang out with Bob Prince, who was coming out of retirement. Didn't last very long, but not only was I in awe of the gunner, but I was there, and all of a sudden I saw two guys drinking Budweiser. And it might have been during the game, but it was Jack Buck and Joe Torre. And here I am in my 20s, and it was like an epiphany. And here it is all these years later, and I will be 70 years young in January. And whenever I see Joe Buck or hear his name, even if it's this coming Super Bowl or whatever he's doing, I think of his father. That's how much his dad meant to me. You know, I don't believe what I just saw. And Joe Buck said this about his dad, and God bless him for saying it. He said, I would not be here if it wasn't for the last name that I have, Buck. Talk about Jack Buck and that soundtrack of our life and what he meant to the game of baseball. Joe, you first.
Well, I think, I was fortunate to be a part of the generation that listened to the radio and listened to games. And, there was in Cleveland, Joe Tate
the Cavs.
was the guy I listened to. You had, of course, the gunner. You had Lanny Fratteri, Joe Buck, Harry Carey, Vin Scully. Right. I mean, when you hear those names, the first thing that comes to your mind is the voice.
Right.
And that it's so impactful. And I would be remiss not to say my good friend Bill Hillgrove.
Oh, the best.
Who was one among the best and still is. Those guys, when you hear their voices, it brings back a lot of really, really good memories. And that's pretty cool.
All I can say about Joe Buck, he's great at whatever he does, and he's classy, and he keeps you interested and keeps you in the game, and he can do any sport, from football to baseball. There's nothing that he can't do. Final 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Well, the thing I like most about your story was the brand loyalty. You said Jack Buck and Joe Torre were drinking Budweiser. That brand loyalty, the Busch Stadium in St. Louis, right? That was their thing.
I know. Listen, you could tell what major league team you were listening to when you were going up and down that AM dial at night, because if it was Ballantyne's, it was Blatt's, it was Iron City, Schaefer's,
National Bohemian,
Stroh's, all of it. You could tell which city you were plugged into. Joe, you're a gem. We appreciate it. We'll talk to you next week, okay?
Great being with you guys always.
All right, good stuff. There he is. Imagine, this dude coached Pitt baseball, and now he's at IMG Academy.
Well, he brought Pitt baseball into the 20th century, so to speak. From the rock pile that they used to play on to Cost Stadium or Cost Field, and from Big East baseball to ACC baseball.
Well, LeBron's going to try to bring a championship to the city of brotherly love. Greg Finley, who knows all about the NBA, does a lot of podcasting here at the great brand that is Odyssey, and he's my overnight producer. He'll join us for a segment to talk about LeBron and the city that is the home of brotherly love. Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Next on the Coons Market Black and Gold Sunday Show.
Life's best moments start with perfect choices. For Connie Nowak, it was a trolley ride and a 67-year love story. A life of family, smart decisions, and companionship with Chester the cat. Her retirement choice? The village at St. Barnabas. Recreation, healthcare, close to family, everything on her list. Plus, it's an exceptional retirement value with a flexible entry process and affordable rates. St. Barnabas Retirement Communities, stbarnabascommunities.com, or call 724-444-5568.
When you call yourself the voice of Pittsburgh, you have to know when to not talk. Sometimes you just need to be the ears of Pittsburgh. Just listen. Listen to what you have to say. These are complicated and uncertain times. But when you need us, we're here for you. And we're listening. A trusted source that you can count on to be here. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 78 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 11:30. I'm Rob Taylor. 2 men are dead following a shooting in Clairton. The shooting happened around 6:30 Saturday evening on Miller Avenue. That's near the Village Inn bar. Both men were shot multiple times. They died at a local hospital. One of the victims has been publicly identified as 32-year-old Robert Jones of Clairton. No word on any suspect descriptions. Police believe the suspects fled the scene in a vehicle. Anyone with information on the shooting is asked to call 833 all tips. Still no arrests in the shooting that occurred early Saturday morning in Stowe Township that left a man dead. It happened on Derby Alley. That's just off Broadway Avenue around 3 o'clock Saturday morning. That man who died is yet to be publicly identified. KDKA Radio News Time, it's 11:31. Our next update's at noon. I'm Rob Taylor on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDKA.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account. When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything. Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
What do parents think of back to school at Staples, where 24-pack Crayola crayons are just 50 cents?
Staples has folders, notebooks, and pens at great prices.
I'm smiling from ear to ear. It's the most wonderful time.
Mom, I missed the bus of the year.
It's a wonderful time at Staples, where school supplies start at just 25 cents. Staples. That was easy. Visit your local Staples today or shop online and in the app. Ends 9/12. Exclusions apply.
Thank you, Andy Emroyd, for introducing Harmony Garden Organic Insect Control to Pittsburgh.
Nothing is safer, nothing works better in killing pesky insects. Protect all your plants with Harmony Garden Organic Insect Control. It is 100% non-toxic and earth-friendly, not insect-friendly.
But is it safe for our new puppy?
Harmony Garden OIC is safe for people and pets. Just spray and walk away.
Visit participating True Value hardware stores or go online to harmonyoic.com.
A small business affirmation from Progressive. Food truck owners, today business will be booming. People will love your new menu and not make special orders. You will not roll your eyes when someone calls it a quesadilla. You will also switch to Progressive to get 30 customizable coverage options and restore your inner peace. See if you can save in as little as 8 minutes at progressivecommercial.com.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Coverage is not available in all states or for all vehicles and covered selections.
Do you hear that? Asthma triggers are everywhere, from dust mites, pet dander, and pollen, to smog and smoke. An asthma attack can strike anywhere, anytime. Be prepared with quick-acting Primatene Mist. Clinically proven to open airways quickly. It's the #1 FDA-approved asthma inhaler available over the counter. Primatene Mist. Breathe easy again. Use as directed.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Wish your life came with a warning app?
That dog does not want to be petted.
Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its Prediabetes Awareness Partners.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Sunshine and some clouds this afternoon with a spotty shower or thunderstorm, high 82. Partly cloudy tonight, a shower or thunderstorm in the area, low 65. For tomorrow, intervals of clouds and sun, warm but humid with an afternoon thunderstorm, high 85. For AccuWeather, I'm Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, it's the weekend, but don't fret. I'll be back Monday, and we'll get the week started off right. Colin Dunlap, 2 to 6 on Monday. Catch you then right here, KDKA.
All right, back here on the Black and Gold Sunday Show. Big story over the weekend, and it all started with Friday morning drama. LeBron James, 2 years, Philadelphia, $8 million. And my NBA guy, my overnight producer, who you know from Waynesburg University, he is Greg Finley. Does a lot of podcast work here for the great brand that's Odyssey. Covers the not only NHL, but the NBA. And I got to believe they're going to be talking for a long time to come, probably up until the start of camp, preseason, and the regular season. This is a big story, Greg.
Biggest story of the offseason whenever it comes to the NBA. If LeBron James is a free agent, where he's going to end up playing, that's your #1 story. Rob, they talked about earlier in the offseason that LeBron would be the big domino to fall, and then DeMar DeRozan, Klay Thompson, they'll figure out where they're going to go play. But every team was waiting for, okay, what's LeBron going to end up doing? He ends up signing a 2-year deal with the Philadelphia 76ers. Now we will see more in free agency.
All right, so Edgecombe and Maxey, great backcourt, but you got the big three. Jaylen Brown comes over from Boston, Embiid and James. Some say it usually takes 2 seasons for a big three to gel. Maybe one of the reasons why he has decided to play for, at least at the time, more than 1 year. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it worked in Miami when he went to the Heat and they had the big three with him, Bosh, and Wade. They made it to the NBA Finals. They just lost to Dirk Nowitzki and the Dallas Mavericks, but the next year they were able to beat Oklahoma City. They win the title. I think with a team full of veterans like this, it's going to be interesting, Rob, because a lot of them want the ball in their hand. I think the one guy that isn't going to want the ball in his hand that much in way of he's got to make the big shot is LeBron, because he's more of a playmaker. So he will set up these other players to hit big shots in these games. So, yeah, I think the starting five for the 76ers is a lethal starting five. They're going to be dangerous as long as they stay healthy.
Okay, if you're Nick Nurse, are you happy about this?
Absolutely. He got LeBron James on your team. You don't have to do anything, Rob. You're the coach, but are you really the coach now? LeBron's going to call everything now.
You think he not only wants to win 4 titles with 4 different teams, but do you think that he actually still thinks in the back of his mind maybe 6 to tie Michael Jordan is a possibility?
He'd have to win, what, 2? He'd
more.
have to win the next 2.
Right.
That'd be tough. But there's one person that can do it with the team that he's on right now, with the players that he has. They have a shot. They just got to stay healthy.
You think also he wants to play 25 years in the league?
I think he does. That's probably the one thing that he wants. I think he is trying to chase Jordan's, but if he loses this year, is he going to say, well, what's the point in playing again? No, I think he'll still play.
What's in the mindset of some of these young players, and they got some young players on that team, especially in the backcourt, having a chance to play with LeBron James?
Oh, yeah, I mean, they've got to be ecstatic. I mean, Tyrese Maxey.
24, I think.
Here's a guy that the 76ers went out and got in the 21st pick in the draft, and he's become a superstar. I mean, the guy's putting up 50, 60 points whenever Embiid's not on the floor. And even when he is on the floor, he's putting up big numbers. So, yeah, he's got to be ecstatic. You know Embiid's excited. And Jaylen Brown just went to Philadelphia, and he's like, oh, look, now I get LeBron James too. I think I made the right decision. I mean, it's a really good offseason for the 76ers.
A couple of alumni, 76ers, have spoken. The answer, Allen Iverson's all in on it. Charles Barkley, who likes to stir it up a little bit, said he just stacks his team. That's what he does.
Yes.
Chasing rings, stacks his team. He did it in Cleveland, did it in Miami, and now, he's doing it in Philadelphia. Even with the Lakers, he said he stacked the team with the Lakers. What do you think?
I mean, Stephen A. Smith said that he was shocked that he didn't go back to Cleveland, didn't think he was going to go to Philadelphia. He thought he'd go to Cleveland or even Miami. But I think LeBron wants to end his career by not making it like the farewell tour. If he went to Cleveland, all it would be is a farewell tour. Don't you think?
Yeah, and here's what else, and I know you have some thoughts about why that didn't happen. I'll let you jump in on that. We did a little blog on Friday at the Coons Market on Ferguson Road, and it got a lot of hits, a lot of views. So people are into this story, even people that aren't basketball fans. It's LeBron James. He just makes the needle move. But 2016, you're not going to go back to that team. And sometimes it's hard to go back once you've done what you've done.
Yes. The Cavaliers are good right now, but they're not what they were at that time. I mean, they had so much depth whenever LeBron played on that team with Kyrie Irving. I think Donovan Mitchell's really good. I just don't think that they have enough power to make it to the NBA Finals right now.
And you also brought up about a player he wanted to play with, and they said no.
Yeah, I mean, the report was that he was going to go back to Cleveland if they could have swung a deal to get Kyrie Irving and Anthony Davis. Dallas immediately said no whenever Cleveland asked for Kyrie Irving, which is smart on Dallas's part. They got rid of Luka Doncic a couple of years ago. They needed a point guard. Kyrie Irving's coming off major surgery, but he should be healthy this year and be able to play. It would make no sense for Dallas to get rid of him.
He's now with Washington. He's Anthony Davis, who LeBron really respects and likes a lot. Play with him with the Lakers. He's a big. Do you think because of the injuries that always seem to be a part of Embiid's season, not to say that it's going to be Anthony Davis, but do you think they're going to want to maybe have another big, a solid big to back up Embiid just in case?
I do. Before it was Andre Drummond, but he doesn't play for them anymore. Now it's the guy's last name is Bona. He's a big guy, but he only averaged like 2 points a game last year. Look, I said this to you on Friday. The trade deadline will come and go. If the 76ers are in it and Embiid is not a part of it, they will make a trade. They will get a center from a team that is selling. That's what's so great about the trade deadline in the NBA. You need a piece, and teams are tanking, or they need to get rid of players that are on expiring contracts. There it is right there.
How good is Embiid when he's not injured? That's been a while, but how good can he be?
He's incredible. He can play under the hoop, he can rebound, and he can hit shots from behind the three-point line. I mean, he is a bigger version of Wembanyama. He's not tall and skinny. He's tall and big,
right?
And he will bully you under the hoop, and he will block shots. He's aggressive. I mean, he is really good when healthy.
So do you think he went to the East because that's the best chance he has to make it to the final?
I think yes. I think if he would have went to the Spurs, it would have been a really cool story to play with Wembanyama. I think if he would have went back to the Lakers, I think he would have regretted it because it didn't work. It hasn't worked. And him and Jeannie Buss had a fallout, and I think that this was the right move for him to move on from the Lakers. They've now rebuilt. They've now added pieces to balance Luka Doncic with some bigs and with some shooters. We'll see what they look like this year, but in LeBron's case, I think this was best case scenario.
So we were talking about what he made last year, and you were throwing out all kinds of figures. So I did a little deep dive, and it was close to $60 million last year with all the perks, bells, and whistles. Obviously, he's not playing for the money, but where do you think he can make money? Because, I mean, let's face it, name, image, and likeness. It means something in college, and it means something in the pros. I got to believe there's going to be a pool of endorsements that he's going to be able to pull out.
Well, he's still doing DraftKings commercials with Kevin Hart. I think he's okay.
Yeah, he's not hurting.
He's probably coming out with new shoes. I mean, yeah, he can do whatever he wants.
So let's just real quick. Greg Finley is here talking about the big news. LeBron James signs 2 years, $8 million with the Philadelphia 76ers. It broke Friday morning, and nobody has stopped talking about it, including us. What about Boston? Total rebuild. Everybody's talking about the Knicks. Everybody's talking about Miami and Detroit and Cleveland. But I'm looking at a great franchise, historic, that seems to have no rhyme or reason or no clear path to get back into contention.
Well, it makes no sense what they were got in return for Jaylen Brown. Paul George was the big return in that trade, and he hasn't been Paul George in a while. He has a lot of injury concerns. and he's aging. He just hasn't been the same player that he's been when he played for the Indiana Pacers. So I'm worried about the Celtics, Rob. I don't think they're going to be very good this year.
Does him, meaning LeBron, going to Philadelphia lessen the chance of a repeat getting to the finals for the Knicks?
It makes it a lot harder. It doesn't mean they're not going to do it. They have so much talent and depth, but I think it'll be Philadelphia and New York in the Eastern Conference Finals. Don't you?
Oh, I'd place that bet.
And I think that that's going to be your opening night game. Whenever they get their rings, they're going to play Philadelphia.
You think the commissioner's saying, come on, we got to put a schedule together, because everybody thought maybe next week or the week after. I had no idea that it was going to come as it did yesterday.
Did not know it was going to come yesterday, but I do think Adam Silver kind of said, hey, we got to put a schedule together. Let's speed this up a little bit. But it was interesting whenever he put out that he was contemplating retirement. He played so well last year. It doesn't matter how old he is. He still averaged 21 points a game. I think LeBron shouldn't retire until he has a bad season. Tom Brady did the same thing. He played until he had a bad year, and he said, you know what? I can't do it anymore.
All right, let's go out to the West just for the heck of it. Lakers. I mean, I don't see one guy that can play defense on that team. I don't know how they got better. Reeves got some cash. Luka's got his money. And I think LeBron helped Luka get back into shape, and actually, even though he got hurt at the end of the year, had a little purpose. I hope he doesn't go off the rails. I don't really see a bright future for the Lakers right now.
I need to see a full season of Luka Doncic healthy. He had too many injuries in his career, missing playoff games whenever they needed him. I like Reeves a lot, and them adding Walker Kessler as their center this year, that kid's good. He's real good. He played in Utah. Nobody really saw much of him because he played for a bad team. He's really good. Great shot blocker, plays well underneath the hoop. And Luka Doncic wanted a big center like that. He got one.
All right, real quick. Joker in Denver, obviously. Cooper Flag in Dallas. Wembanyama in San Antonio.
Man, how fun is the West?
I know. Anthony Edwards.
Oklahoma City. Yeah.
So who do you see really and I mean, Portland's playing a little bit better now, too. So
Lillard will be back this year.
Yeah. What do you think?
I think the Spurs are going to come for vengeance after losing in the NBA Finals. That's what I think's going to happen.
Well, you were talking about Embiid, can bully you. Wembanyama, to compete and to be able to be a force playing in the paint, he has to put on some weight.
Maybe he will in the offseason, and then we'll see a different
If I had
Wemby.
that kind of cash, I'd be eating some Big Macs on a regular basis. There's no doubt. And what about, Cleveland and Detroit? Detroit had taken some right steps in, this past year. There's a lot of hope that maybe they're finding their groove again. But if I'm Cleveland, if Harden's like, Donovan Mitchell, I
Nobody can win with Harden. That's the thing. Every team he goes to, they can't win.
I don't know if I would have ever. I know they're talking about it, but I don't even know if I would really want him on my team if I'm really trying to rebuild.
Yeah, I would not want him on my team. It just doesn't work. I don't know why it has never worked with him, because he's a good player, or he was a good player. But now it never has. They've never won a championship with him. It just doesn't work.
Here's the only downside. And I know he's not a mere mortal. He really is a superhero. But he's still 40-some years of age. You just have to hope that LeBron can stay healthy, because if he doesn't stay healthy, Jaylen Brown's good, but I don't know if it's good enough to get them to the promised land.
I agree.
All right, Greg Finley back with more of the Coons Market Black and Gold Sunday show. Ray Fittipaldo talks the Steelers coming up at noon. Don't touch that dial. Back with more in a moment on KDKA.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Life-changing is happening every day at UPMC.
With the work that we do here at UPMC and Environmental Services, we are here to make everyone's work possible. With cleaning an operating room and keeping it sterile, it's not just one person, it's 5, 6 of us coming into the room, being part of the environmental services that keeps the hospital clean and up and running. It's a beautiful thing.
That's life-changing medicine at UPMC.
Too hot to cook?
Treat the family to an Italian meal that reminds you of Mama's cooking at Monticello's. Find one of Monticello's 6 locations to enjoy an affordable lunch or dinner. The combination of great food, family, or friends is the perfect recipe for an enjoyable night out. Serving over 175 million slices of their delicious pizza since 1981, come home to Monticello's. Your table is waiting. Dine in, take out, or delivery available. Visit Monticellos.com.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell & Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code SMART to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money, so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code SMART to borrow up to $10,000. Use code SMART to borrow up to $10,000.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
It's the Black and Gold Sunday Show on News Radio KDKA. Presented by Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
So, just pique my curiosity. So if you're LeBron James and you're going to make $8 million over 2 years, that's walking around money. Me, I'd be on a beach somewhere, you'd never see me again. Only to talk Steelers football. But anyway, where can he make more money? 'Cause look, he's going to want to make money. Like branding, what's he do to get a radio show? I don't know. Where does he make more money?
My guess would still be the Hollywood connection, the Hollywood scene, making movies, probably investing in and being an executive producer on movies. Things of that nature that even if it's somewhat behind the scenes, because you're only pretty enough long enough, and he ain't going to be that pretty that long, so he's got a little bit of a window to make a few movies and do some TV appearances. But once the basketball's gone, people forget about you. I mean, think about it, Shaquille O'Neal. Nobody really thinks about him as much as they did when he was playing. So you have to capitalize on this stuff when you get the opportunity to do so. But I think it's more in the Hollywood scene, even though he's not going to be in Hollywood. I think that's the long game for him. But keep an eye on him investing in an NBA franchise at some point.
Yeah, I know. That's something he does want to do. All right, here we go. JD's got some information about a big golf outing that if you're a football fan, you're going to want to hear about it. Go ahead, JD.
Yeah, Rob, tomorrow morning, Howard, Wildwood Country Club, the North Hills football team will be sponsoring the North Hills football golf outing. However, unfortunately, I believe it is sold out, but if you're in the neighborhood, but if you want to get a chance, Howard, just check it out. Howard, we'll have photos and everything. It includes lunch, dinner, prizes, and everything, Howard. One of your good friends, one of my dear friends, Eric Kasparovich will be there. Howard, a bunch of North Hills alumni will be there, and some big names will be there, so definitely check it out for sure.
All right, JD, I wanted to give you a chance to promote that. Thank you. Always good hearing from you. We're not really on the high school beat. We leave it up to the pros here at Odyssey. But, man, really exciting to think about Central Catholic and Laymeyer and Art Walker Jr. and Coach LaDawn at Pine Richland and Eric Kasparovich going back to where it all began. It's going to be exciting stuff this year.
Let me tell you a little bit of something about Owen Herrick. Welcome to the Milk and Honey family, Owen Herrick, for NIL purposes. We are working now with Owen Herrick, the starting quarterback at Central Catholic, a 6'2", 200-pound junior who will be making some moves this fall, and we're looking forward to watching that. He and 15 other of the Central Catholic brethren who are Division I prospects, they are absolutely loaded. So you got to keep an eye on Central this year. It will be an exciting fall.
So let me
and they're moving into the new digs over in Hazelwood, the new community stadium.
So if we would mention his name to Coach Narduzzi, he would know who he is.
He should be parked in his driveway right now if he's smart enough.
You like this kid. You've been talking about him for a while.
I have been. I've known him since he was in 8th grade, and he's really something special.
Well, tell me about him.
It's a long line of quarterbacks. When you talk Marino, you talk about Mark Bulger, the Central guys that have transgressed into the NFL, and others who have played very well collegiately. He's a pure passer, really a guy that's the type of player that you look for in a big-time NCAA and then NFL offense. More comparable to a Peyton Manning than he – not Peyton Manning. Who's the Manning at Texas? Arch Manning, as compared to a run-around type quarterback. He's prototypical, stand in the pocket, big, strong. He'll grow a couple more inches, and the arm is there. It's got it's NFL talent now.
Well, and he's got Ryan Laymeyer, who knows a little bit about coaching quarterbacks. So going to be very interesting to say the least. But let me tell you something about name, image, and likeness. I got 1 minute to the break. These Class 6A, 5A high schools, it could have an immediate impact on these schools because there are a lot of alum who love to see those places fill up, and they love that and be true to their school. So especially in these places that are growing. And up there in the north, that place is growing, to say the least. Gibsonia and along McKnight Road. So we could see some NIL money coming to these high school players.
Yeah, and a lot of these kids are garnering national attention. So, you're going to see some brand love on some of these kids this year coming up. And it's the changing landscape, but God bless America. As Don King once said, only in America can the Don King happen.
I can see some of these kids when the shoulder pads are off and they got that Pratt Pack T-shirt on.
There you go.
I love that, man. They'd be like, what? All right, listen, stay with us. New news. Ray Fittipaldo, days away from the opening of training camp from the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. And, of course, Ted Arnaud at the bottom of the hour. Nothing like a little football to wrap up our day today on KDKA. That's next.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
University of Pittsburgh head football coach Pat Narduzzi. Have to ask you about Mr. Beast. This guy is worth $2.6 billion on paper. He decides to visit. What was that all about?
I'm still waiting for that check from him.
Okay.
I haven't got the check yet.
Mr. Beast, send the check to University of Pittsburgh football.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
You just testified under oath you're getting more fiber in your diet, and it was easy. Where is this additional fiber coming from?
Mira Fiber Gummies.
Objection!
It's true. Mira Fiber has 8 grams of fiber to help me get the fiber I need in a day, plus 4 B vitamins for metabolism support. All in one serving.
Overruled.
My gut rests its case.
Oh, that's my line.
Find Mirafiber today at your local retailer from the makers of Miralax. Mirafiber supports metabolism of carbs, fats, and proteins. Serving size is 4 gummies.
This July, celebrate red, white, and blue along with beautifully made custom window treatments from Lachina Drapery and Blind Factory. For over 60 years, Lachina has been manufacturing custom draperies in their own Dormont factory, filled with thousands of yards of quality fabrics. Visit Lachina's Dormont or Wexford showrooms, tour their factory, or schedule free shop-at-home service. From measuring to professional installation, Lachina does it all. Call 412-665-4900 or go to lachinadrapery.com.
For almost 40 years, Rugby Realty has been a leading real estate company in the heart of Pittsburgh. They specialize in the operation and leasing of iconic office buildings. One Oxford Center, Frick Building, and the Coppers Building. Rugby Realty is leading the effort of converting historic office buildings into luxury apartments and hotels, including the Gulf Tower and 933 Penn Avenue and 4 Allegheny Center on the north side. Thank you, Rugby Realty, for supporting Pittsburgh Public Schools' annual backpack campaign.
At Habitat for Humanity, we believe home is where you find peace, stability, and safety. But 1 in 3 people on Earth woke up today without a good home. Let's open the door to opportunity. Visit Habitat.org to learn more. That's Habitat.org.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 80 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 12 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. Pittsburgh police continue to search for a missing 13-year-old boy this afternoon. Akir Thompson was last seen around 3:30 Saturday morning in the 2200 block of Wilner Drive at East Liberty, in East Hills, rather. He's known to frequent Wilkesburg, Homewood, and Larmer, specifically Liberty Green Park in East Liberty. Thompson's described as 5'2", about 90 pounds, current hairstyle, small afro. Last seen wearing a black shirt, navy sweatpants, and a gray hat. Anyone with information on his whereabouts is asked to call Pittsburgh police. One of the victims of the shooting that occurred in Clairton on Saturday evening has been publicly identified as 32-year-old Robert Jones of Clairton. He's one of 2 men who died after that shooting that occurred around 6:30 Saturday evening on Miller Avenue near the Village Inn bar. Both men were shot multiple times. They later died at a local hospital. No word on any suspect descriptions. Police believe the suspects fled in a vehicle. Anyone with information on the shooting is asked to call 833-ALL-TIPS. Allegheny police still looking for whoever shot and killed a man in Stowe Township. That shooting happened around 3 o'clock Saturday morning. Male victim found shot multiple times just off Broadway Avenue on Derby Alley. He was taken to the hospital where he later died. The man who died is yet to be publicly identified. Well, according to Gas Buddy, the national average for a gallon of regular gas is once again over $4. ABC's Dave Packer reports prices are expected to keep rising.
Across the U.S., gas prices rising amid threats of an escalating war with Iran. After nearly 2 weeks of deadly strikes, the U.S. and Iran have paused their daily attacks. This as the Houthis, an Iranian proxy group in Yemen, have opened a new front targeting Saudi oil exports, claiming they hit state-run oil operations in the Saudi kingdom.
KDK Radio News Time, 12:02. The AccuWeather forecast, 2 minutes away.
Shopping for replacement windows? Metropolitan Window Company elevates your shopping experience.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you'll experience personalized knowledge, expertise, and professionalism from our first visit to your home until our craftsmen complete your installation.
We're the window company that people want in their homes, and our exclusive Infinity by Marvin 100% fiberglass windows are the windows people love.
They're built for life. They are the strongest, longest-lasting windows you can buy.
And we have a great selection of colors and finishes. Experience Metropolitan Window Company. Stop by our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
The U.S. Treasury quietly released its official financial report for 2025.
It appears by its own numbers, the U.S. government seems insolvent. It's reported that the Treasury shows about $6 trillion in assets and over $47 trillion in liabilities. Add it all up, and it looks like the U.S. owes more than $130 trillion it doesn't have. If that were a family, they'd earn $52,000 a year, spend $73,000, and already be more than $1 million underwater. Any accountant would call that insolvent. So how does the government fix this? It can print money, which erodes your purchasing power, it can raise taxes, or it can cut benefits. And none of those can help to protect you. That's why many people who have something to lose move part of their savings into physical gold and silver, assets that can't be printed, defaulted on, or voted away. Call Monetary Gold at 877-NOW-GOLD for their complimentary gold and silver guide and a no-pressure conversation. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. Do it before the next headline, not after. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Hazy sunshine and some clouds this afternoon with nothing more than a spotty shower or thunderstorm. Our high 82. Partly cloudy and rather humid tonight with a shower or thunderstorm in the area. Tonight's low 65. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is an editorial by KDKA Radio Regional Vice President Michael Spacciapoli.
On Tuesday, a criminal convinced a woman to deposit thousands of dollars in an ATM at the county treasurer's office. An imposter claiming to be an Allegheny County Sheriff's deputy claimed this woman missed jury duty, said there were charges against her and the way to clear things up was only to pay $2,000 and speak to a judge later to get her money back. Also this week, the wife of an Odyssey Pittsburgh coworker got a call about missing jury duty. The so-called officer told her to come to the courthouse, and when she refused, he threatened to have her arrested. That's where the call ended. While the outcomes of the calls were different, the con is the same, putting someone in a state of panic. If you have a relative who could become a target, tell them what to be prepared for. Scammers will create a sense of urgency with threats requiring immediate action, and they will demand payment by unusual means like gift cards, cryptocurrency, wire transfers, or payment apps like Venmo. Finally, don't forget the Sheriff's Office will never demand payment by phone or by an unusual method.
This has been an editorial by KDKA Radio Regional Vice President Michael Spacciapoli. To view a transcript, go to kdkaradio.com.
It's sports down and dirty, Pittsburgh style. It's the Black and Gold Sunday Show on News Radio KDKA. Presented by Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition. And brought to you by Leon's Billiards and more.
All right, we're back. Ray Fittipaldo, the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette, days before the Steelers head to training camp. Great to have you here, Ray. Thank you for your time. And I just asked the counselor if this would be a good question because I can sound dumb on my own. I don't need any help. So here it is. The question, now that they signed Drew Aller and Mr. Dialer said that bonus is $1.6 million, does that make Mason Rudolph expendable? Go ahead, sir, and good afternoon.
Good afternoon, guys. Listen, we all know they're not going to keep 4 quarterbacks. I still think there's an avenue for Mason Rudolph to get onto the roster. The only way that's going to happen, quite honestly, is if Drew Aller goes on IR with an injury, say late in camp, right before they got to cut down to 53, or actually right after they cut down to 53, Aller goes on to IR, much in the same way Will Howard did last year. If that doesn't happen, then yes, I think Mason Rudolph does become expendable.
Big Ray, good morning. Are you implying that in the NFL there's these injuries that on occasion will crop up that we didn't really see happen?
Well, it's funny. Last year, actually, there was like a legitimate injury to Will Howard, but I mean, Greg, you've seen it for years. I mean, Calvin Austin was on IR a couple of years ago. Roman Wilson was on IR a couple of years ago. So they do find ways to, quote unquote, redshirt guys. So I would not be surprised if that happens with Aller this year. But hey, there's 6 weeks until they have to make that decision. I'm sure they're going to evaluate Howard, Rudolph, and Aller, and then they'll figure out what to do. Come September 11th.
Your Honor, I have never participated in such unsavory behavior. Hey, Ray, do you looking forward to getting set up this week and getting it underway? Did you get all your baseball in for the summer? You all ready to roll?
Baseball is almost done. I'm actually going to miss the final event. I'll be up in Latrobe, and the rest of my family will be at North Carolina at Gardner-Webb. But yeah, it was a good summer in that regard. And yeah, from here on out, it's all football. So looking forward to a new era with Mike McCarthy and his coaching staff taking over.
Ray, give us a little peek into the life of a beat writer of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Do you get a dorm room up at St. Vincent? Do you spend you stay up there, or do you make that commute up and back Route 30 with the especially with the Parkway being such a disaster for now?
Yeah, so pre-COVID, we did have some dorm rooms where we could stay over, but that ended around 2020. So yeah, like if you want to stay up there, you get a hotel or you find some other, find a room for a couple of days, which I will likely do. I'll probably stay up there 3 or 4 days, but yeah, the rest I'll be commuting. And, fortunately for me, I don't have to deal with that bridge. I could just go the back way, hit 79 to 70, and I could be there in about an hour and 40 minutes. So it's not a terrible commute for me.
So remember in the old days, Ray, the stories about the Steelers players sneaking out and sneaking back in to try to beat curfew, and a couple of the shot in the beer type places that the guys would get to. Is that a bygone era? Is there no chance of these guys getting out and having any fun during camp, huh?
No, I think they still go out. I think, I can't remember if Aaron did it last year, but there was a big tradition. When Ben was the quarterback, he'd take the offensive line out to eat one night during camp. They'd either go to Dino's or Sharky's, and they'd end up running out of food. Those guys ate so much. So, as far as individuals go, sneaking out, I think those days are probably over. But yeah, as a group, as position groups, I think those guys still find some time to go out and have a good time. And he might be a little groggy the next morning, but they're still able to have a little bit of fun.
That's part of learning how to be a pro. You got to be able to, howl at the moon at night and then get up in the morning and look like a choir boy.
Yeah, the big exception this year, though, Greg, is unlike Mike Tomlin. Mike Tomlin would practice 3 to 5. These guys are going to practice, I think, 11 till 1. So you better be in by midnight unless you want to. Have a practice that's a little bit uncomfortable.
He's turning into a college coach. These college coaches make these kids practice at like 6 a.m. so that they can't have a nightlife.
Yeah, that is going to be one big change for the fans going up there. I know in years past that, they have that fan fest up there. You could sort of like make a day of it. So I think now it's going to be the same thing, but you're going to watch practice first, and then you'd probably do the fan fest activities afterwards. So the one thing I'm a little bit I'm wondering about is the traffic getting in there. For those early morning practices, they were lined up on Route 30 to get in for the afternoon practices at 10 or 11 a.m. So there might be a little bit of a logjam on Route 30 in the mornings this year.
All right, Ray Fittipaldo, our guest, Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. For my money, no one covers the Steelers better when it comes to print. If you don't have that app, I have it. You should get it, because it'll give you everything you need to know throughout training camp. Look, I've been around a long time. I used to take a RV there that was called the Rainbow Machine, and there were people like Greg Lloyd and Kevin Green playing, and Coach Cowher. Then Paul Amalu comes in, Jerome comes in. So I absolutely love it. Obviously, St. Vincent, Latrobe, my friend the DeSalvos, who were making specialty pieces back in the day for people like Lynn Swan. So I don't know, there's something, it's the Mecca, and I love having a chance to talk about it, being that we're just days away. As much as McCarthy intrigues me, let me just say this, Ray, I'm really intrigued about Patrick Graham and how he's going to use these edge defenders like Nick Herbig and TJ Watt. Talk about Patrick Graham. You got to be intrigued by him a little bit.
Yeah, I think his biggest challenge will be finding enough playing time for his 3 very talented outside linebackers. They just signed Nick Herbig to a $100 million deal, so his role is going to increase. And I think they're going to have to find ways to get 3 outside linebackers onto the field at the same time. So, in the end, Nick Herbig might be playing, a little bit of inside linebacker and some special sub packages. We'll have to see how that plays out. But after paying him what they're going to pay him, $21 million, a season, you know that he's not going to be just a number 3 outside linebacker any longer. So that's one of the main storylines for me in terms of watching this defense here practice over the next couple of weeks. How are they going to deploy these guys? How are they going to find enough playing time when you're paying all these guys what they're paying them?
Ray, did I imagine this, or did this actually happen where they were talking about moving T.J. Watt inside, and he really balked strongly at that idea, and basically said, "That's not the position I play."
I think what it was T.J. is very comfortable on the left side. His sight lines to the quarterback, he feels like, are much better on the left side, so he always balked going to the right side, but. He said it himself in the spring. With Patrick Graham as the DC, he's not going to have a say in the matter. These outside linebackers move around no matter what. So TJ is not going to be able to dictate, hey, I'm not comfortable here. I'd rather stay on the left side. Those days are gone. And I think, Greg, when you look at it, just maybe TJ being challenged in a different way. It's not that he took advantage of the previous coaching staff. They just said, okay, yeah, you're a great player over here. We're not going to mess with that. I think that with Patrick Graham, it's a little bit different. The way his defense is set up, these guys have to be able to play on the left side and the right side.
When you describe that as moving around like that, it put me in mind of when Troy Polamalu was here, and I think I don't know that this was a fact, but it appeared as a fan that they played a 10-man defense, and Polamalu just went wherever he wanted to go. I remember snaps that he would take where his back was his back was facing the line of scrimmage, and then he would all of a sudden, reappear somewhere else. It was like he was Houdini.
And the coaches didn't even know where he was going to go. I mean, the only player who saved that defense sometimes was Ryan Clark. Ryan Clark and Troy seemed to be on the same page a lot, and if Troy was freelancing, Ryan was sure to be in his spot if he had to be. So I'm not sure if we're going to see that with Patrick Graham. They don't have a player like that on their defense, but I do think you're going to see some special sub packages this year. They are very talented. They are deep at edge rusher. I would argue they have the deepest edge rusher group in the NFL, and they got some playmakers on the inside too. Peyton Wilson is a guy who's been able to produce turnovers in his short amount of time here. So they're going to have to figure out, okay, this is our run defense. This is who we want on the field when we have to stop the run. But when they can pass rush and they can drop guys into coverage, Herbig, Peyton Wilson, Highsmith, T.J. Watt, they got some playmakers on that side of the defense. I think they're going to be able to continue to turn teams over like they did under Mike Tomlin.
Right. I thought that Wilson kind of hurt himself a little bit last year, right? Letting his mouth write a check that he couldn't cover when he said he's the best cover linebacker in the NFL. And I think he was maybe a year too early to be, touting himself as such. I think he had a good year, but he didn't live up to that expectation that he set.
No, and he did have some issues in coverage. I mean, it's tough when you're a tight end and you get matched up on running backs, or you get matched up on some taller tight ends who can, reach over you. It's an issue sometimes. And Greg, I would argue playing inside linebacker in the NFL right now is probably the toughest position to play, because you got to be able to step up and take on 300-pound linemen,
right,
and you got to be able to run with running backs. It's a really hard position. I think you see that in the draft every year. I think teams are still trying to figure it out. How often do you see an inside linebacker, an off-ball linebacker go in the first round? Ray, maybe one a year. It doesn't happen very often.
Ray, thanks, buddy. We're out of time. Enjoy camp. I'm sure we'll do it again, and here we go, okay?
All right. You guys have a good weekend.
Thanks, Ray.
That's a lot of work.
I kind of monopolized your time on that. I love talking to him. Sorry about that.
Listen, it's all good, man. I've only been here since 4 a.m. I think I can take a breather. But honestly, I love talking football with Ray Fittipaldo. He's good. Eddie Bouchette wrote the book, and he graced me as far as airtime so many times. But I don't think people realize the grind of being a beat reporter. Look, Jeff Hathorn, our sports director, it's not for the faint of heart. It's you got to come up with a new angle every day.
And it's interesting because those guys, they can cover practice, but there's only so many things that they're allowed to report. So they get a lot of background at practices. I'm talking about during the season practices where they're not supposed to talk about exactly what they observe. So it's kind of difficult where they have to walk that line as to what they see and what they can report.
All right, we'll come back real quick. A little Pitt football, then we'll get ready for more NFL. Take us to the top of the hour with Ted Coons Market Black and Gold Sunday Show, KDKA.
News, weather, traffic, and business every day. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
When you're handling an estate or an inherited home, the decisions can feel overwhelming. At Home Buyers of Pittsburgh, we help families through this every single week. We make a quick, fair cash offer on the home, coordinate any cleanouts, help you through the process, and we'll buy it in its current condition. No pressure, no surprises. Visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com or call 412-500-9057 for help selling today. That's 412-500-9057 for help selling today.
Home Buyers of Pittsburgh, Pittsburgh's local trusted home buyer since 2015.
It's Marty. I'm here with Harold Shepley. I'll tell you why I reached out to him and how we met. I noticed that you help people. It's kind of your instinct, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. I feel called. I feel that helping people with their finances is my calling in life.
And check this out. You were bankrupt once.
I did. I've lived through this. I've walked through it, and I got treated like absolute garbage, and I felt that no one else should ever have to feel that bad ever again.
Folks, this is the real deal. ShepleyLaw.com.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. Mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
It's the Black and Gold Sunday Show on News Radio KDKA. Presented by Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
All right, so we did a little podcast via live Facebook at his palatial office right there in Campbell's Run. Really a down-to-earth law firm, of course, Mr. Diolis, who will come to your house, and, of course, Milk and Honey Sports Entertainment. And we talked a little bit about Pitt, and I want to talk about Pitt again. And Heinzel, of course, that quarterback, that's the big story. If he can take the next step, the ACC, Coach Narduzzi. But NIL, that's what it takes. And you and I had some, I think, really good things to say the other day that I thought are worth repeating. So what do we do to get more money to pour into Pitt to get some of these players?
Well, that's the basically $1 million or more question, and that is, we know that there's enough money to cover the house settlement arrangement, which is $20.3 million that gets spread out, and that's coming right out of Pitt's coffers, and that gets spread out over all of the varied sports that we have. I think Pitt has 34 Division I sports, so they can divvy up that rev share money. It's called revenue share money over all of those sports. That's clearly not enough money for even just your football team in order to compete with particularly the Big Ten and SEC schools. So you have to come up with other streams to come up with the dough to put that in. So you have what used to be called the 412 collective that is now changed because of the various ways you can't have a direct alignment with the university. So it has to be a stream of income from third-party endorsers or third-party marketing arrangements. So you need the step up from guys that are willing to throw cash in, and it has to be a dollar for dollar quid pro quo type of trade. So you can't just put money in a guy's pocket. He has to actually work for the money that's in addition to the rev share money that he gets. So if you're going to give a guy $1 million in NIL, it has to be something that he works for, gives you an endorsement, does a television commercial, does a radio appearance, because all that has to go through the college clearinghouse to make sure that the money is legitimately spent and not just a pay for play.
All right, so what about Heinzel? Is he ready?
He's ready. He's ready to take that next step. And the way that you know that that's the case is you hear the rumors of all these other schools that are already approaching him saying, hey, transfer to our school after this coming season. It would not be something you could do right now. He's got to play for Pitt this year. But that's where it's one of those things where it's a good news, bad news. If he has a great season, you're probably not going to be able to pay him to stay. If he doesn't have a good enough season, then you don't necessarily want to pay him anyway. But let's hope he has the great season, and we'll worry about finding the money to keep him.
Narduzzi was in the building the other day. I like the guy. Where is he, his thought process, where he's heading into another season? What's he have to do to end the season and say, you know what, we did okay?
Yeah, I think he's fine. I think if they don't come out of this season with 9 wins, especially the way that this schedule lines up for them, it's going to be a disappointment. And if you get 9 wins in the ACC, you're certainly close to getting to the championship game. You get to the ACC championship game, then you have a chance to qualify for the NCAA playoff.
So what do you think is going to happen there? They're going to add more teams?
The
college football playoffs. Could you see it as much as 16, 24?
I think 16 is the right number. You don't need buys. In fact, sometimes the buy hurts you because you have that layoff that's too long and your guys lose focus. So 16 is the right number of teams to put in the playoff, and you can that way kind of appease the SEC because they're making those basically ruminations that they're going to leave the NCAA because they don't have enough guaranteed slots. But the trouble that the SEC has right now is they're getting enough teams into the NCAA playoff and they're not winning it.
All right, so you got Kenny Johnson who's gone, so you got to, get the receiving core going again, tight end overhaul, if you will. And what about reloading the defensive linebackers? Go ahead.
Well, the linebackers is, one of the guys that's loaded and ready to go is really good is Brandon Lovelace.
Yeah,
and you're going to see him step up in a big way, I think, and become one of those guys that in a long line of successful linebackers that are entering the NFL from the Panthers. And he's going to be one guy that, keeping in mind, he's one of the guys that had a couple of the picks in the Syracuse game when they had five picks in the first quarter a couple of years ago.
All right. Any other players intrigue you on either offense or defensive side of the football?
Well, am I allowed to talk about my man Sean Fitzsimmons? He intrigues me a lot. He's a milk and honey guy and a guy that's a very good defensive lineman because he's a space eater, but he's kind of, and I said this the other day, he's a little bit like the Matrix. He can kind of slither through some spots and make some impact plays, and you're going to see a lot more with regard to that. But one of the things that I do like is that they have a large portion of their offensive line coming back. Big old tackle Ryan Bear, St. Clair kid, is really a prize guy that you're going to see his name mentioned at the end of the season as a high draft pick because of the size, the ability to make movement, and one of those things. Now, one of the things that I learned yesterday at the O-line symposium, talking to some of the O-line coaches, is some of these guys in their recruitment process now, Rob, if you're in high school and you're not 6'5", you ain't going to Alabama. 6'5".
That's kind of scary, man.
That's like their minimum that they have. Those schools, they basically have a start the window process, and unless you're 6'5" or have at least a 34-inch wingspan or 34-inch arm, you don't fit the test, and you don't even get another look.
All right, one more. Coach Warfield, alum down there in Aliquippa, coming off a really good season, 32 tackles, 5 tackles for loss, and 2 sacks. Heading into 2026, could be competing a lot to get more activity at the linebacker position. Cam Lindsey, what can you tell me about him?
Well, that's an exciting prospect because he's a kid who's now he's home, and it's fun because those Aliquippa guys have been able to sniff it around a little bit, and coming back to play in a place where they won their titles, in the WPIAL. So Lindsey's a guy who should be very productive for him. Hopefully he's thickened up a little bit, which I think he will have done over the course of the season. As you talk about Aliquippa, did you see that Tyke Hayes transferred to Nebraska?
I did see
There's
that.
a bunch of WPIAL guys going to Nebraska now. I don't know what the lure is.
Maybe their head coach had some ties at Penn State, and he can get them on speed dial. Put it together. I think you know what I'm talking about. We'll take a break. We'll come back. Ted Arnaud is moments away talking the National Football League as Steelers training camp opens in just days.
When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
Buy one window, get a free unicorn. Just kidding. Are you tired of dishonest offers? I'm Brian Murphy, owner of Easy Home Exteriors, and we take your home seriously. If you need windows, roofing, siding, or doors, we'll give you fair, honest pricing the first time, every time. No pressure, no gimmicks. We'll give you a free estimate. You don't even need to be home. Call 412-678-7008. That's 412-678-7008. If you're lucky, we'll throw in a unicorn.
Nate Bargatze.
It's a lot to have two dogs, because you got to open the back door and let two dogs out.
Big Dumb Eyes World Tour. PPG Paints Arena, July 30th and 31st. Tickets available at Ticketmaster.com.
This is Marty Griffin. I have seen so much anger these days. You know what's overwhelmed me with joy and optimism? This Get Marty. The folks in this community that have stepped up. You can't help your neighbor if you hate your neighbor. Get Marty epitomizes that opportunity to help people, feed people, clothe people, educate people. If you need me, get Marty at KDKRadio.com. It's where we will find a way to help you.
Presented by UPMC Health System, Phil DeLuceni and Associates, Cousins Roofing, Siding and Decks, and by Harold Shepley and Associates. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 80 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 12:30. I'm Rob Taylor. 2 men died after a shooting in Clairton. That shooting occurred around 6:30 Saturday evening on Miller Avenue near the Village Inn bar. Both men were shot multiple times. They died at a local hospital. One of the victims has been identified by the Allegheny County Medical Examiner as Robert Jones, 32, of Clairton. No word on any suspect descriptions. Police believe the suspects fled the scene in a vehicle. Anyone with information on that shooting is asked to call the county police tip line at 833 all tips. Saturday was the final day for the Southside Ice Cream and Coffee Shop Churn. Its store is now closed for good after 5 years in business at 2000 East Carson Street. Another Churn location in Fox Chapel at Hartwood Town Center remains open, and ownership says there's plans to open a new Churn location in McCandless this fall. Reasons for the Southside closure include vandalism, theft, and employee harassment. KDK Radio News Time, 12:31. Next updates at 1. I'm Rob Taylor on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDK.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-777-1979. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-777-1979. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-777-1979. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. Call 800-777-1979. 800-777-1979.
The popularity of cremation is on the rise. Unfortunately, so is the cost. I'm Dustin D'Alessandro, supervisor and funeral director. To keep the costs down, the Thomas M. Smith Funeral Home and Crematory Limited in Blawnox and the D'Alessandro Funeral Home and Crematory Limited in Lawrenceville have on-site crematories. By performing the cremation on-site without losing custody of the remains, our funeral homes can defray those costs and pass the savings on to you. Our fee for a direct cremation is only $1,250. This low-cost, direct cremation offer is available to all residents of Allegheny County. Surrounding counties will incur a slight additional fee based on mileage. Contact us with questions or to schedule an appointment by calling the Blawnox office at 412-828-5700 or our Lawrenceville office at 412-682-6500. Our websites are thomasmsmithfuneralhome.com and delisandroltd.com.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Sunshine and some clouds this afternoon with a spotty shower or thunderstorm, high 82. Partly cloudy tonight, a shower or thunderstorm in the area, low 65. For tomorrow, intervals of clouds and sun, warm but humid with an afternoon thunderstorm, high 85. For AccuWeather, I'm Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us Monday on the Big K Morning Show, 5:30 until 10. It's Steelers Camp Week, what you need to know. Plus, Michael Bartley has a big announcement.
All right, final two segments to wrap up our marathon weekend. As always, we do it with Ted Arnaud, and when the season begins, we'll expand to an hour, picking our weekly winners against the spread, always using BetRivers.net as the official line. Teddy, good to have you here again, along with Greg Diolis. And let's begin, obviously, the new era, Mike McCarthy, an expensive wide receiver room. We've talked about this a little bit, but I'm just curious, could we see the first Steelers team in many years to actually be throwing on first down on a regular basis? Go ahead and good afternoon.
I hope they don't do it on a regular basis, but I hope they do it on some basis, because if they do it on a regular basis, you're going to see a bunch of picks. But I think with their receiving core, with Metcalf, Pittman, Roman Wilson, Jeremy Bernard, I think they've got a lot of outlets they can go to. Darnell Washington, Freiermuth is the tight end of it. Like we've talked about before, it's kind of exciting to see.
Hey, before we continue with the football discussion, I went to an event Friday night that you guys will get a kick out of. It was at the Meadows Casino, Hollywood Casino, in between the horse races, which are, what do they call it, the trotters. In between the trotter races, in between the 3rd, 5th, and 6th races, they had wiener dog races.
That's pretty cool.
You talk about a good time. Those dogs were barking and fighting each other, and a couple of them cheated. They left early. They had to restart the race. It was a unique experience, Ted. You know, they wouldn't let us bet on the wiener dogs, though.
No, it was hard not for betting, they're for looking.
Yeah.
But they're fun. I tell you what, those guys, they're a ball. It's just fun to watch, and they get aggressive.
The guys in that industry and the industry that you love and you're a part of, Ted, they're such great marketers. They come up with so many ideas of ways to drive business to that place, and it was part of the Adios weekend and that kind of thing.
Yesterday, Al Pappy actually won the Delvin Miller Adios, the Pace for the Orchids. And, Teddy had a lot to do with my television career, but the very first person that gave me a break on television, George Leon, good friend of Teddy's in the pool table business, son Mike Leon for many years. The first guy, and I saw him just recently on KDKA television, was the great Roger Houston.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, be there.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Roger Houston was a really good friend, did a lot for me. But, that trotting as far as around the track, it's not for the faint of heart either. I've actually been in one of those little things. They can do a little giddy up, can they not, Teddy?
Yeah, and if you ever see one flip over, it's a scary event. It's as scary as anything of the thoroughbreds falling back like we saw in the Derby, pre-Derby race this year. But those things, they can get tangled up, and they're going at a pretty good speed, and they got to keep their pace. So if they break pace, they're out of the game. So those are really fun to watch.
Hey, Ted, I bet on a horse, and the sulky driver was dragging his feet all the way around the course. I don't think that was a legitimate race.
Fred Flintstone.
Yeah, you bet on him, and he came in on Sunday, right?
Yes. But he did finish first Sunday.
All right, so, Teddy, we talked to Ray Fittipaldo of the PG just a few moments ago about this, and Drew Aller signs his rookie deal, gets $1.6 million signing bonus, and I kind of said to him, and Craig and I talked with during the break, because he's the money guy, that, now that this kid is signed, Mason Rudolph probably won't be around unless Will Howard's a complete bust in the preseason. But if and when we do trade Mason Rudolph, you've always been a fan of him. He's a legit second-string quarterback backup, which is a commodity in the NFL. Where do you think he would fit, and what do you think the Steelers could get in return? What's one of their bigger needs? Go ahead.
Well, I don't think they're going to get anything of a draft choice worth crowing about, but they might get something, a draft choice in the lower 5th, 6th, 7th rounds. They might get a player in return. If they do, I would be thinking that they're going to look at maybe a defensive player. In some ways, I hate to see Mason Rudolph go because we're putting all of our chips on red for this season. And I think Will Howard and Drew Eller have a chance of being great or good at least. But, man, I'll tell you what, you got all your chips on red. If something backfires, it's going to be a long season.
Yeah, and that is a scary thing to look at. But I guess the value of what Rudolph would command in a trade would all depend upon how desperately the trading partner needs him. You get a team that maybe gets their number 1 and or number 2 quarterback hurt in the preseason. Now all of a sudden that desperation goes higher and your price of poker goes up.
Yep, it's. It's kind of like being at the bar late at night. It all depends.
All right, so is this the breakout season for DK Metcalf because of help on the other side with Pittman? Go ahead, Ted.
I think so. I really do. I think the charts are lining up really, really well for him. He's got to perform, try not to hit anybody in the stands, stuff like that. But I think it certainly looks like he's going to have a good year.
I think it's one of the things that if you want to play those psychological games in the warm-ups, you put your whole defensive backs and just have them stand at the 50-yard line wearing blue wigs and just freak them out completely.
I'd have the front row of the visitors gallery falling down over feigning injury or whatever whenever he ran by.
That gamesmanship doesn't exist as much as it used to. That was good times. We were close to the line of good taste, but
the greatest, the Baltimore Colts, the New York Giants. Those were the days, man. They'd have 6-packs out on the field, strike up some lucky strikes. That was football.
Who was telling us? Was it you? We're in a conversation, Rob, where there was a guy that was telling us that somebody was smoking cigarettes at halftime.
I'm
You
sure.
weren't in that
no,
concert?
well, Lenny Dawson did that.
Yeah,
there's a legendary picture of him, the former Kansas City
I can't
chief
remember who it
quarterback.
was. He said he went into it was his first time in an NFL locker room at halftime. His rookie season, and the guys were smoking cigarettes. He was like, "Wow, this is nuts."
So, Teddy, why are you, including Greg, so high on Bernard? What do you see in this kid?
Speed and moves, I think, is coming out. I think, honestly, he's kind of a legit second receiver now, although he won't get that, I don't think. But he's got the ability to spread the field, go down, run a seam route. He's also good on some of the shallower routes. I just think he's going to be really good as the third receiver for the Steelers.
So, Greg,
he's one of the. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Ted. He's one of those guys, and it's a cliche, but guys, that takes the top off the defense because he can run so well. If nothing else, he's going to take some safeties with him, just running those fly routes and opening up some of the underneath things.
Exactly. They got to pay attention to him deep. They have to.
So let me ask you: if you're going to pay Herbig $21 million a season, why do you keep Highsmith?
Well, because you get productivity out of all three of them. You get sacks. You get 2 sacks out of one of them in a game, and then another sack. You've disrupted the offense in a big way. So that's become one of the most important positions in football, is that edge rusher. So you want as much productivity out of those guys as you can get.
All right, so Teddy, Dylan Cook, that guy off the taxi squad, when we least expected, he turned out to be a really diamond in the rough last year. But what happens, and we keep talking the scenario that Broderick Jones doesn't come back because of the neck injury. What happens if Jones does come back and is stellar during training camp and preseason and he's the first round selection that we thought he would be? What happens to a Dylan Cook if he's got the kind of footwork and the ability to do what he at least showed on a regular basis last year? Can you put him anywhere else on that line?
My guess they will be able to, but you need backup tackles, especially when you got one. Let's assume Jones comes back and he looks like all the neck issues are gone. Just one little tweak with those big guys. You got 350-pound guys flying around. You need as many good backups in that position as you can get. So whether he's starting or not, he'll get a lot of playing time.
And we're going to find out a whole lot about that early in the week when you just see what the offense does as they line up and you just see who's running with the first teams. What does Broderick Jones look like? Obviously the writers have seen him and everybody's talked about the amount of weight that he has lost. And, was that intentional? Was it, he wanted to be lighter on his feet, or did he lose a bunch of weight because he was unable to lift weights like he normally would because the neck was bothering him? So we're going to find out a whole lot about Broderick Jones in this first week of camp.
Go ahead, Teddy.
I agree. It's going to be a great. I mean, we've been waiting and talking and waiting and talking. Things start happening on Tuesday.
All right, we're coming back after the break. One more segment before we call it a weekend. Stay with us. This is the Coons Market Black and Gold Sunday Show, KDKA.
Every Tuesday morning at 7:20, listen for Inside Independence Health, a look at all things healthcare with the experts from Independence Health System. It's brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
The Pittsburgh Speaker Series at Heinz Hall, presented by University of Pittsburgh, announces its 26-27 season. 7 evenings to deepen your understanding of the world around you, featuring Anderson Cooper, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, financial journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin, former NASA Administrator Charles Bolden, and the former U.S. Ambassador to China Nicholas Burns. The series is sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James. Tickets on sale now at pittsburghspeakers.org.
Don't delay in getting that plumbing repair done. Call Palucci Plumbing today for all of your plumbing needs. From trenchless sewer repair and waterline repairs and replacement, hot water tanks, sewer camera inspections, to Pittsburgh potty repairs, no job is too small for Palucci Plumbing. Owners Amy and Nick Palucci have been in business for 26 years, so give them a call for your next plumbing repair or replacement. Palucci Plumbing, 412-782-5050. That's 412-782-5050.
Life is not about finding yourself. Life is about creating yourself. This is Dr. Shufo from the Weight Loss and Wellness Center. Summer is a great time to create a new and improved version of you. Summer fruits and vegetables, being outside, longer days, all work to your advantage of being your best self. But don't be your own worst enemy and put it off. Today is the day, not tomorrow, because tomorrow's never come. Call me today at 1-800-900-THIN and love the new and vibrant you.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey, it's Brew, and I feel like everything in my life depends on being connected. Whether I'm uploading a video, hopping on a call before my show, or video chatting with my family back in Michigan, I never have to think about my Wi-Fi. And that's why Xfinity stands out. You get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, you can get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity. Imagine that.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
It's the Black and Gold Sunday Show on News Radio KDKA. Presented by Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
All right, Teddy. Is it time for a change as far as the defensive aspect of being a head coach for the Steelers? And is it time to at least run it out there and see what happens with an offensive coach in Mike McCarthy? And is that the main reason why they brought him in instead of one of these young D coordinators? Go ahead.
Well, I think so. I mean, he had a great career in Dallas. He never got the big prize. Had a great career in Green Bay. He's a Pittsburgh native. Obviously, there's the tie-in with Aaron Rodgers. I think there's, you can name 5 or 6 reasons right off the top of your head as to why he's a good fit, and he'll get the defensive people behind him just the way he did in Dallas and Green Bay.
Yeah, I'm excited for him. It's that Pittsburgh mentality, the root for the Pittsburgh guy. And you don't have a whole lot of opportunities for that. But we have a unique circumstance here in Pittsburgh right now where we've got, the Steelers head coach grew up in Greenfield. The Pirates head coach grew up where? Mount Lebanon? I mean, it's really I love the networking and the Pittsburgh basis of it. It's kind of like the old Detroit theory. It's us against the world type thing, and we just need to figure out how to get a hockey coach that would be from Pittsburgh. But I don't know that there's anybody qualified.
Yeah, we had one. Hey, but that's why I hate to lose Mason Rudolph because. Man, we're putting all of our chips on one color here, and it just scares me a little bit. It's going to be fun. It's going to be great to watch, but it's scary.
All right, can I ask you something other than the Pittsburgh Steelers, but to the NFL? So I'm at home yesterday after a long day, still working, doing what I do, and I see a story about Kyle Shanahan comes out, that he was in this horrible car crash. Did you hear about this?
No.
Oh, yeah. So I don't know, Teddy, if you heard about it or not.
Yeah, I heard it.
No alcohol involved, but he collided with an SUV on July 14th.
Oh, my.
And this is the story. Kyle Shanahan broke his nose, 3 ribs. His hand needed over 40 stitches, and his face suffered severe lacerations, and he got a massive concussion. They called it a massive concussion, and he will be limited during training camp and also till further notice. But thank God he's alive.
Wow.
The other person, no injury whatsoever.
Oh, good.
But here's what's amazing, guys. In the world of social media that you can't blink without somebody – how were they able to keep that under wraps since July 14th? That's pretty amazing.
That is rather amazing. Yeah, how they were able to do that one. Thank goodness there was nothing criminal involved, none of that stuff. So and that's happily, and it sounds like he's okay. But you talk about massive concussion. He must have really doinked his head on a windshield.
Here's the thing, too, guys, and you two kind of lead a little bit more peaceful lives than I do, but I'm perpetual motion, literally and I've always been this way, but in the last 20 years, it's insane. I wake up and I'm like running the sweeper, texting, this, that. I mean, it's just nonstop. Social media, hours every day. Here, hours every day. Hours preparing. And sometimes I have to go, look, you're going to get into a car now. You know what I mean? And I actually, because of the new law, I shoved my phone in the car rest, lift it up, slam it in there. I mean, bells, whistles. You have to wonder about these NFL guys, how they can even decompress enough when they're in their vehicle driving. All of these things. Teddy, when you were working and running a massive corporation, how do you separate? Because I still have a tough time multitasking because I'm trying to clean out everything in the mailbox, get it all handled, satisfy everyone. I don't even know what it's like to socialize. I haven't done it in decades. How did you find a way to shut it down? How do you do that?
I hired a driver.
Yes.
That's a great idea.
You did.
I did. I wasn't going to take the chance because you can't. I couldn't decompress. We were buying a casino in Nevada. We were opening one in Erie. We were buying one in Columbus. I wasn't going to take that chance.
Listen, my head sometimes hurts so bad just trying to find one more place in my brain to store something. And listen, the phone never stops. It just never stops. And the information you have to gather, because, I'm doing a cooking show, a travel show, a political-driven show. I'm doing social media. I'm doing blogs. I'm doing sports shows. There's just so much information. I don't know how you process it. How do you do what you do as an NFL agent for one of the biggest sports properties in the country, if not the world? Plus, they do entertainment, sport, milk and honey. And then you got a law firm that you're doing from estate planning to divorce every day. How do you do that?
6 or 7 IC lights. I don't worry about the rest of the world.
But shot in the beer.
But here, in closing, to be an NFL coach, and you hear some of these stories, how some of them have actually lived there. I don't know how they last as long as they do. And when I think of Cowher and Tomlin and Noel, and obviously it's changed a lot since the first two, meaning Cowher and Noel. How do these guys do this, Greg?
Well, I don't know how they do it, but think more about college coaches who, in addition to preparing for games and all the stuff that you have to do revolving around roster and that type of thing, but then you add the recruiting aspect on, and not only are you recruiting high school kids to come to your program, you have to continuously re-recruit your own kids so that they don't leave and jump into the transfer portal. That, to me, is way worse than what an NFL guy has to live
here's an
through.
example. You and I were talking about Heinzel, okay? Hasn't even got this season started that we all believe is going to take the next step, but we're already wondering, is he going to be good enough? And if he is, probably won't be here the next year. Right. Imagine if you're a coach and you got this guy in the practice field and he's looking great and you're halfway through the season and he's looking fantastic and you're like, but why do you want to go? Or you're thinking, how do I get more dough? That, to me, that's got to be so frustrating. And here's the other thing, Teddy, like Bill Belichick, they brought in a whole new team. How do you reset the bar with a whole new team year after year after year? It's just got to be mind-boggling, Teddy.
Well, and I think everybody's starting to get a little bit discombobulated with all of this. The old rah-rah shiskumbao, it's our team for 4 years that's gone, and now it's part of the same money grab that everybody's after.
Ted,
but I'm saying it's changed everything.
I'm sorry, Ted, I stepped on you there. I think that there is some winds blowing that there will be some changes with regard to the transfer portal.
Yeah, one transfer. That's it.
And now it used to be you had a red shirt. Did you guys realize there's no such thing as a red shirt anymore? It's a 5-year clock. So once you graduate from high school, you have 5 years to play football. So we're going to now see 5-year players. Because there's no red shirts anymore.
Realize if you're a freshman, a true freshman, and you get it to start, and you have a great year, and you do it again and again and again, you could have like a 4-year dividend, meaning name, image, and likeness, that you'd never even have to go to the pros if you were smart with the money. And if you could make $10, $15 million if you truly are a true freshman, you have an incredible year, and you go from one Division I to the next.
If you're that good, though, you're not sticking around to make the college money. You're going to the NFL after 3.
But is it also possible that some of these young men are borderline NFL, but they don't even attempt it, where they could mature and become a great NFL player because they want to stay where the money is?
Well, a lot of these guys are making mistakes, and they're going to the NFL where they could have stayed in and made a lot more money in the collegiate ranks.
Now you know why I've been at KDKA for 40 years. 'Cause this is as good as it gets, and I'm grateful to be here.
You're a free agent, Rob. You can jump, man.
No, I'm grateful to be right here because this is what you call the final curtain. All right, Teddy, always a pleasure. Have a great week, okay?
You guys, same thing.
All right, yeah, man. This is it. Honest to goodness, I still wouldn't leave. If they were back in the day, I would have never left. If NBC, ABC said we'll give you $10 million, I'm telling you, I would have stayed right here.
So you don't have a good enough agent chirping in your ear. You got to leave. You got to leave. There's more money to be had elsewhere. There's
world's
better money.
First radio station in the history.
The grass is greener on the other side.
You know, my dad used to say about that. It's a septic tank. So right here is good enough for me. Rob Taylor coming up next with the news until all week 6 to 10 at your Pratt Pack for Greg Diolis, Diolis Laws, Milk and Honey, Sports, Entertainment. Have a great day, everybody.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 20% and get financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, covered by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
Being diagnosed with leukemia, lymphoma, myeloma, or one of over 100 other types of blood cancer makes people want more time to do the things they love. We are Blood Cancer United. We do the most for more people with blood cancer. Join us at bloodcancerunited.org.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA FM HD2 Pittsburgh, W261AX Pittsburgh.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 81 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 1 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. Pittsburgh police are searching for a missing 13-year-old boy, Akir Thompson, last seen early Saturday morning around 3:30 in the 2200 block of Wilner Drive in East Hills. He's known to frequent Wilkinsburg, Homewood, and Larmer, especially Liberty Green Park at East Liberty. Thompson's described as 5'2", about 90 pounds, current hairstyle a small afro. Last seen wearing a black shirt, navy sweatpants, and a gray hat. Anyone with information on his whereabouts is asked to call Pittsburgh Police. 2 men are dead following a shooting in Clairton. Shooting happened around 6:30 Saturday evening in Miller Avenue near the Village Inn bar. Both men shot multiple times. They died at a local hospital. The Allegheny County Medical Examiner has identified one of the victims publicly as 32-year-old Robert Jones of Clairton. Right now, no word on descriptions of any suspects. Police believe suspects fled the scene in a vehicle. Anyone with information on that shooting is asked to call the county police tip line at 833 all tips. Still no arrest in the shooting death of a man in Stowe Township. That shooting happened around 3 o'clock Saturday morning. Male victim found shot multiple times just off Broadway Avenue on Derby Alley. The man who died has yet to be publicly identified. Well, Saturday was the final day that the Southside ice cream and coffee shop named Churn was open. Its doors now closed for good after 5 years at 2000 East Carson Street. Another Churn location in Fox Chapel remains open at the Heartwood Town Center, and ownership says there's plans to open a new Churn location in McCandless later this fall. Reasons for the Southside location closure included vandalism, theft, as well as employee harassment. KDKA Sports, Pirates trying to get one of these games against the Chicago Cubs. First pitch 1:35 at PNC Park. You could hear it on 93.7 The Fan. KDK Radio News Time, it's 1:02. The AccuWeather forecast is coming up.
The U.S. Treasury quietly released its official financial report for 2025. It appears by its own numbers, the U.S. government seems insolvent. It's reported that the Treasury shows about $6 trillion in assets and over $47 trillion in liabilities. Add it all up, and it looks like the U.S. owes more than $130 trillion it doesn't have. If that were a family, they'd earn $52,000 a year, spend $73,000, and already be more than $1 million underwater. Any accountant would call that insolvent. So how does the government fix this? It can print money, which erodes your purchasing power, it can raise taxes, or it can cut benefits. And none of those can help to protect you. That's why many people who have something to lose move part of their savings into physical gold and silver, assets that can't be printed, defaulted on, or voted away. Call Monetary Gold at 877-NOW-GOLD for their complimentary gold and silver guide and a no-pressure conversation. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. Do it before the next headline, not after. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand, so shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Hazy sunshine and some clouds this afternoon with nothing more than a spotty shower or thunderstorm. Our high 82. Partly cloudy and rather humid tonight with a shower or thunderstorm in the area. Tonight's low 65. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following program was pre-recorded. The following is paid for by Schultz Ford. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. KDKA Radio does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information aired on the following program.
100.1 FM, AM 1020 KDKA. This is Cars, Stars, and everything in between. He's the star. Richard Bazzi, Schultz Ford, SchultzFord.com. I'm Bubba from 100.7 Star, and our star today is Derek Daly. Welcome to Car Stars and everything in between.
It is my pleasure to be here. Thank you for reaching out to me.
Bubba and Derek, we were talking a little bit before we got on the air, and I think you might have changed the trajectory of everything I wanted to talk about. And I'm going to give you, I'll give you some topics. And one thing you said was you were an Irish storyteller. And that's intriguing to me because I think that's how you can best deliver any message. And then we talked about the fact that you moved here and went to Indianapolis in 1984 and you've never left. So we know about all that. And then we talked about the parallels between what you do and what we do. And I'd like to talk about that. Who is Derek Daly and why is he sitting in front of us right now?
So Derek Daly is an Irish dreamer who, at 12 years of age, his dad brought into a road race on the outskirts of Dublin City. And it was so intriguing. I remember the noise and the smell and the speed. And I told my dad right there and then, I'm going to. Now, remember, back in those days in Ireland, we didn't even have a racing circuit. So it was a bit of a reach. But from those humble beginnings, I ended up in Formula One in the most amazing set of circumstances. And after 5 years in Formula One, I thought, you know what? This place, Indianapolis, they go really fast there. And I thought, I'd like to experience that. Came in 1983 just for curiosity and never left, Richard. Never left. America changed my life. Indianapolis changed my life, and everything I've done since then has been directly connected to me as a 12-year-old, because I got hurt quite badly in 1984, but I fell into television broadcasting. Another 24-year career. And then after that, that led me to keynote speaking, which I still do today. And I love to share the admired skills of the world's great racing teams with corporate America. I tell people, hey, I've never had a job, never worked a day in my life, but I am active every single day sharing a message.
Well, wow. I have to tell you, you are that sport to me, and as you know, Ford Motor Company has jumped back into Formula One.
Yeah.
And, with Max is our driver. And I absolutely love Formula One. And I don't want to get stuck on the details of Formula One, because Derek Daly is much bigger than Formula One. But I want to know about that. I want to know about the details. I want to know about the crash. Like when you say you didn't even have a racing team, but what were top speeds? I mean, today you talk about 200 miles an hour. What were the speeds back then?
Well, when I came to the Indy 500 first, 200 miles an hour was a magical barrier, and I couldn't break it. I could do 197, 98, 99, and the frustration was I couldn't quite get through it until I was told, as a European road racer, you don't understand American oval track racing. I was told, go walk down the pit lane, find a veteran of the sport, ask him what's the technique you don't understand, and you'll be the better of it. I walked down to Mario Andretti. Mario was a good friend of mine. We had raced for 5 years in Formula One. I said, tell me what's the technique I don't understand. He said, it's very simple. Next time you go out, tell your brain to tell your foot not to come off the gas pedal until after you've turned the steering wheel deep down into the first corner. In other words, trust your car all the way and trust the people who give you this advice. And remember, at those speeds, I trusted my life to Mario. And that was when it opened the door to me. Trust is the very foundation of teams of people who operate on the edge of what might be possible. So do you see how the lessons come thick and fast? If you're aware enough and open enough to listen and to hear them, sometimes from an Irish storyteller like me.
That's a really interesting story. We've interviewed Mario. We've had him on this show. And he's incredible, as you know. So trust your car. Trust the people around you. Is there ever fear? Is there ever fear to hit that 200 miles an hour?
Yes. If a racing driver tell you that the fear isn't hovering, I think they're telling you a lie. Because when fear hovers, what it does is it instills a discipline in you to trust what your instincts tell you. And when you don't trust your instincts, you push too fast, too far, you get yourself into trouble, and there's always a price to pay.
Because it almost sounds like it might be reckless if you don't pay attention to fear.
I believe, particularly on oval tracks, a place like the Indianapolis 500, it can be reckless. But the amazing thing, Richard, I mean, you asked me about 200 miles an hour. Do you know today at the Indy 500, if you can only do 200 miles an hour, they black flag you off the racetrack and send you home, because at 200 miles an hour, you're considered to be nothing but a hazard.
What?
Imagine what a business model. What a business model.
So what are they? What are they running at now?
230 miles an hour they qualify.
Oh my
what?
God!
And believe it or not, at 235 miles an hour in qualifying, you cover 350 feet every second.
So, okay, whoa. I need to wrap my brain around this. 350 feet. So that is larger than the length of a football field, right?
Oh, that's way fat. That was back in the 80s when a football field every second. But listen to this. In qualifying, at 350 feet every second that the car covers, an average human being takes a seventh of a second just to blink his eye. If you dare to blink on the way into turn one at qualifying speeds, you miss 50 feet of the racetrack right there with a blink of an eye. Isn't that amazing? What a sport.
It's unbelievably amazing.
I have never, ever, ever heard somebody explain it that way. That last 60 seconds gave me a new admiration for race car driving that I've never, ever had before this moment right now.
Which is why I have followed NFL players onto the keynote speaking stage many times. And they'll tell me, oh, NFL football, which I love by the fan, is the greatest team sport in the world of working together. And I remember, and I'll tell people, I said, do you know, on any given Sunday in the NFL, 50% of all the teams win. In my game, there's only one winning team of people at the end of the day. A team who plans better, executes better under pressure, quick decisions with limited information at times. So do you see how it's a joy for me to just literally share the high performance principles of the sport with corporate America, and how it's so easy for people to connect the dots to what they personally do every day.
I want to get this to Rob Caffell at Ford Motor Company. I want him to look at this and watch this. I think, that high performance is something we really strive for all the time. The difference, when you talk about the NFL, the difference between your race teams and the NFL, but you could die in a crash in Formula One or in Indy.
Hey.
Absolutely on the edge. It's on the cusp.
For 14 years, we had Peyton Manning in Indianapolis, renowned for meticulous preparation. I often thought if he slacked off one week and didn't prepare well and went out, made a mistake and threw a bad pass, what would he lose? The down? The very worst, he'd lose a game.
That's great. What a great analogy.
You make a mistake in our game at 230 miles an hour, it can be a lot more dire.
Derek Daly will be back. Cars, stars, and everything in between on 100.1 FM, AM 1020 KDKA. More when we return.
Your source for everything that's news. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
The super summer savings continue at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, boneless chicken tenders are $1.99 a pound. In the produce department, fresh sweet blueberries, 1-pint packages, 2 for $4. In our deli, plain or garlic Eckrich bologna is $3.99 a pound. And additional savings this week, selected varieties of Stone Ridge Creamery ice cream, 48-ounce cartons, $2.99 each.
At Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
In Pittsburgh, Chase is proud to root for the home team because they're our team too. We cheer from the bleachers and on the sidelines. We cheer for gymnasts and quarterbacks. And with more than 25 local Chase branches and 5,000 nationwide, we are right beside you, Pittsburgh. Neighborhood bankers, digital tools, national strength. Chase, make more of what's yours.
JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Hey, folks, it's Marty. Wow, the Medicare stuff, confusing, stressful. Planning is difficult. It can be expensive. Check this out. I love MediConnect. They can talk Medicare. It's easy to follow. You can be confident in your coverage. Folks, I trust them. They've had great success. There is no cost for their help. They're local. Their advisors are live. Seriously, in your neighborhood. 888-818-6334. MediConnect. Give them a call.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
Listen to KDKA KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
The following is paid for by Schultz Ford.
100.1 FM, AM 1020 KDKA. This is Cars, Stars, and everything in between. Derek Daly is our star and our guest, and you've got a new autobiography called Serial Survivor, which just launched in the United States on July 14th. Congratulations on that.
Thank you. Big time for me. It's called Serial Survivor because I made every mistake you can possibly make. I fell into every pothole. I went over every speed bump. And when I began to capture all of the experiences, I realized survival mode was something, I think I was born with it. I'm sort of a trailblazer, but I'm a focus forward person. When you're a focus forward person, no matter what happens, you have to focus forward, overcome, and continue to make things happen. So Serial Survivor was the obvious name. It sort of grew organically when people read the manuscript.
I'm going on vacation at the end of August. Tell me why I should buy your book and make that my vacation read.
Because it's raw, it's honest, it's blunt, and it's written in such a way that you will come on the journey with me. I have written this, and some people say some of the chapters are quite shocking. There's a whole drug use episode when I was a laborer in the iron ore mines of Australia. That's a bit of a skin crawl chapter. And when you go through that, you're just going to get deeper, deeper, deeper into it. Because all you know is the facade of Derek Daly, race car driver, did a bit on television. I share all behind the scenes stuff.
So it's more of a metaphor of life.
At the end of the day, haven't we all crashed?
Yes.
Haven't we all had bad
I had
days?
this conversation early this morning with somebody, actually.
Yeah. And a lot of people in my business, when they make it to Formula One, that's the zenith, that's the mountaintop, that's the pinnacle of their life. For me, Formula One was just a chapter. Because when I went to IndyCar racing in America, wow, did my life open up? Did it get more difficult? And then there's all sorts of things happen between then and now today that, quite frankly, are fascinating. By the way, within 2 weeks, it was nominated for the William Hill Sports Book of the Year in England. Then it was nominated for the Royal Automobile Club Sports Book of the Year in England and the Irish Sports Book of the Year in Ireland. So there's 3 good reasons, Bubba, for you to grab it and take it on vacation with you.
Done.
But if you stay on the technical part of race car driving, and I look at a young guy, Kimi Antonelli, at 19 years old. What to me, that man, that guy, that kid, I'll call him, he must be very special to be able to achieve at his level and be able to stay focused like that. I remember me at 19, I could have never handled it.
It's an unusual situation. And don't you find athletes get better younger because they have access to more equipment, more training, more coaching at an earlier stage?
Yes.
And that's what Kimi Antonelli exemplifies right now. You have to have the mental skills to be able to go emotionally neutral and numb while you're in that car at those speeds with global television watching you. You better be mistake-free.
Yes.
That's what he's best at.
And that's the part that I don't understand for a 19-year-old driver. That's the part, not the technical skills, but to be able to get in that zone.
Yes.
And stay in it like that for 3 hours or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Wow, man. That's just amazing to me.
And his dad is there all the time with a hug to keep him grounded. I saw a great quote by him 2 weeks ago when he said, Mercedes as a team protect me. They put a guardrail up to protect me from whatever might creep in that could potentially derail me. And so I love to see the team able to do that. And as they protect him, they then give him the best car. When you give him the best car, he goes out and wins, then you unlock another level of confidence. Another level of confidence unlocks another level of skill. And so you see how it builds upon itself till you're at an emotional high with the best equipment and the best support team. And after that, you're pretty much untouchable, which is what we see him be right now.
As Ford Motor Company have jumped back into Formula One racing. Our driver is Max Verstappen. He's had a couple struggles this year, and I'm wondering I want Max. And I love Kimmy, but I want Max. I need Max to win. If you were giving Max advice right now, what would that advice be?
Have your team manager or your team controller hire the most skillful design engineer that's ever been around Formula One. Go find the new Adrian Newey, the gifted older designer now who's at Aston Martin, who has created more World Championship winning cars than any other designer, because Max has to have the car. Formula One is an unusual situation whereby you have to have all of the things right. It's cumulative. You have to have the best driver. You have to unload with the best setup. You have to have the best engine. You have to have a car that uses the tires properly and doesn't wear them out at an unusual rate. And the cumulative need of Formula One is ultimately what determines the winner. And you know what? That's the way it should be. It should be difficult at that level. It should be a proving ground for engineers, for people to come together under pressure to see what they can do.
By the way, we're talking to Derek Daly, and if people want to find out more, what is your website? I want to get that out right away as well.
Very easy, derekdaly.com, DerekDaly.com.
And this could be a great segue, but when I looked at your things, I see culture plays a really big piece, and it would be part of your success model.
Yeah.
Running a business with almost 500 employees, everybody having a consistent culture sometimes can be difficult. How do you think, what's the best advice you have to create that winning culture within any organization, be it race car driving or being a car dealer?
And in fairness, I hear the word culture all the time. It is, as you mentioned earlier, one of the buzzwords. But culture in my sport isn't some abstract concept, but it's something that has to be encoded into the DNA of all the team players. And in Formula One, what I say to people, it's not just a culture of success. It's not just a culture of winning. It's a culture of extraordinary. Where do you think extraordinary lives? That's the key. And giving people the choice of whether they would like to operate at the extraordinary level, have them buy into it, is the key. I call it Culture Formula One, WON. It's not magic. It's very simple. And when you understand what it's like to operate right on the edge of what might be possible, within the culture of extraordinary, you get the best from yourself. And isn't it great to think everybody that goes to their place of business, to their job, will have the opportunity to become the very best they can be? And that's the key. You can't tell somebody, I want you to behave this way. No. You say to them, look, here's the personal advantage to you. If you adapt this culture, it's now up to you. You have the choice. And choice is one of the most powerful words in the English language, because the greatest power we all possess is the power to choose. Choose whether I personally want to be the very best I can be. And if you get people to buy into that and they become the very best they can be, you've succeeded.
Wow. Derek Daly, your book and your new autobiography, Serial Survivor, is the book I'm going to be taking on vacation. DerekDaly.com. You are absolutely amazing, and thank you for being on Car Stars and everything in between.
My pleasure.
The preceding was paid for by Schultz Ford. Information on the program was intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. KDKA Radio does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information heard on the preceding program. The preceding program was pre-recorded.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
I'm with Joe Potocznik from JP Roofing and Siding, a platinum preferred contractor from Owens Corning. Joe, what does that mean?
It's an elite status. We earn that by using Owens Corning products to qualify for the platinum preferred warranty. That's a 50-year warranty on the materials and 25-year on the labor, 100%.
That's the upper 1% in America after 45 years, Joe. Congratulations.
Thank you, Larry.
Call JP Roofing and Siding, 412-829-7711.
Did you see that UFO last night?
Is it real or is it AI?
How about the aircraft carrier floating down the river?
Nowadays, it's tough to determine what's legit and what to believe.
I know it's true because it was all over my feed last night.
But when it comes to news, depend on Pittsburgh's original news source since 1920. The Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Battles aren't won solely on the field. That's a common misconception. Battles are won within, over enemies of fear, enemies of doubt. In that place where promises are kept. Promises to oneself.
This is a physical training event!
Promises to one's community.
Helping people move debris out of their house.
Promises to one's country. In the heart of every Marine, you'll find a promise. A promise forever kept. A promise of battles won.
Being diagnosed with leukemia, lymphoma, myeloma, or one of over 100 other types of blood cancer makes people want more time to do the things they love. We are Blood Cancer United. We do the most for more people with blood cancer. Join us at bloodcancerunited.org.
At Habitat for Humanity, we believe home is where you find peace, stability, and safety. But 1 in 3 people on Earth woke up today without a good home. Let's open the door to opportunity. Visit Habitat.org to learn more. That's Habitat.org.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
ABC News, I'm Mike Dubusky. The White House tells ABC that all options are still on the table when it comes to Iran, despite a report from the New York Times which found President Trump was stepping back from a plan to increase military action there on account of an already strained supply of defensive weaponry. Maine Democrats have selected Troy Jackson as their pick to replace Graham Plattner in this fall's Senate midterm.
They're hoping Troy Jackson brings some stability to the campaign, but even winning there won't be close to enough. Realistically, Democrats need to win Maine and North Carolina. Then they need upsets in a few deep red states, Ohio, Iowa, even maybe Texas or Alaska. But none of that would likely matter, in all likelihood, if the Democrats don't hold their ground elsewhere.
ABC's Washington bureau chief Rick Klein, 100 days now until the midterms. And police in Germany now say the 21-year-old they think is responsible for yesterday's car ramming attack on a pride parade sought to join the Islamic State. This is ABC News.
Paid for by D'Onofrio Law Office PC. Information on the program was intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information heard on the preceding program.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Welcome to estate planning during these uncertain times. I'm attorney John D'Onofrio. I'm located in Pittsburgh, and I have been practicing law for 40 years, the last 37 years right here in Pennsylvania. My practice is limited to estate planning and asset protection. My goal for every client is to make certain that they have the proper estate planning documents. The way that I achieve the goal is to take the following steps. I offer everyone who contacts my office an initial complimentary consultation. At the meeting, I discuss the various aspects of estate planning. I find out the needs, goals, and objectives of the person. I find out what type of assets the person has and what the value of the estate is. Of course, I answer all of the person's questions. After that, I give my professional opinion as to which documents would best serve the person and protect their assets. Then and only then do I quote them a fair and reasonable fee. Person may retain me or not. I do not sell services, rather I give options. You may need a simple will, or you may need a more advanced estate planning, such as revocable trust. Again, I explain the different types of estate planning documents, answer your questions, give my professional opinion as to which documents I feel will best suit your needs, but then you decide on how you would like to proceed. If you don't already have a living trust to protect your house and other hard-earned assets from the probate process, it's not entirely your fault. There is a lot of information out there, and it can be confusing. Many times, that information overload keeps you from taking action. That's okay. I'm here to help. If you've been concerned about the past and that it's too complicated to create a living trust, I want to put those fears to rest. I will properly and efficiently create the legal documents of your choice. For you, planning ahead can be gratifying and empowering. If you don't already have a living trust to protect your house and other hard-earned assets from the probate process, it's not entirely your fault. There is a lot of information out there, and it can be confusing. Many times, that information overload keeps you from taking action. That's okay. I'm here to help you. If you've been concerned in the past that it's too complicated to create a living trust, I want to put those fears to rest. I will properly and efficiently create the legal documents of your choice specifically for you. Planning ahead can be gratifying and empowering. You just need the right attorney to guide you. The government wants you to think that doing nothing is easier and cheaper than creating a good, solid estate plan. I'm here to tell you that they are wrong. They have their own reasons to make you think that, but it's not quite true. If you ever thought the government wants you to go through the legal process when settling your estate, You are correct. Families in Pennsylvania spend millions of dollars each year going through the probate process in Pennsylvania. If you avoid probate, the government doesn't benefit from you. They want a share of your children's inheritance, just like the IRS wants a share of your income. There are approximately 7,000 probate cases in Allegheny County annually, at a very conservative average of only $600 in costs and fees such as filing fees, recording fees, and inventory fees, collected per case. That is $4,200,000 per year. This does not count ancillary fees for will contests and secondary petitions and other ancillary filings. And that's just one county in Pennsylvania. There are 67 counties in Pennsylvania. What is 67 times $4.2 million, you ask? Well, I just so happen to have done the math for you. It is a staggering $281,400 in probate costs going to the county rather than to your loved ones. That's one crazy number. My goal is to help you keep your assets away from the government. Estate planning is part legal planning and part financial planning if you truly want to protect your assets the proper way. Because of this, I associate with professionals in the financial services field who will review your investments at no charge and make any suggestions on how to properly protect your life savings from the ups and downs of the marketplace, as well as assist you with protecting your assets from Pennsylvania inheritance tax and capital gains taxes where possible. Of course, there is nothing wrong with paying taxes. However, there is something wrong with paying too much tax when the amount could have been reduced or avoided with proper planning. Are you beginning to see a pattern? It costs money to die, money that you worked a lifetime to make and to save, money that should go to your loved ones and not to the county or the PA Department of Revenue or to the Internal Revenue Service. When you file your income tax every year, you don't just say, "Here's what I made, take what you want." Of course you don't. So at the time of death, why should you say, "Here is what I saved after a lifetime of hard work, take what you want, and give the scraps to my children"? No, that would be absurd. So, just like when you file your taxes and you take every deduction and credit that the Internal Revenue Code allows you to take, and you pay the least amount of income tax that you may legally pay, you have the same option when it comes to paying the government when you die. All that you're doing is properly planning, properly legally planning. The probate process in Pennsylvania is very simple. It's just that it can also be expensive. Not the process itself, but the result of going through the process. If you have a last will and testament, you go through the probate process. If you have a living trust, you do not go through the probate process. That is correct. A living trust avoids the probate process. Here is an example of how I can help you. A lady owns a house that she bought in 1995 for $300,000. She is now an elderly lady, so she puts her son's name on the deed with her. Why? Because her friends did the same thing. By placing her son's name on the deed, she made a gift to her son. He didn't pay her 1 penny. When she died, the house was valued at $650,000. The son sold the house for $650,000, and moved to Las Vegas. Sounds pretty good for the son. Wrong. Because the house was titled jointly in both the mother's and the son's names, and the son didn't pay fair market value for his portion of the house, the son had to pay capital gains tax on the $350,000 increase from the original purchase price of $300,000 and the sales price of $650,000. Just because of the way that the house was titled, the son ended up owing $52,500 in capital gains tax to the IRS. Could this have been avoided? Of course. How? By use of a trust. Keep listening and find out exactly how this works. The right type of trust may lower and in some cases eliminate inheritance tax. The amount of money that various government entities collect due to people failing to properly plan their estates is staggering. Don't be a statistic. If you fail to plan, then plan on failing. It is legal to use trusts in Pennsylvania to lower or eliminate capital gains tax and inheritance tax. Just make certain that you are using the proper type of trust. As I already stated, when you file your income tax every April 15th, you take as many deductions and claim as many credits as you legally are allowed within the four corners of the Internal Revenue Code. Why? Because you want to lower your taxes. The same concept holds true for estate planning. By using proper legal estate planning documents and strategies, you are simply protecting your hard-earned assets and lowering the taxes, court costs, and legal fees that your loved ones will have to pay when you pass away. Okay, it's time for the legal disclaimer. In this radio program, you will learn general information about estate planning, trusts, probate in Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania inheritance tax, and capital gains tax, among other estate planning concepts and strategies. Of course, I won't cover every aspect of these topics, as that would be impossible to do in this short format. The information contained herein is not legal advice and doesn't create an attorney-client relationship between you and myself, Attorney John A. D'Onofrio, or my law office, D'Onofrio Law Office, PC. The stories and examples in this radio program are for informational purposes only and do not mean that they will apply to your specific personal situation. Okay, lawyer stuff is out of the way. Now back to the show and let's see what's in it for you. But before we do, 1, 2, 3. My main goal for this program is to hold you by the hand and walk you through some simple concepts that will save your family tens of thousands of dollars, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars, in unnecessary attorney's fees, inheritance taxes, and capital gains taxes. When you retain my services, my goal isn't to provide you with a stack of legal documents. No, it's to provide you with peace of mind. You will gain peace of mind by having an estate plan drafted specifically for you based on your particular needs, goals, and objectives, as well as based on the type of assets you have and the value of those assets. If you're not sure what type of trust can help you and your family, I'll help you make that decision. Also, please understand this. I am a firm believer that some clients just need a simple last will and testament, a general durable power of attorney, and a healthcare directive. As I stated earlier, this is not cookie cutter. As such, I want to make certain that you have the legal documents that you need, not legal documents that the internet tells you that you must have. In fact, I have thousands of clients who just have a simple will. Of course, I have thousands of clients who have various types of trusts. Preparing for incapacitation or death is all about planning. I will show you how to plan the proper way, painlessly and efficiently at a fair and reasonable cost. Before I go any further, who am I? Again, I'm Attorney John D'Onofrio, and I'm a well-established and recognized attorney located in Pittsburgh. My law office is located in Foster Plaza in the Green Tree area of Pittsburgh, and I serve Pittsburgh and the surrounding areas including Allegheny County, Beaver County, Butler County, and Washington County, as well as most of Western Pennsylvania. If my office is not convenient to you, don't stop listening, because, like an old-fashioned country doctor, I make house calls. If you'd like to schedule your complimentary estate planning consultation, call me at 412-928-2068. My phones are answered 24 hours per day, every day of the year. If I'm not in, my answering service will send me a text and an email with your message. So no worries. I will call you back as soon as practical and schedule your complimentary appointment, which is the first step on the road to peace of mind. I can't wait to talk with you. I truly love what I do, and I enjoy meeting new people and assisting them with fulfilling their dreams of a better life for their family by properly planning their estates. My practice focuses on estate planning and the settlement of estates, including, but not necessarily limited to, wills, powers of attorney, healthcare directives, living trusts, residence trusts, special needs trusts, guardianships, probate matters, estate settlement, and of course, trust settlement. Okay, let's really get started. First off, how do you own your house? A simple but very important question. You probably own your house right now in one of these 4 ways. 1. Under your own name. 2. As tenants in the entirety with your spouse. 3. As tenants in common with a third party. And 4. As joint tenants with right of survivorship with your children. If you own your own house under your own name, you probably thought your family would automatically become the owners of your house when something happens to you. The truth is, they won't. They would be forced to go through the probate process and might waste dollars that would have otherwise been inherited by them if your estate was properly planned. If you own your house with your spouse, yes, probate will be avoided, but only for the time being. When the second spouse dies, that is when the house will go through the probate process. If you own your house as tenants in common with a third party, you guessed it, take it to probate. If you own your house as joint tenants with right of survivorship with your children, or with anyone else for that matter, the first ones to die avoid probate. The last to die gets the golden ticket. One of the best ways to avoid the probate process and keep 100% control of your assets is by using a living trust. Also, the way your house is titled will influence whether or not your loved ones will have to pay capital gains tax when they sell the house at the time of your death. This is very crucial. A lot of families don't know how expensive the probate process can be and think, what's so bad about probate? Isn't probate easy in Pennsylvania? Well, as a matter of fact, it is easy. Indeed, it's very easy, but there are still expenses involved. So the question becomes, how much would it cost if you don't have a living trust to avoid the probate process? Legal fees to probate an estate must be fair and reasonable, but they are still expensive. How much you end up paying during the probate process depends in most cases on the value and nature of your assets. Based on the value of your home at a modest $275,000, a $125,000 bank account, $300,000 brokerage account, a $235,000 IRA for one spouse, and a $135,000 IRA for the other spouse, the legal fees may be in the $25,000 to $35,000 range, plus the Register of Wills fees and costs as outlined above. Those fees and costs equal a year's worth of child care or a good portion of college tuition for one of your kids. You're probably thinking, I'm still young and healthy. I plan on living well into my 80s and 90s. I can do this later. Well, unfortunately, death and dying is not just for the elderly. Sadly, we have all heard the stories of infants dying from crib death. A 3-year-old plays in the driveway and the unimaginable happens. A 12-year-old drives her bike in the street and gets hit by an automobile and dies. A 20-year-old drinks and drives and tragedy occurs. A lady in her 30s dies from breast cancer. A man in his 50s has an unexpected heart attack and dies. And so on and so on and so on. Death and dying is not just for the elderly. When you have a living trust, you are able to set parameters as to how and when your children get their inheritance. As an example, I have 3 sons. My living trust specifically states that they will divide everything equally, but they will receive their shares in stages. A third at age 25, 35, and 45. This stops younger adults from receiving an inheritance and being broke in 18 months. If they have certain needs prior to attaining those ages, my trustee has instructions to pay for their health, education, maintenance, and support from their share and then make the proper deduction from their share. Though they are still taken care of, the money is just not given to them all at once to blow on a whim, such as alcohol, drugs, ladies, and their so-called friends. Some people think, I'll just give my house to my children right now to avoid probate and taxes. That'll take care of me. Let us share a quick story about our client, Jenny. Again, we won't use her real name to protect her identity and to avoid breaking the attorney-client privilege. Jenny is a sweet 76-year-old retired nurse who lives in Ambridge. Someone told Jenny that if she wanted to avoid probate and save a lot of money, she should gift her home to her son right now while she's healthy. Jenny thought it was a great idea because she had a great relationship with her son and knew he wouldn't kick her out of her house. So she signed a new deed and transferred her home to her son. Now, her son is the owner of the house that Jenny and her son are living in. Unfortunately, her son recently hit someone with his car while driving drunk and is now being sued for $2 million. His car insurance policy will cover only $300,000, so he'll be responsible to pay $1.7 million if he loses the case. Jenny came to my office to see how she could protect her house from the lawsuit. I explained that since her son is now the owner of the house, the car accident victim can force her son to sell the house to pay for any judgment. Jenny asked me if it was too late for her son to transfer the house back to her. Unfortunately, it was too late. That would be called fraudulent conveyance since the son is already involved in the lawsuit. You're probably thinking, what could Jenny have done? Well, if Jenny would have created a living trust instead of gifting the house to her son, then she would have full control of her house. But now, Jenny could lose everything and get kicked out of her house. Where does she go at the age of 76? Where will she live? Jenny's story is an example of what happens when you give up control of your house. It's also another example of what happens when you take bad legal advice from people who aren't lawyers. Let's say Jenny didn't gift the house just to her son. Rather, Jenny and her son are now joint owners of the house. The son dies first. Guess what? Jenny has to pay inheritance tax on half the value of the house. That's right. Jenny has to pay inheritance tax on her own house. So the point is, use a living trust to take care of both yourself and your children. Plan ahead so you can keep 100% control of your home today and even in the future while you're relaxing in heaven. We covered a lot of ground today, and it comes down to this. If you could avoid probate and save the cost of attorney's fees, court costs, a portion of the Pennsylvania inheritance tax and capital gains tax, do you think your family will be in a better position financially when you pass away? Well, I certainly think so. If you answered yes to the question above, it's now time to decide between your two choices. Choice number 1, do nothing. You could lose your home and potentially waste tens of thousands of dollars, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars, if you don't properly plan your estate. Choice number 2, create a trust. Consider this a lifelong investment for generations to come. Again, everyone has different needs, goals, and objectives. Everyone has different types of assets, and everyone has a different asset value. This is not cookie cutter. I will not advise you to have a living trust or any other type of trust unless you absolutely need one and can benefit from one. Now, my gift to you, when you call my law office to schedule an estate planning appointment, I will see you at no cost. That is correct. The appointment will be free. You will tell me what your needs, goals, and objectives are. You will tell me what types of assets you have. You will tell me the approximate current value of your estate. I will listen to your questions and I will answer them all. At the end of the process, I will give you my professional opinion as to which documents I think you need to properly protect your hard-earned assets as well as properly protect your family when you are gone. I will then quote you a fair and reasonable fee based on the work that I will be doing for you. You may say yes or you may say no. There's no obligation. If you say no, we simply shake hands and I wish you a pleasant afternoon. If you say yes, I will begin the process of giving you and your family peace of mind. Is that a fair way of handling the consultation? I thought so. So what will you receive? If you only need a simple last will and testament, power of attorney, and healthcare directive, that is all that I will tell you that you need. Again, this is not cookie cutter. Everyone doesn't need a trust of any kind. If it is appropriate for you to have a living trust, I will include not only the living trust, but also your power of attorney and healthcare directive, as well as other necessary ancillary documents. If you need more advanced planning, including the use of an irrevocable trust, I will tell you what is the best option for you based on your specific situation. You are spending a fair and reasonable fee today to save your loved ones tens of thousands of dollars, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars, at the time you pass away. What a special gift for a parent to give to his or her family. During your free consultation, I will show you how to save a lot of money by properly and legally planning your estate. I will show you how to properly and legally reduce or completely eliminate Pennsylvania inheritance taxes due and owing to the Pennsylvania Department of Revenue on certain assets upon your death. And I will show you how to properly and legally eliminate the capital gains taxes that would otherwise be due and owing to the IRS when your real estate is sold following your death. Number one reason why people don't take action. You might be thinking you don't need to plan your estate today because you don't have time and it's too complicated to do it. You're healthy, and so you're just going to wait until you get older or perhaps when you get sick. What if you get COVID?
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
From ABC News, I'm Mike Dubusky. German authorities now say police have shot and killed the man they think drove a van into a crowd of people at a pride parade yesterday. They add he apparently tried to stab officers. One person was killed in yesterday's ramming attack. Dozens more were wounded. ABC's Britt Clennett has more on yesterday's incident.
The following program was pre-recorded. The following is paid for by Schultz Ford. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by anyone.
Yesterday's incident.
Ambulances rushing to the scene. Witnesses telling police not all victims were hit by the van. Some were stabbed. Berlin police say the 21-year-old suspect is known to them. Investigators have not shared a possible motive, but say he has ties to local Islamist groups. Berlin's mayor saying this is an attack on our free and cosmopolitan society.
Police adding today that suspect had attempted to join the Islamic State. Elsewhere overseas, wildfires continue to threaten large parts of southern France and Spain. ABC's Marcus Moore says dry conditions and high winds have contributed to the danger.
These are truly extreme conditions that are helping to fuel these flames so intense the fires create their own wind and move rapidly across the terrain. And that's what's made the fire burning near Bordeaux so dangerous and tricky to get ahead of.
One person was killed in Spain in the fires as well. Today marks 100 days until the midterm elections, and Democrats have selected a fresh new Senate candidate in Maine. Troy Jackson will take over for Graham Plattner, who suspended his campaign amidst a myriad of scandals.
Maine is as close to a must-win as there is this year for Democrats. They need to flip 4 seats to take control of the Senate, and even as the map has expanded, there's still less than 10 seats that most strategists think could be in play. 3 of them are already held by Democrats, so really they can't afford to lose those. In Maine, that's where Kamala Harris beat President Trump by 7 points just 2 years ago. So Democrats just wanted to be on offense, but the collapse of Graham Plattner's campaign, then that scramble to replace him, it's put them in a fundraising and a messaging hole.
ABC's Rick Klein, you're listening to ABC News.
If you haven't switched to Pure Talk because you're not sure their coverage is every bit as reliable as Big Wireless, why not take them for a test drive? For a limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited data plan. No contracts, no commitments, just a great deal on a high-speed network with unlimited data from an American wireless company. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
These days, heading back to school means more than pencils and notebooks. It means laptops, tablets, online accounts, and a lot of personal information moving across the internet. WebRoot Total Protection gives families powerful online defense tools with antivirus, VPN, cloud backup, identity protection, and more, helping keep your digital life secure throughout the school year and beyond. Go to webroot.com/radio and get 60% off today. That's webroot.com/radio for 60% off. Live a better digital life with WebRoot, because peace of mind shouldn't be optional.
After briefly spending some time below $4 a gallon, gas prices are once again on the rise.
According to Gas Buddy, the national average for a gallon of regular gas is once again over $4, prices that are expected to keep rising. The cost of diesel again over $5 a gallon.
To see prices reaching over $5, close to $6 is rough.
Gas prices in California are nearing $6 a gallon, the highest in the country. Prices which experts say, given the hurricane season, war in Ukraine, and historic shortfalls in the U.S. strategic petroleum reserves, could remain for a while. Dave Packer, ABC News, New York.
A controversial move in New York State to ban large gatherings. Rochester just banned crowds of 10 or more in public spaces after 11 p.m. without a permit over concerns about gun violence. Residents of Buffalo reacting.
Places that it's like hotspots should be observed, see what the patterns are.
My biggest concern is just how people would go about doing their everyday things. Like some people have like gatherings like birthday parties and stuff like that.
The move comes after 7 people were shot and another was stabbed during 4th of July celebrations in Rochester earlier this month. And more than 100 million people across the country are under some form of heat alert today, with dangerously high temperatures expected to affect Las Vegas, Omaha, Dallas, and Kansas City. I'm Mike Dubusky, ABC News.
The super summer savings continue at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, boneless pork country-style ribs are $1.99 a pound. In the produce department, zucchini or yellow squash is $1.29 a pound. In our deli, Coons Garden Fresh taco salads are $7.99 each. And additional savings this week, Dasani water, 24-pack, 16.9-ounce bottles, buy one, get one free.
It's happening now at Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Hazy sunshine and some clouds this afternoon with nothing more than a spotty shower or thunderstorm. Our high 82. Partly cloudy and rather humid tonight with a shower or thunderstorm in the area. Tonight's low 65. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to another not quite really sunny Sunday, if you will. If you look outside, and it's definitely not going to be sunny much longer. You and I together, Lenny McAllister, for the next 4 hours here. You know the drill, 866-391-1020. I have a lot of things to talk about. I do have one guest with an update on things. This has been, I've been telling people probably over the course of the last couple of weeks that I have lived 6.5 years in about 6.5 months. First of all, well, hold on. First and foremost, I got to hat tip Michaela. Michaela is new with the crew. Saying hello to her. She's waving to me. She's not waving to you. Don't look for her to wave to you because she's not going to wave to you. She don't roll like that, y'all. Leave her be. I'm being protective. It is what it is. That said, Michaela's here. New teammate. Welcoming her to the show. Always enjoy being able to do that. I tell all the new folks that work, like new talent that works behind the glass, the new engineers, I always tell them, they intentionally place you. I'm not her first show. Most of the engineers I get I'm like their first show. And the reason why is because PJ Kamenchik knows that I'm cuddly, I'm like a teddy bear, I'm lovable, I'm kind, I'm just swell to work with. Now, it may not be swell to call in and talk to at 866-391-1020, but swell to work with. And as a result, he puts them on with me so that they can have a pleasant experience and they can enjoy their time here at News Radio KDKA. Now, I take that as a compliment. Michaela's giving me the look like, dude, I didn't authorize you to go on there and say those type of things on the air. And she's literally looking for a cell phone to call the aforementioned PJ Kamenchik and say, why did you schedule me with this dude? But what she doesn't realize is PJ's not taking her phone call anymore. So she got 3.75 more hours with me and she's just stuck. That said, back to what I was saying previously. I feel like I have lived 6.5 years in 6.5 months. What do I mean by that? Well, I don't even know where to go with this. So I guess the first thing to really go with is when you have an addition to your family, you should go there. Second grandchild born. I think you all remember me talking about that. Little baby Ace. He was born on the 13th. I was born on the 13th. My granddaughter is an anagram of my birthday. She was born in January, but the 31st, not the 13th. So if anybody wants to doubt that I have a special place in my grandchildren's heart, one was born on the 13th, one was born on the 31st. You mix that number around, it's the 13th. They're giving me love even before they can even say my name. So, of course, their parents are like, that's not exactly how we planned it. Stop telling people that publicly. That said, there's that. An additional grandchild. 2 for 2. 1 in 25, 1 in 26. That's definitely a thing. My dad hit another year past 80. He's still going strong. He's on vacation, visiting family. I will not tell you where because, it's a national secret. He's a national treasure. I'd have to harm you if I told you. But that said, he hit another birthday earlier this week. And just being able to appreciate that as a guy that did a lot. I mean, one of the things I love about my dad is the fact that he was a trendsetter within our family. He is a guy that barely got out of high school. You all heard me tell the story. I mention it in a Venn diagram of one, An American Story. The book, believe it or not, is going to be out in less than 3 weeks. It'll be 2 weeks and 2 days from today. It'll be out August 11th. Barnes & Noble, wherever books are sold nationally. You can pre-order the book at Amazon.com, BarnesandNoble.com, and the like. That said, I mentioned in the book the fact that my dad barely got out of high school in large part because my mother did his homework. And that's documented. They used to talk about that all the time when I was growing up. It's also why they were so hard on us to be excellent students. But to see him go from that to 12th of 12, battle through poverty, born during World War II, and do that and raise 3 college graduates, be an accomplished professional himself, be a homeowner, do the things that he did and influence not just me, but also my siblings, but also my cousins and others. There's some shine that I love giving him. I wish that I had more of an opportunity to give it to my late mother. I sadly will be gone 20 years this year. But I mean, I believe in the afterlife. I know she's watching. But my dad's still here, so I can give him that shine. And so on days like his birthday, which he both celebrates and doesn't celebrate, it's kind of ironic. And my son brought this up. The oldest of the 3 sons, or the second oldest of the 4 sons, I should say. He mentioned, for somebody that doesn't celebrate his birthday, he made it a point to take a trip on his birthday this year, didn't he? Which is like, touche. He did. So for me, I mean, even past 75, on his 75th birthday, and it's in the book, for those of you that buy the hardcover copy of a Venn diagram of one, there is a picture in the book where my dad is doing a tandem skydive on his 75th birthday. And that's mega, mega, mega cool. So pretty much since that birthday, I guess 70, we kind of celebrated, but not really the same way. But 75 on through, there's something to be said about celebrating that birthday. And I didn't even get a chance to mention it last week because I was down at Acrisure for the World Cup final and just having a great time with the people down there. One of the things I talked about while I was at the World Cup fan zone down at Acrisure Stadium last week, the second of 2 times I was down there, was this. My son got a chance to watch the World Cup from Cambridge in England. He got to watch England play in the semifinals and in the bronze match in England. He got to watch the finals with 2 Argentinians, which I'm sure was a little bit of a, traumatic experience in one regard. But I have to shout out both my wife and the anagram, our son, in being able to accomplish that. There's a level of pride. I'm just going to be honest. I got a list. I got a list that I got to go through to even start this show before I get to 866-391-1020, because there have been, like I said, 6.5 years of living in 6.5 months. I've already listed an octogenarian having another birthday and kicking and going strong. I've already listed a second grandchild being born with 2 high school sweethearts, college sweethearts, wonderful people. I'm saying this because I know my son-in-law is watching on the live stream, and if I don't say this, then, I'll get a phone call during the commercial break. They are wonderful people. They added to their family. Gorgeous people, gorgeous kiddos. Love seeing them. I wish I could just cuddle up on them today, but they're in Florida because they had the audacity to move away from southwestern Pennsylvania. I digress. And their grandparents. Further digressing. That's a big deal. Addition to the family, another birthday for the octogenarian and kicking and going strong and doing well. And then a kid that, our kid didn't go to Cambridge to walk around and, just kind of kick it. He studied for 2 weeks at Cambridge, at Jesus College, a college that's been around longer than the United States of America. That's significant. Go look it up, by the way. That is really, really cool. That's 3 things in 1 year. And by the way, I pitched the book multiple times over the course of the last 10 minutes. That's a 4th thing. And I will get to that in just a minute because something transpired over the weekend that I was made aware of that really puts everything into this weird context with me when it comes to this book coming out August 11th. So I'm going to get to that after the break. I will open up the phone lines, 866-391-1020. I just got to go through these things because I haven't been in studio. I mean, 2 out of the last 3 times I was on the air, I wasn't in studio. And I'm ending July. I'm ending this month. It will be like, again, 7 years and 7 months at the end of this month with so many things going on. And they're blessings. I'm not saying they're burdens. They're definitely not burdens. But they are deep. They are heavy. And it's been a lot. So I'm kind of sharing it with you if I could. Just all the different things. And again, second grandchild, octogenarian birthday, a kid studying at Cambridge, one of the most prestigious places to study in the world. That's a pretty good year. I haven't listed some of the other stuff that's happened this month, let alone over the last 2 months or 3 months, let alone over the course of the year. But I gotta vent. It's not even venting because I'm not mad. I gotta just let it out for just a second. And you can chime in 866-391-1020 when I come back after the break. But I'm going to be letting it out before I get to my guest at 3 o'clock, before I get to a couple of topics I do want to bring up. But first, I'm going to break. Michaela's going to yell at me. Then I'm going to come back in with tears in my eyes, and I'll continue the show here on News Radio, KDKA.
When you need to talk, we're here for you. Always have been. News Radio KDKA.
Hello, this is Lester Botkin of Botkin Family Wealth Management. I joined Dad and my sister Sarah in the family business after serving 5 years in the Marine Corps. That was a rewarding but tough time, and my sister helped me through it. When I was in boot camp and then deployed in Iraq, I received a letter from Sarah every single week. Every week. She'd make me laugh with her stories about what was going on at home. She even wrote letters to my fellow Marines to encourage them during those tough times. Sarah is funny and full of compassion, and her letters gave me a connection to the outside world that was, well, indescribable. Now, as a chartered financial analyst, I get to work with Sarah and my dad every day. We work closely as a team to develop investment strategies, so when you trust in us, you have all of us working on your behalf. Find out more at botkinfamilywealth.com. BOTKIN. That's botkinfamilywealth.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC.
A small business affirmation from Progressive. Food truck owners, today business will be booming. People will love your new menu and not make special orders. You will not roll your eyes when someone calls it a quesadilla. You will also switch to Progressive to get 30 customizable coverage options and restore your inner peace. See if you can save in as little as 8 minutes at progressivecommercial.com.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Coverage is not available in all states or for all vehicles and coverage selections.
Do you hear that? Asthma triggers are everywhere, from dust mites, pet dander, and pollen, to smog and smoke. An asthma attack can strike anywhere, anytime. Be prepared with quick-acting Primatene Mist. Clinically proven to open airways quickly. It's the #1 FDA-approved asthma inhaler available over the counter. Primatene Mist. Breathe easy again. Use as directed.
Nate Bargatze. It's a lot to have 2 dogs, because you gotta open the back door and let 2 dogs out.
Big Dumb Eyes World Tour. PPG Paints Arena, July 30th and 31st. Tickets available at Ticketmaster.com.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at KennyRoss.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Now, like I said, there are already so many things to just be grateful for and to keep in mind. Now, I'm not even out of July yet, but you'll now see me kind of bounce back and forth. I would be remiss if I didn't bring up the fact that we will be finishing lap 24 in what I like to call a beautiful marriage, what my wife would like to call a very exhausting experience. But either way, it's been 24 years of marriage that will also find itself with a bow on it in July. And, just real talk. Just being very direct, not being silly or anything else for just a second. And I'm going to apologize to some of you all out there. I'm going to get blackety black for a second. When you have two African Americans that have gone through stuff, to be able to get through multiple years of marriage, much less start approaching year 25. And then you think about the things that she and I had done. I graduated from Davidson College. It's in the book, A Venn Diagram of One, at 30. As you all well know, because she was interviewed on Mother's Day here, she graduated as a Mendelian Award winner for excellence in biology this past spring at age 53. Now, she'll be like, well, you know, people might say, why are you telling her age? Because if you look at her, you're not going to believe she's 53. There's an expression that touches to that, and I won't get to that one. That said, that was a major life accomplishment for her. That I got to ride the wave. I got to watch. You know, I had my role in it, obviously. I was her husband, so, I mean, somebody had to cook every now and then. Somebody had to, you know, tell the kids, hey, go to bed every now and then. But, you know, I had to be supportive, obviously. But I didn't do any of the homework. And, you know, the most I know about biology probably is contained to where you put a Band-Aid when something bleeds. She excelled at that. She went to the Galapagos Islands. She loves science. I got to experience that. That was this year, too. So, new grandkid, octogenarian birthday, kid studying at Cambridge. And by the way, he got a scholarship to go to Cambridge. It wasn't just, you know, Daddy Warbucks just cut a check for $25,000, even though it wasn't $25,000. But it wasn't like, you know, he went because, you know, we're bankrolled like that as radio show hosts that have a show once a week. He earned that scholarship. He earned the opportunity. In fact, he went to another conference earlier this year before he went to Cambridge to study engineering. He wasn't studying, you know, finger painting. He's studying engineering over there for 2 weeks. He interacted with kids from 30 different countries over there. His friends spanned from Spain, Argentina, Australia, England. That was going on the same exact time that my lovely wife was finishing up her degree, undergrad degree. You know, and there's a poem that talks about dreams deferred. There's nothing sweeter than being able to find somebody that's able to reclaim their dream deferred and make it a reality. And again, back to what I said about getting all blackety black, to have an African-American couple that's in love with each other, God-centric, respectful of each other, and supportive of each other at a time where, you know, there's been a lot of pushback. Some would even call it backlash over the last several years. I mean, there's a lot of stereotyping that's out there now, nationally and regionally, about the black family, about black couples, about black women in particular. And to see her do that is utterly amazing. So for me, you know, again, going back to the year, had a chance to see my gorgeous, lovely African-American daughter become a mother for the second time. And I got a chance to watch my gorgeous, lovely wife earn her degree with honors. Magna cum laude. High GPA in loving science. And do her thing. Now, I'll touch upon this because there's a black woman theme to this for just a second. Black girl magic, if you will. Hashtag from a little while ago still exists, by the way. We don't talk about it as much. And again, I'll get to the phones after the break, 866-391-1020. But I'll talk about this a little bit more. There were people out there. I interviewed Terry Igioma, my Imprint Mate. So my book is coming out on Frederick Douglass Books. It's a small imprint that's distributed by Simon & Schuster. Small imprint. New imprint. It's only been around for about 4 years. Maybe 5. I think it actually came out in 2023. There's only been 4 books on Frederick Douglass Books so far. 2 of them are coming out this year. One is a slave narrative from Frederick Douglass that was put together and compiled by the Douglass family. One talking about a civil rights activist who was one of the first sheriffs in this small town in the South. I'll have to get you his name. I'll have to interview him, actually. And then there's 2 books coming out this year on Frederick Douglass Books. One, Venn diagram of one, obviously, my book in August. But in July, Terry Joma's book, The Risk Worth Taking, is a book that I highlighted and interviewed her on these very airwaves. About May, June. It probably was more like mid to late May. Speaking of black girl magic, a woman who started her career as an assistant principal that used to cry in the bathroom because she hated her job so much and felt trapped. Brilliant, but felt trapped. Who left her job and became a day trader and became a multimillionaire as a day trader. I got notification over the weekend that she hit number 3 on the New York Times bestseller list for her genre, for her book, The Risk Worth Taking. Now, I had a speech to give in Dallas last week. I may have mentioned that to you all. I read the whole book on the way down. It's an honor to be on the imprint with her. It was an honor to interview her. It's an honor to know her story, and it's an honor to get her book. She sent me her book, and she sent it in this really nice package. She sent a leather-bound notebook with a pen and the book. Gorgeous. If you buy my book, I'm not going to send it to you the same way. It's probably coming from Barnes & Noble. They're not going to do that. She did. Imprint Mates. We got that swag like that. But again, and I'll go into this after the break, and I'll catch the phone lines in a second. To be able to be part of that in 2026, after my lovely wife graduated, after my son went to Cambridge, after, a second grandchild was born, after an octogenarian birthday and kicking and going strong. It's a lot to be thankful for as blessings, but also to absorb. And I'm just gonna get it off my chest a little bit. Then I'll get to other things. I do want to kind of talk about this Caitlin Clark article that Drew Schifino, who also was on the show about a month ago, actually wrote about. And then I want to talk about this Colin Dunlap, Sarah Innamorato office type of thing, because I have an interesting take on that. Speaking of the speech going down to Dallas, I kind of tipped him off that this might happen. Not tipped him off because I didn't have insider information, but I kind of knew it was going to happen. That said, I'm going to the news. I'm coming back. I'm going to Ross and others, but I'm going to the news first here on News Radio, KDKA.
They came from every corner of the country, from small towns and big cities. But they all shared one thing in common. They belonged to a family called Marines, a tough and determined few dedicated to protecting everything we hold sacred. And still, they come. Celebrate the history of those proud few who have earned the title Marine.
Colin Dunlap takes the show on the road in support of the Wiener 100 race at EQT Park. As part of the Bark in the Park night on August 4th before the Wild Things game. 7 races, 7 dogs, and KDKA Radio. Find out if your wiener dog is eligible to race by clicking on the events page at KDKARadio.com. Hot dogs, baseball, the Wiener 100 race, and Colin Dunlap. Only on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
When you need to talk, we're here for you. Always have been. News Radio KDKA.
I'm pediatric allergist Dr. Carla Davis. If your child has asthma, let's take a breath together and talk about it. Does your child need to use a quick relief inhaler or a breathing treatment more than twice a week to treat asthma? Has your child repeatedly awakened at night due to coughing, wheezing, or shortness of breath?
ABC News, I'm Mike Dubusky. The suspect in yesterday's vehicle attack on a Berlin Pride parade is now dead after being shot by police, authorities say. The 21-year-old allegedly drove a van into a crowd of people exiting the event late yesterday, with witnesses saying he tried to stab some of them. One person was killed, 29 were wounded. 300,000 people in Europe are now under evacuation orders due to a growing wildfire threat in parts of France and Spain. And Democrats now have a new Senate nominee aiming to unseat Senator Susan Collins in Maine. Troy Jackson is a logger and veteran state politician and says voters are fed up.
They're frustrated, and I get that. I've been frustrated by politics a lot in my life. What I'm trying to do is make sure that they realize that this is about those issues that we all care about, and that this campaign is not about me, it's not about Graham, it's way bigger.
Today marks 100 days until the midterms. This is ABC News.
This affirmation from Progressive. Bakery owners, you will be loved today. Every pastry will be flaky. Your cake will make a child's day. Your delivery van won't get sideswiped by a distracted garbage truck driver. But if so, breathe easy, knowing you'll get back to business quickly with Progressive protecting your commercial auto. See if you can save in as little as 8 minutes at progressivecommercial.com.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Do you hear that? Asthma triggers are everywhere, from dust mites, pet dander, and pollen, to smog and smoke. An asthma attack can strike anywhere, anytime. Be prepared with quick-acting Primatene Mist. Clinically proven to open airways quickly. It's the #1 FDA-approved asthma inhaler available over the counter. Primatene Mist. Breathe easy again. Use as directed.
The U.S. Treasury quietly released its official financial report for 2025. It appears by its own numbers, the U.S. government seems insolvent. It's reported that the Treasury shows about $6 trillion in assets and over $47 trillion in liabilities. Add it all up, and it looks like the U.S. owes more than $130 trillion it doesn't have. If that were a family, they'd earn $52,000 a year, spend $73,000, and already be more than $1 million underwater. Any accountant would call that insolvent. So how does the government fix this? It can print money, which erodes your purchasing power, it can raise taxes, or it can cut benefits. And none of those can help to protect you. That's why many people who have something to lose move part of their savings into physical gold and silver, assets that can't be printed, defaulted on, or voted away. Call Monetary Gold at 877-NOW-GOLD for their complimentary gold and silver guide and a no-pressure conversation. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. Do it before the next headline, not after. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Tune in this Sunday morning at 8 for the Coons Cooking Hour with Rob Pratt and the Coons Market team when they discuss ways to use those fresh, homegrown tomatoes. It's the Coons Cooking Hour, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Sunshine and some clouds this afternoon with a spotty shower or thunderstorm, high 82. Partly cloudy tonight, a shower or thunderstorm in the area, low 65. For tomorrow, intervals of clouds and sun, warm and humid with an afternoon thunderstorm, high 85. For AccuWeather, I'm Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, let me go and try to get to some of these phone lines. Because, again, if I sit here and just talk about this year, I mean, I wrote down a lot of different things. I literally told my lovely wife, I probably could do this for 4 hours. Some of it's mind-blowing. I mean, I'm still a kid from Penn Hills. I mean, I'm not a kid. You can go hit La Googla and figure out how old I am. But, a lot of times, your identity shapes how you view these opportunities. And sometimes it keeps you humble, which is great. Some people need a lot more of that. Sometimes it makes you haughty. And as we well know, there are some people that they don't need help doing that. But as all these things pile up, and again, I mean, look, Dad's birthday, anniversary month. I mean, people have anniversaries. People have birthdays. Not everybody's kid travels overseas and studies for 2 weeks in high school. By the way, this is not a 21-year-old college junior. He's a 16-year-old. That matters. 2 conferences over the course of 4 weeks. 1 in D.C., 1 in Cambridge. Then, of course, it's not every day that a mother and a grandmother, over the course of 12 months, travels to South America, studies abroad. I mean, yes, she went to the Galapagos Islands. She wasn't just visiting down there either. You don't visit places just to be visiting places where there's no indoor plumbing. You either like camping, which she doesn't, or you're going to study something or experience something significant that not everybody does. In her case, it was studying the ecology. It's studying the biology and the marine life down there, which she got a chance to do. Fulfilled a lifelong dream. Something she wanted to do since she was a teenager. She did as a grandmother. By the way, I put that in my speech in Dallas. They stopped throwing tomatoes at me when I said that line. Now, this speech went well. I'm very thankful for to have the opportunity to be down at the Teachers Freedom Summit down in Dallas, Texas. Last Thursday is when I gave the speech. So not 3 days ago, but 9 days ago or 10 days ago. Very cool opportunity. But I say all that to say just a lot of compiling of this, that, and the other that's been going on. And I haven't even gotten through the whole list quite yet. I have some things I want to share over the next couple of weeks. I will share them after I go to the phone lines at 866-391-1020. Going to Ross in Braddock. He is now on KDKA.
You hear me okay? I'm outside.
I can hear the train. Okay.
Yeah,
how's that start?
Hey, I'm in the water.
Do you have the Quad City DJs with you? Come on, ride that train. Oh, you probably don't know that song. That's okay.
Well, since you're Pittsburgh, in the waterfront under the Homestead Bridge.
So that would do it.
You kind of know
that would do it.
You had the bad time, but But if you know where I'm sitting, you know that you won't hear any more horns because there's one going inbound and there's one going outbound. Yep. So I have a few minutes. I want to talk about your book. Oh, did you get the mail I sent you?
I have to look. I got here late today. I will have to look.
Man, when you read it, well, I'll just say, it's years ago, I said, maybe I'll just write a short story. It's hard to believe, but think so. I wrote you a copy. It's old. Well, about me and my, I have a lifelong, hopefully a little longer, lifelong affair with the number 13.
Yep, you and I've talked about that.
It's tight. Okay, since you didn't, being an Alicia Keys fan and wanted to get your book, I said, it's fine to know. Her last 2 books, her life story, and I was surprised, and even Cynthia was surprised. I read that. I'm a failure. I read that book relatively fast for me at my age. I don't like to, but I do. And you say you're on the board of the Pittsburgh Courier. I suspect if someone keeps saying periodically, and you know who the talk host who inspired me to find after all these years, of all the subscriptions that I should have, Dad at Coast Gazette, at the house, plenty of reading material at the office, the management, part of Memphis, JNL, downtown, not Gateway Plaza. I have a subscription to the new Pittsburgh Courier. Very right, the new Pittsburgh Courier. So, long story short, I'm looking forward to getting your book on August 11th, the same place I bought the last 2 publications that Miss Keys put out. Now, I'm an audiophile, but I didn't need the audio portion of the audio version.
Ross, I have. I would be honored if you bought the hardback. I think that just being very, very selfish. I really like the cover that the team and I put together for that. I think it's symbolic. I mean, it has Pittsburgh Bridge, Chicago Bridge, Lake Norman shorefront. It talks about the 3 most important places I've lived in my life. or spent. I mean, it's pretty much where I spent all my time. But there's an audio book if you want it.
The reason I came here today.
Okay.
I came here today because Alicia Keys put out a 20th anniversary of her first one.
Okay.
Jill Scott just decided it's time, and I want to get the Stones' second new release. I have the first one. I got her books here. I said, and I got a couple of CDs of hers. So, of course, if I don't come on the 11th just for the book, why don't I, because I was going to try to get all three. I tried to get the CDs today. They may get, because they never know, when they will get the second new release of the Rolling Stones. So I said, I know I'll get one, really. No, struck out on the CDs, but I did say, instead of going on the 11th to get his book and the CDs, let me go early. I went early, and now I know I'll probably go to the exchange sometime this week, and that's what I wanted to do. I'm sorry I interjected, but I had to cut the backstory and again apologize to Marty and his former producer when they were doing a talk show. Oh, and I'll end on this. Sometimes you get what you wish for. Nowadays, if the phones go down, you'll get to do pretty loud talking if it happens during someone's show. Now, of course, that's not specific to you, but be careful for what you wish for, because you actually may, because there's phone line trouble, they can't take calls, and it's happened recently, like a 4-hour break. I don't know. You set a record for doing, say something happened in Network 8, and just as the 6th minute after the hour hits, that you can't take calls from us. I hope it doesn't happen, but then again, boy, that sure will be fun to listen to.
Well, Ross, I appreciate your phone calls, always, kind sir. And yeah, if the phone lines don't work, I'll figure it out. I mean, again, that's what you get paid for, and it's interesting because one of the things that Ross brought up was the New Pittsburgh Courier, and so as he's bringing that up, I'm writing that down. It's like, okay, on top of everything else that I listed from this year, and again, real talk, I'm looking forward to Christmas. Christmas, I think things will slow down. Christmas, I think I'll be able to take a week and just sit. 2026 has been an amazing but a very, very full year. August 21st, I've mentioned this. For those of you that want to go to the dinner, August 21st, the New Pittsburgh Courier is going to celebrate their class of 2026 Men of Excellence. I am part of that class. I am honored that the New Pittsburgh Courier would name me as one of those individuals that they're recognizing as a man of excellence in the class of 2026. The more important thing for all of you and for me as well is the fact that the honoree of the night is the one, the only, the Moore of Pittsburgh. I'm talking about Mr. Chris Moore, who's been on these airwaves or was on these airwaves for 30 years, was in Pittsburgh media between WQED and PCNC, where he and I were also teammates. He with a show, me as a producer and with a show. He was on there for about 20 years, I think it was. He was on QED going back to the early 1980s. He will be the honoree that night. So August 21st, if you want, it's a fundraiser / awards dinner. Go look online, go to the New Pittsburgh Courier, go to their website. You'll find a link where you can participate in the award dinner, the 2026 Men of Excellence Award dinner. I will be part of that. That's another thing that I just did not expect this year. So, I mean, and so all these things are coming up all at the same time. It's a lot. It's not a burden. They're all blessings. I'm very, very grateful and thankful to God and to others for allowing these things to happen. But, I started writing this stuff down. I was like, man, there's a lot of stuff going on. And then with Terry's book hitting the New York Times bestsellers list, it's not so much that I think that my book is going to be a New York Times bestseller. It's the fact that when you look at her story, and for those of you that listened to her interview, I was telling Michaela this during the commercial break. She is a former assistant principal with an MIT education, by the way, that loved education until she got the wrong boss, who literally had her in tears at work often. But bad bosses can do that to you. We all know this. And so what ended up happening was she ended up leaving her job, and true to the form of the title of the book, The Risk Worth Taking, for her it was, I'm going to bet on myself. I'm going to become a day trader to support myself. And she did that while she was traveling the world. She was traveling the world while she did that. That was the way she ate, was taking a risk on herself. And the way she wrote the book talks about the wisdom she got from her mother, she got from her grandmother. She learned, and it's pretty ironic, she talks about how the death of somebody really close to her prompted her to take that move. It's kind of the same thing that I talk about at the beginning of a Venn diagram of one. How those things can be primers to do something different. And my point with her hitting that, well, number one, congratulations, that's the first point. But the point that really hits me with her getting number 3 on that bestsellers list for the New York Times, it's the epitome of what both she and I both talk about in our books, which is there are points of time in your life where you have to take a step back and say, what do I want to be? Who do I want to be? And how do I want to live? And once you evaluate that at those points, you then make another decision, which is, do I want to go in a different direction to make something different happen? Or am I okay on this path? Both of the books, now they're different genres altogether. Both of the books speak to that and then talk about how to do it. In her lane, it's day trading, how to make money off of day trading. Certain principles that you can institute that will allow you to be successful. And these are programs that she's taught nationally for years before she wrote the book. For me, it's a perspective from a civic perspective. How to do this, how to be this, why to take a different direction as a citizen, as a child of God, as an American, as a community member, as somebody involved in politics, as somebody involved in education, as somebody involved in economics, as somebody involved in social and civic justice and civil rights. To be able to see somebody take that risk and be successful, that's encouraging for me. But not just with the book, and I think it should be encouraging for you as well. Happy endings still happen in America. They still happen in everyday life. Not always and not at the time that you want per se, but they do happen if you're inclined to take the risk. No pun intended, but I guess it is a pun intended. Terry discovered that there was a risk worth taking. She took it. And when you land number 3 on the New York Times bestseller list after week 1, looks like she won that risk. So kudos to Terry. Really, really proud of her. Coming back after the break, 866-391-1020. Going to Luciano. I got a guest coming up at the top of the hour. I will do that as well, but I'm going to break first here on News Radio KDKA.
All right, it's the weekend, but don't fret. I'll be back Monday, and we'll get the week started off right. Colin Dunlap, 2 to 6 on Monday. Catch you then right here, KDKA.
When you need to know, depend on the news leader. At home, in your car, or at work. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM, AM 1020, and KDKA-radio.com.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide, our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Soldiers and Sailors Memorial Hall and Museum recognizes Pennsylvania's combat veterans who have received medals for gallantry. With this Hall of Valor moment, here's the Education Director of Soldiers and Sailors Memorial Hall and Museum, Tim Neff.
Second Lieutenant George Raymer of Myersdale received the Medal of Honor in Korea on September 12, 1951. Raymer was ordered to seize hostile positions atop a hill defended by well-entrenched enemy forces. He fearlessly led his men up the slopes, and although he was wounded during the ascent, he personally annihilated one enemy bunker with grenade and carbine fire and captured the objective. Unable to hold a position against an overwhelming hostile counterattack, he ordered his group to withdraw and single-handedly fought the enemy to provide cover for his men. Severely wounded a second time, he refused aid and ordered his men to seek shelter. Raymer courageously manned his post until hostile troops overran his position, and he fell mortally wounded.
Soldiers and Sailors Memorial Hall and Museum reflects the valor and heroism that shaped this great country. Consider a tax-deductible donation. Visit soldiersandsailorshall.org for more information.
Here's the latest from the KDKA Community Message Board.
Experience Pittsburgh Magazine's long-awaited Ultimate House, open for tours. Explore a stunning luxury showcase home featuring the latest in design, architecture, and innovation, all while supporting the free care fund at UPMC Children's Hospital of Pittsburgh. Odyssey and McGee Women's Research Institute have teamed up for a new women's health podcast. Understudied asks researchers the biggest questions in women's health, and they're finding answers that could change lives around the world. Tune in where you find your podcasts. Sponsored by Genentech. Obsessed with pizza? So are they at Slice on Broadway. The 2025 winner of World's Best Cheese Pizza Slice is right here in the Burgh with 6 Pittsburgh locations, always serving delicious New York-style pizza, hoagies, and salads. Order yours today.
Details at KDKARadio.com.
Why would a guy in financial services pick a fight with the financial industry? Because in many cases, the system they built works more for them than it does for you. Tune in for a new kind of retirement show with Greg Ayler, now at a new time, Saturdays at 5 on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
All right, Kenneth Manning coming up at the top of the hour. And meanwhile, let me go to the phone lines, 866-391-1020. Luciano, you're on KDK.
Thank you, Lenny, for taking my call. I don't want to stroke your ego, but you're the only talk show host on KDK I listen to. Let me just say this from personal, painful, agonizing experience, not an intellectual experience. I used to be an addict living on Skid Row in Los Angeles, California, and Buffalo, New York, etc. So I know what it is to be on Skid Row and addictive. And thank the good Lord, I'll say it, through Jesus Christ's mercy, he set me free.
Indeed.
And I will be free to the very end until I die. I will never go back to my addiction ever again. I live intellectually. I hear people talk about Skid Row and all this. That's all intellect. I actually lived it. And I give all praise and honor to my Lord in Christ Jesus. I got 2 questions. I lived on the street with a painful lot of blacks. Oh my, a lot of brothers and sisters, very painful, that were junkies on the streets, and they lived in Los Angeles with me, all right there at the Weingart Center, and all up and down Skid Row. I lived with them, and I've seen them, and and it's painful. That's why I'm a heavy, hardcore, anti-illegal mass immigration, because I know I've talked to blacks, and they've agreed with me. They said we don't agree with Donald Trump on many things, but we absolutely agree with him on this mass illegal immigration that Joe Biden did. But that's my comment to you. And
okay.
One last question before I leave.
Go ahead.
I'm listening to you on the radio, brother.
Mm-hmm.
I like your point of view.
Thank you.
I'm not The second question to you is, are you aware that in Mexico and Mexico, la Presidenta de Mexico, Ms. Sheinbaum, she has deported every black African from Africa, Jamaica, Haiti, Trinidad, and Barbados. This is an unknown the American media is not exposing. What do you think about that? And she's keeping some Latinos from Central El Salvador, Nicaragua, and Venezuela, but she has deported. It's on Mexican news. I listened to it. They make no apologies. They have deported every single African from Africa, like I mentioned, and all the Caribbean Africans. And Donald Trump tried to send 65 migrants to Jamaica. Last week, Jamaican president said we don't want them. They sent it to Donald Trump then sent the Haitians to Trinidad, and they would not accept them.
Well, hold on here.
About that,
well, I'm going to tell you this. Here's the whole thing with that, and people will talk about this, and I'm going to break. There's a lot to unpack there. I don't know about Mexican immigration policy. If they're illegal, I'm certain that they're probably having issues with their southern border too, because it makes their country unsafe, especially with the drug wars. But with that said, there's something to be said about the United States taking illegal immigrants that are here and deporting them to a third country, not to a country of origin, to a country that they're not familiar with. That was something that was brought up last year as being problematic with how this administration has dealt with immigration. So if you're saying, hey, how do you feel about the Trump administration taking, Jamaicans and sending them to Haiti, or sending them to Haiti, or sending Haitians, instead of sending them back to Haiti, they're sending them to, I don't know, Colombia, or to the Supermax prison that was talked about last year? No, I think that's wrong. If you're deporting people back to their country of origin, that's one thing. If you're deporting them to a third country as a punishment, then we're now talking about violations of both the 8th and the 14th Amendment. The 14th Amendment applies to everybody. The 8th Amendment, not so much, but still does. Cruel and unusual punishment? Anyhow, after the break, I'm going to get to Kenneth Manning. I'll get back to the phone calls after that. I'll get back to my list. I still haven't even gotten through my list either. But I'll do that after the news on News Radio KDKA.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
University of Pittsburgh head football coach Pat Narduzzi. Have to ask you about Mr. Beast. This guy is worth $2.6 billion on paper. He decides to visit. What was that all about?
I'm still waiting for that check from him.
Okay.
I haven't got the check yet.
Mr. Beast, send the check to University of Pittsburgh football team.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
Tickets are on sale now for the upcoming season of the Pittsburgh Speakers Series at Heinz Hall, presented by University of Pittsburgh, with Anderson Cooper, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, historian Anne Applebaum, financial journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin, former NASA Administrator Charles Bolden, and acclaimed war photographer Lindsay Addario. For information and tickets, go to pittsburghspeakers.org. Sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James.
The super summer savings continue at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, boneless chicken tenders are $1.99 a pound. In the produce department, fresh sweet blueberries, 1-pint packages, 2 for $4. In our deli, plain or garlic Eckrich bologna is $3.99 a pound. And additional savings this week, selected varieties of Stone Ridge Creamery ice cream, 48-ounce cartons, $2.99 each.
At Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
News, weather, traffic, and business. Now more than ever, we're the station you can trust for the information you need. KDKA, your source for the AccuWeather forecast. Hear it on News Radio KDKA, the source you trust for news and information that matters. News Radio KDKA. Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
From ABC News, I'm Mike Dubosky. German police have shot and killed a man suspected to have carried out a vehicle attack on a pride parade this weekend. Authorities add the man, who apparently tried to join the Islamic State, allegedly tried to stab officers before they opened fire. One person was killed in yesterday's attack. The war in Iran is now in its 6th month, with President Trump recently indicating he's considering a major escalation. But the New York Times now reports the administration is holding off. Here's ABC's Stephen Portnoy.
There appears to be a lack of clarity on the president's strategy this Sunday. The New York Times reports that President Trump has decided for now not to intensify the strikes on Iran, in part because, according to this report, there's a concern about the stockpile of Patriot missile interceptors. Now, in response to this report, the White House tells ABC News that all options are available to the president and that, quote, it would be wise for Iran to work toward a negotiated deal. Otherwise, in the words of the communications director, Stephen Chung, Iran knows what will happen.
It all comes as the public support for the war in Iran is flagging.
This war is increasingly unpopular with the American people. According to a recent Washington Post Ipsos poll, only 29% approve of Trump's handling of the war, while 69% disapprove.
ABC's chief global affairs anchor Martha Raddatz. The war, especially the increased oil costs that have resulted from it, looms large over this fall's midterms.
That all-important Senate race in Michigan, one of the last major primaries to be held, coming up just a week from Tuesday. Progressive candidate Abdul Al-Sayed has endorsements from the heavy hitters of progressive politics, AOC, Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren, Ro Khanna, and he's up against Congresswoman Haley Stevens, who just landed the endorsement of the state's governor, Gretchen Whitmer, plus the senator that she is running to replace in Gary Peters. And this campaign, it could be critical not just for November, but well beyond.
ABC's Washington Bureau Chief Rick Klein. You're listening to ABC News.
If you haven't switched to Pure Talk because you're not sure their coverage is every bit as reliable as Big Wireless, why not take them for a test drive? For a limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited data plan. No contracts, no commitments, just a great deal on a high-speed network with unlimited data from an American wireless company. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
These days, heading back to school means more than pencils and notebooks. It means laptops, tablets, online accounts, and a lot of personal information moving across the internet. WebRoot Total Protection gives families powerful online defense tools with antivirus, VPN, cloud backup, identity protection, and more, helping keep your digital life secure throughout the school year and beyond. Go to webroot.com/radio and get 60% off today. That's webroot.com/radio for 60% off. Live a better digital life with WebRoot, because peace of mind shouldn't be optional.
Officials in the Northwest say that wildfires have now burned through more than 1.1 million acres across Washington and Oregon as crews there rush to contain several blazes. It comes as dangerous heat is impacting much of the western half of the country, with Las Vegas, Phoenix, Denver, and Kansas City all seeing triple-digit temperatures today. About 100 million Americans are under some kind of heat alert right now. Meanwhile, powerful storms are making their way across the Pacific. ABC News meteorologist Samara Theodore has more on Hurricane Fausto, which is closing in on Hawaii.
Over the coming days, we are going to see it weaken, which is good news. Right now, the cone of uncertainty from the National Hurricane Center has shifted a little farther north. So hopefully this continues to stay north, really maybe just brushing them with some minor impacts. But nonetheless, we got to keep a close eye on it. There's still some time before it becomes definitive.
The State Department now says it's aware of the case of a missing North Carolina woman, Elizabeth Waddle, who disappeared while on a vacation in Grenada. Her friend, Amanda Romano Harmon.
It seems that she went down to the pier and left her towel on the pier and went for a swim.
Authorities are asking anyone with information on her disappearance to come forward. And one person is in critical condition and 4 others were wounded after gunfire erupted at a recreational area in Robinson County, Michigan. Police say that suspect is now in custody. I'm Mike Dubosky, ABC News.
New to Medicare, get covered with MediConnect. Listen Wednesdays around 1:40 to hear Lance O'Brien of MediConnect help you navigate the Medicare process. Simply great, unbiased information to get you the best healthcare coverage. Get covered with MediConnect. Medicare made simple.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding. Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company. The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Hazy sunshine and some clouds this afternoon with nothing more than a spotty shower or thunderstorm. Our high 82. Partly cloudy and rather humid tonight with a shower or thunderstorm in the area. Tonight's low 65. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, I've had this guest on previously. Lenny McAllister, you and I together, 866-391-1020 here on News Radio KDKA. I've had Kenneth Manning on before to talk about his lawsuit with McDonald's, and we have some important updates. Kenneth, thank you for joining me here again on News Radio KDKA.
Lenny, thanks for having me back. I really appreciate it. Love to give the audience an update on where we're at. Literally, things happened right after we got off. I think we spoke in April.
Yes.
Literally, a couple of days later, things started moving. So glad to be here.
So, and here's what's troubling for a lot of people is the fact that McDonald's generally has had a pretty good reputation within the African-American community. We all know it's, the history of and its roots in the Chicagoland, which obviously is a very prominent African-American location. So hearing about this type of lawsuit and then hearing that it actually has legs. This is not something that was put out there that was frivolous. This is something that's moving along. This is something that is both troubling to the average American, but also it's kind of revealing about, okay, there's the public image and then what goes on behind the scenes, particularly when you're an owner-operator. What's the latest and greatest, kind sir?
Yeah, and that's kind of, what our mantra has been so far. We've waited, obviously, 6 years to get discovery started. We thought we had discovery started after McPherson case was ruled upon back in March. McDonald's panicked and immediately moved for the judge to stop discovery again in the Manning and King case. A couple of days later, a couple of weeks later, the judge went back, stayed discovery again. But what he also did in an April 28 minute entry, he allowed us to take the McPherson ruling, the McPherson motion to dismiss ruling, which, by the way, went through. So that case was not thrown out. It is a sister case of ours, and in fact allows us now to apply that ruling to the Manning and the King case. That's significant because the claims were similar. We had a few more claims than the McPherson case, so we're working through those additional claims that we pled that McPherson did not plead. But what the judge validated quite candidly and really said straightforward that this allows McPherson's ruling to go a long way in litigating or deciding our motion to dismiss in the King and Manning case. And so our Section 1981 claims went through. Our contract claim for breach of Section 3 went through. Our contract claim for breach of Section 15 went through. And then we have a couple of claims, unjust enrichment, tortious interference, and fraud that has to be decided on, which we have sent up a submission to the judge who basically said take the first 5 off of each side, McPherson and Manning, and decide what's timely, what's within the statute of limitation, which we've submitted on June 22nd. So we're waiting on that ruling on the additional claims, but it's moving.
So, in long and short of it, just to kind of recap this, if you will, there are 2 lawsuits that are now being leveraged off of each other where owner-operators that are African-American are making a claim that the McDonald's Corporation treated them differently in regards to the substantive issues of support and advocacy that would allow the businesses to grow that they've given other owner-operators. And people don't seem to understand. When you look at McDonald's, there's a big contingent of owner-operators, African-American owner-operators, that have significant sway and revenue implications in urban areas across the United States, including the south and west sides of Chicago. So when you have this type of claim where owner-operators are saying, listen, all we want are similar resources to what's been given to other owner-operators that are trying to build their businesses over year 1, year 5, year 10. There are certain steps that have been standard along the way that we're not getting access to. This again, is not something that, generally speaking, is in the purview or the attention span of the media, but does have a significant consequence. Have I kind of recapped that correctly?
Yes, for the most part, and it's really bigger than that, right, for two reasons. One, the 1981 discrimination claim allows us to enjoy the contract in the same way our white counterparts enjoy the contract. That's huge, right? So if they reap the benefits of being a McDonald's operator, me as an African-American and others are supposed to reap those same benefits. As it relates specifically to the contract claim, the judge was very clear in that we have a contractual right under Section 3 to enjoy the same privileges, rights, support, services, and facilities that are offered to all operators, right? So that's an outright contractual right. And it's a 10-year statute of limitation, which allows us to go back 10 years and now see, did we have the same contractual rights as our white counterparts, in that if there was rent relief offered or given to, say, operator A, who may be white, did operator B, who may be African American, did they receive those same contractual rights? That's huge for this case. For now, to get a comparison for a 10-year window on whether we receive those same contractual rights under Section 3 of the franchise agreement.
I'm talking to Kenneth Manning. He is one of the lead plaintiffs in a lawsuit that is obviously catching some attention against McDonald's in regards to how they treat different owner-operators of their franchises. Let me ask this question, if I may, Kenneth. The longer you do this, and this is the thing that people don't understand about folks that take a stand, that take that risk. I was talking about that in hour number one. Do you find yourself gaining more support or feeling more isolation as this lawsuit continues to get traction in the courts?
You know, it's hard to tell because, quite honestly, when you're inside of a court case similar like this against a Fortune 100 company, you can never get enough support, right? They have money, they have power, they have a lot of influence across the globe. But the 79 operators, and let me correct one other thing, there are actually 3 franchisee cases connected. It's the McPherson case, the Manning case, and the King case versus McDonald's. And then there's a separate George Michelle case in New York that is still pending, still going through discovery. A Hispanic operator who owned 37 restaurants and is suing McDonald's for some of the similar claims. So the support, it's hard to gauge because obviously within our own franchise system, we have been outcast for the most part, right? So we don't get much support there that we are aware of. When you look at the court case, it is taking a long time to get into discovery. We've been waiting 6 years to get into discovery. Been waiting on the motion to dismiss for almost 3 years, 3 full years, actually 4 years. And so when you think about the legal process, you want your day in court, right? You want to be able to let the facts show what happened. That's what you want. And so having a level of patience, being true to your case and your oneself is what we ask everyone in this case to do. We have great attorneys in Lovie and Lovie and the Ferraro firm on both cases. And we expect to get our day in court and have this thing adjudicated one way or the other.
Kenneth, what does I know I asked this question in April, and I'm going to ask it again, but it may have shifted. What does remedy look like? If you get the remedy you're looking for in court, has that shifted now that you've gone down this path further? Your public profile is taking a different type of scrutiny, whether it's good or bad. The level of isolation has probably deepened because of going on with this lawsuit. Has what you consider and your co-litigants considered remedy, has that shifted? What exactly does it look like now as you're going through July and into August?
Again, the case is so huge. we expect our plans to be made whole. We expect that if McDonald's is found guilty, we expect to be made whole. What made whole looks like is very complicated, because when you look at where one said operator 10 or 12 or 15 years ago reaped the benefits of the McDonald's franchise agreement in a way that allows them to grow from, say, 4 or 5 stores back in the 2010 to 12 range, and now have 80 stores and an enterprise value of a business worth $400 million, you say to yourself, could that be me? And so individually, each operator has to understand what makes them whole, what damages are there, what they lost. So it's hard to put a number on it. We have not got gotten to that phase of the case yet, where we get to the damage phase of the case. But from my perspective, being whole, having McDonald's come in and do what's right, which is make up for not allowing us to reap the contract benefits that we legally had rights to.
Let me ask this one final question before I let you go. Again, talking to Kenneth Manning. He is one of several co-litigants on 3 lawsuits that have basically been joined together in regards to a discrimination case against McDonald's and how they treat different owner-operators within their franchise network. Let me ask you, if I may, kind sir, from a professional standpoint, how has this changed how you view the world as a business owner? And then personally, considering that, you are an African American, you are going up against this Fortune 100 company, and you're doing it in a very, very public way. How has your viewpoint on all this changed professionally and personally? Because I think that will give people texture in regards to why this case matters to them, regardless of who they are.
So let's start with the personal side of it. Obviously, in my narrative, I started working at McDonald's shortly after my 16th birthday, a week or 2 after my 16th birthday. To show the irony of that, the executive case, Gusta Hines, Dominica Neal case, actually starts on September 21st, the same day that I started McDonald's 50 years ago. How ironic, right? So from a personal standpoint, it's been tough. I spent 41 out of 57 years of my life in McDonald's. I was forced out in March of 2017, so it's been almost 10 years since I've been out of the system. And to see folks that I mentored, that I groomed, the companies that I ran for operators, their little children have more stores than I ever accumulated. So it's been tough. And in fact, would have never dreamed of being in this position. From a professional standpoint, in any environment, right, whether it's politics, whether it's social work, whatever, folks have always stood up and fought the giant, the David and Goliath a fight, right? This fight was brought to us via the whistleblowers, Vicky Gusta Hines and Dominica Neal, let the world know that McDonald's was systemically discriminating against African-American operators, African-American consumers, and African-American employees. 79 of us decided to fight them. We have gotten things as African-Americans in this country by standing up and having a voice and fighting. Some have lost their lives doing it. And so that side of it is not unique to us, but in order to make change in the world, someone has to speak up. Someone has to fight. And that's what we're doing. And it's been 6 years. We intend to go the distance if we have to. And we hope McDonald's, meets us and gets through what we need to get through and do the right thing. It's a great company when it's run right. The model works when it's done right. When it's not, McDonald's needs to be held accountable.
So, again, it's the Manning case, the McPherson case, and name the third case for me, Kenneth, that people can be paying attention to with this McDonald's situation.
Ralph King versus McPherson. It's King, Manning, and McPherson.
Check out those 3 names. Continue to follow this case. Kenneth, I'm going to want you back on here because this matters, not just from a McDonald's because of what McDonald's is, but also people can't have the American dream if the rules change. You can't say, quote unquote, pull yourself up by your bootstraps, which is, impossible. But I digress. You can't try to pursue the American dream if the rules continuously shift. So I'm going to keep a finger on the pulse of this. I'm looking forward to having you back on again. And kudos to you, kind sir, for keeping the fight within you and trying to focus on the right things. And thank you for joining me here on News Radio KDKA.
Thank you. Love to come back.
Thank you, kind sir. Folks, in the meanwhile, 866-391-1020. I will grab some phone calls after the break, but I am going to break. Here on News Radio, KDKA.
Now more than ever, we're the station you can trust for the information you need. KDKA.
30, time would have been 30, no, would have been 30, being 30, been 29, if that'll help, been 29,000, being 7, would have been 9.
Get ready to bid on the equipment you need in the Ritchie Brothers Northeast Regional Auction on August 4th. Inventory is housed at locations in Pittsburgh, North Franklin, and Northeast Maryland, with in-person inspections available. Bid on a wide selection of construction and transportation equipment. Don't miss this great opportunity. Visit rbauction.com/Pittsburgh to sign up. Again, that's rbauction.com/Pittsburgh.
Hello, this is Sarah Botkin of Botkin Family Wealth Management. I work alongside my father, Les, and my brother, Lester. As long as I can remember, Lester and I have had a great relationship. I'm older, and ever since we were little, Lester wanted to hang out with me. So much so that one time he even let me curl his hair. As we reached adulthood, we remained close. In the late 90s, I was living in New York City, where I was mugged twice. Convinced I had to move, Lester drove up to transfer me and my belongings from Brooklyn to Queens. Twice, he drove up just to spend New Year's with me. And that's how Lester is. Kind, generous, and loving. And he's pretty smart, too. He's the chartered financial analyst in our firm. Dad and I are certified financial planners. We develop plans with your best interest in mind, keeping in touch to review and revise as necessary. Visit botkinfamilywealth.com to learn more about us. That's botkinfamilywealth.com. BOTKIN.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC.
Are you turning 65 and have questions about Medicare? Aetna has Medicare Advantage plans that include prescription drug coverage in Pennsylvania with a $0 monthly plan premium. Plus, the plans include benefits like dental, vision, and hearing. You may also qualify for a monthly credit toward your Part B premium. Call Aetna today at 1-888-76-AETNA to learn more.
Aetna Medicare is an HMO PPO plan with a Medicare contract. Our D-SNPs also have contracts with state Medicaid programs. Enrollment in our plans depends on contract renewal. Plan features and availability may vary by service area.
EasyCater, the workplace food platform, makes it easy to order food for all your workplace needs.
From favorite restaurants, don't forget that.
Who are you?
Tina. I'm Tina. I use EasyCater at my job.
Well, I am the voice of EasyCater. Don't you have work to do?
Not as much now that EasyCater saves me all that time ordering food for the office, with great options for any group size or budget. All on one platform. Just trying to spread the word.
Fine, let's do the last bit together. EasyCater. It's all the food for your workplace.
All in one place. Start an order at easycater.com.
Oh, you're not terrible.
Hey, it's Brew. Between my radio show, filming content, editing videos, and trying to stay connected with family, reliable Wi-Fi isn't really optional anymore. I just need it to work. And that's why I like that with Xfinity, you get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years, guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, Xfinity makes getting connected simple with same-day Wi-Fi so you can get online in minutes. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Your sales team has the talent. They've got the tools. They don't have time to close the deals you need to win unless they have sales with AI. SAILES.com. Sales.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
All right, I'll go back to the phone lines for a little while. Still got my list. Still want to talk about this Caitlin Clark article from Drew Schiffino because it does touch upon the culture, if you will, the American culture. I do want to talk about this thing with Colin as well. And like I said, it's not a tip that I had for him, but it was like a backstory. There's a backstory to it. And I know that it's been going on. It got to the Post-Gazette. But I'll get to that after the break. In fact, I think I'll go there first, and then I'll get back to my list because that's an interesting scenario. That said, 866-391-1020. Dick and Dayton, you're on KDKA.
Hey, I just wanted to tell you I got back from Puritan Bible study, but I was telling your screener it's not too much longer when we're going to have the pro football or the college games. Your Steelers, are they going to look good this year, you think?
I think they'll look pretty good. And what I'm looking forward to with the Steelers season is I have a buddy that I went to college with. My wife and I both went to college with that works for the Colts, works for the Indianapolis Colts. So every time the Colts come play the Steelers in Pittsburgh, we get a chance to catch up. And it seems as though every time the Colts play the Steelers, it seems like 2/3 of the time it's in Pittsburgh. So I get a chance to go to a dinner with him, hang out, take pictures. We did that last year. This year, I think a third buddy of ours that also went to college with us is going to come into town. I think the two of us are going to try to go to the game, see the third buddy the day before the game, and go from there. So it'll be a cool experience if we get a chance to do it.
That's I can remember I was in college, but the only quarterback that ever could beat the Steelers was Bernie Kosar. The Browns, I bet, in the 70s.
Yeah, in the 80s.
They had a 16-year drought till who was it? I can't think. Bernie Kosar. And, of course, around here. Now, are you a big Penn State fan?
No.
No.
I'm probably a rarity in Pittsburgh, but I grew up during the 70s when it was truly either Pitt or Penn State, and I was a Pitt guy.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, here, I just wonder how far the Buckeyes will go. They seem to. I think they'll gel a little bit. What do you think?
I think that they will. I mean, they're Ohio State. They're going to play well, and they got a couple of games they got to win every year, one of which is going to be that non-conference game. Whoever they're going to play that's going to be top 5 or top 10, they got to beat Michigan. As well as I do. They got to beat Michigan.
Yeah, but I thought I'd check in with you, and it's always a pleasure, buddy.
Thank you, kind sir. God bless you. You have a fantastic day out there in Ohio, and I will catch up to you soon. In the meanwhile, 866-391-1020. I'm looking at this list. I didn't even get a chance to talk about some of the things that are coming up over the next couple of weeks with this book. And again, I told you about Terry and hitting number 3 on the New York Times bestseller list, and just seeing the inspiration in it. Not that I'm sitting there saying, licking my chops and saying I'm going to hit the NYT bestsellers list. But, I do got some interesting things coming up. I mean, there's a second article coming out in the New York Post that should be coming out in a couple of weeks. I mentioned that one at the beginning of the month, which, again, that's another thing in 2026. I was one of a few authors featured in the New York Post for the commemorative edition for America 250 in the New York Post, a newspaper that was started by Alexander Hamilton. By the way, I finally got the physical copy that actually printed out. That thing was huge. Just a lot. Anywho, phone lines will be open, 866-391-1020. I'm going to news. Coming back, we'll spend more time together here on News Radio KDKA.
The U.S. Treasury quietly released its official financial report for 2025. It appears by its own numbers, the U.S. government seems insolvent. It's reported that the Treasury shows about $6 trillion in assets and over $47 trillion in liabilities. Add it all up, and it looks like the U.S. owes more than $130 trillion it doesn't have. If that were a family, they'd earn $52,000 a year, spend $73,000, and already be more than $1 million underwater. Any accountant would call that insolvent. So how does the government fix this? It can print money, which erodes your purchasing power, it can raise taxes, or it can cut benefits. And none of those can help to protect you. That's why many people who have something to lose move part of their savings into physical gold and silver, assets that can't be printed, defaulted on, or voted away. Call Monetary Gold at 877-NOW-GOLD for their complimentary gold and silver guide and a no-pressure conversation. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. Do it before the next headline, not after. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
Get a $20 gift card after rebate with the purchase of a select AC Pro ready-to-use refrigerant kit at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
How do airplanes fly? What's in this box? What does this thing do? Kids are curious about everything, including guns. Learn how to store your gun securely and make your home safer at endfamilyfire.org. Brought to you by End Family Fire, Brady, and the Ad Council.
Join Rob Pratt every Sunday at 11 a.m. for Black and Gold Sunday, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer. Rob keeps you posted on Pittsburgh sports with 2 hours of exciting talk. That's Black and Gold Sunday, 11 to 1, presented each week by Coons Market.
While you sleep, there are people you've never met who are working hard to make your morning. People who get up at ungodly hours to make sure you get the information you want. People who dedicate their lives to make yours better while you sleep. These people come together during the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert, 5:30 to 10 in the morning, to make sure you have the best news, traffic, and weather to start your day. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
ABC News, I'm Mike Dubusky. The man suspected to have driven a van into a crowd of people at a Berlin Pride parade yesterday has now been shot and killed, German authorities say. One person was killed in yesterday's ramming attack. 29 were wounded. The war in Iran is entering its 6th month, and lawmakers on both sides of the aisle are frustrated.
Congressman Mike Turner, Ohio Republican.
Republicans, Democrats that are showing their frustration with how this conflict is being prosecuted.
Also on ABC's This Week, Senator Chris Van Hollen, Maryland Democrat, says in March, President Trump said we won.
Why are Americans still getting killed? Why is the Strait of Hormuz still closed? Why are oil and gas prices going back through the roof again?
Having no strategy is unfair to the troops, says Van Hollen.
ABC's Chuck Sievertson. The war is expected to have a big impact on the midterm elections, especially as rising oil prices drive gas prices over $4 once again. This is ABC News.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this ad for your morning commute to wake you up, which could help your driving. Science says that stimulating the brain increases alertness. So here's a pop quiz. How many months have 28 days? What gets wetter as it dries? What has keys but can't open locks? If you don't want to hear the answers, turn off this Liberty Mutual ad now. 12 months, a towel, piano. Enjoy being fully alert.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Planning for retirement isn't easy. If you don't know where to start, join Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors every Saturday at 1 for the Net Worth Financial Hour. Beth shares helpful tips and strategies that just might change the course of your retirement. Listen every Saturday at 1 to the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors. Net Worth Advisors, LLC, is a registered investment advisor.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell & Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Sunshine and some clouds this afternoon with a spotty shower or thunderstorm, high 82. Partly cloudy tonight, a shower or thunderstorm in the area, low 65. For tomorrow, intervals of clouds and sun, warm but humid with an afternoon thunderstorm, high 85. For AccuWeather, I'm Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, before I go back to the phone lines, and I'm looking to see who's called, so I'll save the call-in stuff for a second, because I don't know if these two people want to talk about that. Can I get through the rest of this list, if you will? So to the book for just a second. A Venn diagram of one, an American story, comes out August 11th. For those of you that have said that you will buy the book, I appreciate that very, very, very much. Try to buy it either August 11th or earlier. It all counts towards, that first week of sales, which would be fantastic if we get a good number from there. Speaking of good numbers, I want to say this before I do go to the phone lines. It's been interesting. I do have a second New York Post article coming out before the launch of the book that will help with promotion of the book. And that article basically is an adaptation from the book. Unlike the one that I wrote for America 250, which was a long-form article that talked about the history of patriotism, particularly during the Civil War times, particularly with Frederick Douglass and Abraham Lincoln. This other article is just an adaptation of the book, or a chapter of the book, which is pretty cool. That's coming out. We got confirmation about a week ago that I will be on Newt's World podcast. So the former Speaker of the House, Newt Gingrich, is going to read my book, and we're going to talk about the themes in my book for 40 minutes. That's pretty cool. I mean, former presidential candidate, leader of the Republican Revolution of the 1990s, considered one of the smarter guys in the Republican movement over the last 75 years. He's going to read my book, and he and I will talk about that. That is coming up the week of August 10th. I will be on Citizen McCain with Meghan McCain. That is coming up August 5th. That's pretty cool. Former host or former co-host of The View. So that will be an interesting conversation. Of course, for those of you that have signed up, thank you very much. For those of you that have not signed up yet, the Ronald Reagan Foundation, which includes the Ronald Reagan Presidential Library, will be featuring me for a Venn diagram of one. That will happen on my son's 27th birthday, August 12th, is when that interview will come up. And I have a few others, including XM Radio, that I'll be doing also August 12th. So there's a lot of national hits that I will be doing between now and the end of week one of the launch. So these next 3 weeks are going to be some of the most dizzying weeks of my life, which, back to the theme of what I talked about at the beginning of the show, which you couple with the new Pittsburgh Courier Men of Excellence, you couple with the new grandchild, you couple with my wife graduating, you couple with my son coming back from Cambridge and having that Cambridge experience, being on an imprint where there is now a New York Times bestseller on the imprint, and there's only a few of us there. And then, of course, with all the media buzz that I just listed, in addition to, I just did an interview with with Mo Kelly. You've heard More So Kelly on these airwaves previously. I just did an interview with him out in California. He fulfilled in for a show. Was on with him on Friday. There's just a lot. There's a lot. I really hope that you all will come along for the ride, not just because, the more the merrier as far as I'm concerned with this book, but also, we're all part of this together on News Radio KDKA, and the vast majority of you are from southwestern Pennsylvania. It's not every day you have somebody from this region that's touching these different audiences. I'm certain that, for example, there's going to be an MS Now interview eventually, because Michael Steele and Jason Johnson, two personalities that are pretty prominent on MS Now, wrote the forewords for the book. Michael Steele is still hosting the weeknight. Jason Johnson still hosting on the weekends and has his own podcast. It's just going to be a matter of time when I'm being asked, and I'm going to do those as well. At least one of those shows, if not both of those shows. If not, I think Michael Steele does a podcast in addition to the show. Jason does a show in addition to his own podcast. That might be 4 bites of that apple. I say that less to be beating my chest. I'm not even beating my chest. I say that because, one, it's a lot of blessings. I'm very thankful for that. Very thankful to God and for the people that helped make it happen, including my PR team. And it's a pretty cool PR team. I don't brag about them very often, but, Carissa Hayes and Kelsey Merritt-Roa and Grace O'Grady, who, by the way, Grace O'Grady went to Duquesne, but the other two are not from here. They worked with authors that include the late Charles Krautheimer. They've done stuff with Peter Jennings. They've done stuff with both Obamas and Bush 43. And they're working with little old me from Penn Hills. That's a lot. A lot of blessings, but a lot. Like I said, 7 years and 7 months. So these next 3 weeks, I hope that you will come along for the ride. I hope you will sign up for these events. I hope that you will listen in as well. And, of course, I hope that you'll call in to 866-391-1020 and join me here on News Radio KDKA over the course of that period of time. Let me get to the phone lines. Bishop and Denora, you're on KDK.
Well, I'm very proud of you, Brother Lenny.
Thank you.
I try to clear my calendar. I see you be traveling all over the country. I'm clearing my calendar to be there on the 21st. It's hectic, though, that weekend. Oh, my God. I got to Norfolk the next day and then Roanoke the next day after that. Anyway, that being said, now, I typically like to buy a book from the author at that time of the book selling. Now, if you just want me to buy the book in the next couple of days or whatever, I'll buy it. But you got to sign it. Now, are you having a book launching?
We're actually talking to a couple of bookstores around the Pittsburgh area right now. We're talking to some other bookstores around the Eastern Seaboard as well. So, good.
Why don't you come? If I set it up, why don't you come to the Barnes & Noble in the waterfront?
That's one of the ones we're going to talk to.
Well, I know the person. I asked her, because I'm there. That's my store when I'm down there. And I said, I'm going to bring, because I wanted to bring a couple of people there. And she said, bring them. We'd be glad to have people who author books to do their book signings and or lectures, rather, there, too. I said, well fantastic.
You tell them that you talked to me directly, that I was coming to talk to them this week anyway to finalize some things. So it sounds like we're all copacetic and on the same page.
Yeah, I'm coming there. I'm going there after I talk to you, actually. Anyway.
There you go.
And I may text you the person's name anyway. But anyway, and they even more than happy to do it. Anyway, that being said, the war, this here is and the prices of this economy with the gas and everything going back up. This is just a tragedy to the American people that this guy has got us into a pickle that it's not going to be easy to get out. Now, here's what I do want to ask you before I get to that pension real quick. Do you think that because of his speech 2 weeks ago or whatever, and he keeps this pitiful thing that they gave him an audience at the press dinner the other night, do you think that he is trying to push towards martial law? I want your opinion.
I don't think they would. I think that if he could do anything outside of the Constitution, if he could find a way to do it, he would do it. I think that he's not going to be, to the point, Brother Bishop, I don't think that he's going to be allowed to do it. I think the courts would smack it down, and I think he would get enough pushback within his own administration where it would not be able to come off. I think he's trying to lay the foundation for it, but he doesn't have the support that he thinks he has. He's still, the people that are fervently behind him, they're fervently behind him, but they always have. But people keep falling away. And to pull something off like that, you need a significant critical mass to do what you're asking them to do. And you need it not just within your administration, the executive branch, you need it in the legislative branch, and you need it in the courts. That support would not be there. There's not enough Republicans that would say suspend the elections because you have a point, Mr. President. Even if their congressional districts are at risk of going from red to blue. And we've already seen in the courts that even Republican appointed judges don't necessarily go with what Donald Trump wants, including, ironically enough, even though he slapped more tariffs down this week, including tariffs. So That said, no, I don't think he's specifically going towards wanting martial law. I think that the general premise is Donald Trump will do anything outside of the Constitution that gives him ultimate unilateral control if he were allowed to do so. He does not have as much leeway as he once did to have that, and as a result, he tests boundaries as he always has, but now there are more and more people that are inclined to push back on it.
Well, your friend and the person who I like, Chairman, still thinks that he might be trying to indicate that he's trying to go that way to halt, even trying to use the war in Iran to try to halt the midterm elections because he knows the fate.
Well, he would like to, Brother Bishop, but the truth of the matter is we have too many precedents where wars don't stop elections. 1944, 1940, 1864. You know, there's that 1918 midterm elections. There are too many instances where war does not stop an election, and so that's not going to be the reason, which is why he put out there, if you want to go down this path, that would be the reason why he put out there the election integrity issues that also are not catching the same type of wind or traction that he would like to have. So do I think he would love to do that? Sure, because he knows if he loses the House, he's not going to get anything through. And they're probably going to start impeachment proceedings all over again.
You're right. You're right. And Maine, I spent time in Maine. Maine is just sick and tired of Susan Collins. I think she's going to lose. And Brother Lenny, who do you think is responsible for this $1.4 billion pension deficit in Pittsburgh? I'll listen to you. Who do you think is at fault of that, and what can be done? And do you think the state should come in and take over the pension? I'll talk to you, Brother Lenny.
I appreciate you, kind sir. I look forward to seeing you at the waterfront at Barnes & Noble when we finalize that date for the book signing for a Venn diagram of one. In regards to the billion-dollar blunder, I mean, number one, when you don't have the business environment here and you continue to make the same exact promises when it comes to pensions and you don't try to transformatively change that dynamic, you can't negotiate as if it's the 1970s. It's not the 1970s. That was 5 and 6 decades ago, like the actual decades, not necessarily the amount of years. As a result of that, when people continue to leave the region, and people forget, you know, Allegheny County pensions, you can keep people in the region. If they live in Butler County, it's not going to go into the coffers for Allegheny County. They can live in Cranberry. They can live in Irwin. They can live down south. They're still working here, and some of it goes into our tax base. Not the same. It's not the same. And as a result of that, we spent money the same exact way as if there was no problem. We've heard the alarm bells go off repeatedly, and there hasn't been an adjustment in regards to how we deal with, you know, pension promises moving forward with new employees. Some of the people that are younger, you're going to have to say, I know we promised you this, but we're going to have to do something a little differently, whether you extend the amount of time or you diversify how they're getting paid out or what they're putting in. Something has to change. Now, we've heard of states that have tried to do this. Now, I know this is at the state level, but we've heard of states that have been stubborn in doing this that have almost gone bankrupt, including where I used to live in Illinois. Previous leaders kicked this can down the road, thinking that one big, shiny corporate knight was going to come in riding on a white horse and save this. The way we do things in the region, city and county, must fundamentally change. Part of it is you can't keep the same pockets underemployed. You can't have the same people leaning on working for county government, city government, government jobs, and counting on a pension to take care of them for 30 years. And you're going to have to create something new multiple times throughout the county so that, among other things, private industry can make sure that people have fulfilled lives. If the only way people feel like they're going to have fulfilled lives is through government jobs, which this is what it boils down to. If you're on a pension, you're still kind of obviously getting paid by the county. You worked, you left. The mix has to be better, leaning towards private industry, which if you look at the governing philosophy of this region, it's left to far left. They're not inclined to lionize people that take risks in the private sector to create jobs. They're more inclined to look at them as entities to tax and to lean on, i.e., the parental leave policy. You all can afford it. You're making profits. That ain't going to last very long if you're asking me to keep paying for people to not be here for 18 weeks at a time. If that passes, that's a problem. People will go across the border. It's the legislative philosophy of this region that's at fault. And it's because it's one-party system, no political competition, no ideological diversity, not racial diversity, which there's not a whole lot of that either in this region, but ideological diversity, how to govern, how to lead, how to bring in new things that will build, that will grow, that you trust that will grow on their own and benefit your region without you having to have all of your fingerprints on. Too many leaders for far too long have not legislated and led that way. And as a result, there's been not leadership, but just kind of kicking cans down roads that lead to this. It probably will take the state to get back involved again, unfortunately. And when that happens, who's going to want to come to Allegheny County with their business or live here? Not a lot of folks. And unfortunately, the trends we've been seeing will likely continue. Either we'll have flat growth or no growth. 866-391-1020, Mike the Millennial and others. I'm getting to you after the break here on News Radio KDKA.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us Monday on the Big K Morning Show, 5:30 until 10. It's Steelers Camp Week, what you need to know. Plus, Michael Bartley has a big announcement.
When the weather turns bad, turn to us for the best news, weather, and traffic information from the KDKA Radio Storm Center. Presented by Duquesne Light Company. Larger than light. Online and on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Pittsburgh Speaker Series at Heinz Hall, presented by University of Pittsburgh, announces its 26-27 season. 7 events to challenge your mind, enlarge your world, and make you laugh. With Anderson Cooper, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, historian Anne Applebaum, financial journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin, and the former U.S. Ambassador to China, Nicholas Burns. The series is sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James. Tickets on sale now at pittsburghspeakers.org.
Your sales team has the talent. They've got the tools. They don't have time to close the deals you need to win unless they have sales with AI. SAILES.com. Sales.com is pipeline as infrastructure. Always on, always prospecting in the background. No logins, no data entry, just real opportunities delivered to your reps. The future of sales is SAILES.com.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose. And millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
All right, 866-391-1020. I listed all the stuff that's going on with me, which is really, really cool. One of the things I did want to talk about, and I'll get to the Colin Dunlap stuff afterwards, because it kind of ties into the pension thing, but there's a thing there, and I'm going to talk about it. And I know usually I speak more national, international, cultural. This is going to be a little bit more local, obviously, or a lot more local. But I do want to talk about it, in part because just a little primer, a little teaser. Remember when I said I had a speech to give in Dallas? And I did. And I went to Dallas going on 2 weeks ago on a Wednesday to give a speech on a Thursday. It was a nice little keynote. It went well. The video will be out in a week or so, I believe. You'll get a chance to see it if you'd like. Nonpartisan speech. It talked about, literally the theme of the speech was the patriot teacher. And it talks about how teachers have their fingers on the pulse of American citizenship because they get to interact with the next generation every single day. And they have a role in shaping if people love America or not. And if they know about America. And if they believe if they're part of America. I thought it was a good speech. A lot of people really enjoyed the speech. But it took that approach. It had different historical examples. I quoted Washington, Douglas, Lincoln, Jefferson, Monroe, Madison, Franklin, not Kirk Franklin, Benjamin Franklin, thank you very much. I don't even know, some of y'all even know who Kirk Franklin is. Anywho, but while I was on the plane to go out to that speech, I text the aforementioned Colin Dunlap and said, hey man, just checking in on you because they gonna come. You kicked over a hornet's nest. I don't think, look, by the way, looking at a picture or looking at things, and I'll get more into that after the news, looking into things and noticing things and mentioning it on the radio because you're in the media is not a bad thing. That's not being wrong. That's basically what he did. So I'll get to that in a second. I want to talk about this Caitlin Clark article that Drew Schifino wrote and talking about how the Larry Birdification of Caitlin Clark and how the role of race, once again, comes in and kind of mars what could be really, really good with sports. But I'll talk about that at the top of the hour when we come back here on News Radio KDKA.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
University of Pittsburgh head football coach Pat Narduzzi have to ask you about Mr. Beast. This guy is worth $2.6 billion on paper. He decides to visit. What was that all about?
I'm still waiting for that check from him.
Okay.
I haven't got the check yet.
Mr. Beast, send the check to University of Pittsburgh football team.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
A small business affirmation from Progressive. Bakery owners, you will be loved today. Every pastry will be flaky. Your cake will make a child's day. Your delivery van won't get sideswiped by a distracted garbage truck driver. But if so, breathe easy, knowing you'll get back to business quickly with Progressive protecting your commercial auto. See if you can save in as little as 8 minutes at progressivecommercial.com.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Do you hear that? Asthma triggers are everywhere, from dust mites, pet dander, and pollen, to smog and smoke. An asthma attack can strike anywhere, anytime. Be prepared with quick-acting Primatene Mist. Clinically proven to open airways quickly. It's the #1 FDA-approved asthma inhaler available over the counter. Primatene Mist. Breathe easy again. Use as directed.
When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
Tune in this Sunday morning at 8 for the Coons Cooking Hour with Rob Pratt and the Coons Market team when they discuss ways to use those fresh, homegrown tomatoes. It's the Coons Cooking Hour, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
From ABC News, I'm Mike Dubusky. Today marks 100 days until the midterm elections, with races across the country heating up. Democratic House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries speaking at an event in Pennsylvania today.
Donald Trump and MAGA Republicans told you they'd bring grocery prices down on day one. They told you they'd stop spending money on stupid wars in the Middle East. They promised to bring energy prices down by 50%. And get gas below $2 a gallon. The exact opposite has happened.
Democrats in Maine this weekend selected Troy Jackson as their pick to take on Republican Senator Susan Collins this fall. He takes over from Graham Plattner, who suspended his campaign amid multiple allegations of sexual misconduct. Month 6 of the war in Iran with still no end in sight. The New York Times reports the Trump administration is holding off on an escalation in fighting over concerns it will deplete American weaponry in the area. The White House says all options remain on the table. Republican Congressman Mike Turner of Ohio telling ABC that U.S. allies should step up.
Our allies and those in which they sell energy to are going to have to step up to the plate here. The United States cannot do this alone. There is economic pressure that can be placed on Iran.
It comes as Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu heads to Washington this week for Netanyahu's first face-to-face meeting with President Trump since February. Here's ABC's Stephen Portnoy.
We know that the two speak often. Trump has said in recent months they talk just about every 2 days. You'd imagine that Iran will probably dominate the conversation between the president and Benjamin Netanyahu, but you also might expect that Trump will bring up Lebanon. He's been critical of how Netanyahu has targeted Hezbollah in recent months.
And the man authorities say is responsible for yesterday's car ramming attack on a Berlin Pride parade has been shot and killed by police. You're listening to ABC News.
If you haven't switched to Pure Talk because you're not sure their coverage is every bit as reliable as Big Wireless, why not take them for a test drive? For a limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited data plan. No contracts, no commitments. Just a great deal on a high-speed network with unlimited data from an American wireless company. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
These days, heading back to school means more than pencils and notebooks. It means laptops, tablets, online accounts, and a lot of personal information moving across the internet. WebRoot Total Protection gives families powerful online defense tools with antivirus, VPN, cloud backup, identity protection, and more, helping keep your digital life secure throughout the school year and beyond. Go to webroot.com/radio and get 60% off today. That's webroot.com/radio for 60% off. Live a better digital life with WebRoot, because peace of mind shouldn't be optional.
Some 300,000 people are now being told to evacuate across southern Europe as the wildfire threat there grows. ABC's Marcus Moore reports from the Foreign Desk.
Americans Tammy and Brendan Hutchinson living in a suburb of Bordeaux among the evacuees.
It escalated pretty quickly. You could see the wind shift and it really got thick smoke, and it was real, a lot of ash falling out of the sky.
More firefighters arriving as they evacuated.
When we were leaving Bordeaux, there were caravans of fire trucks and military. They are sending in reinforcements from Paris.
Tour de France race officials say they will shorten the distance by a third on the last day so police can be diverted to assist regions in flames.
At least one person has died in Spain on account of those fires. Complicating matters, a heat wave is set to begin in France earlier this week. Record high temperatures are also impacting the western U.S. ABC News meteorologist Samara Theodore has details.
Temperatures are taking a run to the high 90s, some spots feeling like the triple digits. I mean, Kansas City feeling like 114 degrees. Oklahoma City, 106 degrees on Monday. And finally, I'll leave it here. We have critical fire danger for places like Reno and just south of Burns, Oregon. So be very mindful in the north as well.
And police in Seattle are still searching for the two men who allegedly did a base jump off the Space Needle this weekend. I'm Mike Dabowski, ABC News.
Here's the latest from the KDKA Community Message Board.
Experience Pittsburgh Magazine's long-awaited Ultimate House, open for tours. Explore a stunning luxury showcase home featuring the latest in design, architecture, and innovation, all while supporting the free care fund at UPMC Children's Hospital of Pittsburgh. Odyssey and McGee Women's Research Institute have teamed up for a new women's health podcast. Understudied asks researchers the biggest questions in women's health, and they're finding answers that could change lives around the world. Tune in where you find your podcasts. Sponsored by Genentech. Obsessed with pizza? So are they at Slice on Broadway. The 2025 winner of World's Best Cheese Pizza Slice is right here in the Burgh with 6 Pittsburgh locations, always serving delicious New York-style pizza, hoagies, and salads. Order yours today.
Details at kdkaradio.com.
The following is an editorial by KDKA Radio Regional Vice President Michael Spacciapoli.
On Tuesday, a criminal convinced a woman to deposit thousands of dollars in an ATM at the county treasurer's office. An imposter claiming to be an Allegheny County Sheriff's deputy claimed this woman missed jury duty, said there were charges against her, and the way to clear things up was only to pay $2,000 and speak to a judge later to get her money back. Also this week, the wife of an Odyssey Pittsburgh coworker got a call about missing jury duty. The so-called officer told her to come to the courthouse, and when she refused, he threatened to have her arrested. That's where the call ended. While the outcomes of the calls were different, the con is the same, putting someone in a state of panic. If you have a relative who could become a target, tell them what to be prepared for. Scammers will create a sense of urgency with threats requiring immediate action, and they will demand payment by unusual means like gift cards, cryptocurrency, wire transfers, or payment apps like Venmo. Finally, don't forget the Sheriff's Office will never demand payment by phone or by an unusual method.
This has been an editorial by KDKA Radio Regional Vice President Michael Spacciapoli. To view a transcript, go to kdkaradio.com. The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Easy sunshine and some clouds this afternoon with nothing more than a spotty shower or thunderstorm. Our high 82. Partly cloudy and rather humid tonight with a shower or thunderstorm in the area. Tonight's low 65. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Hour number 3 here, you and I together. Lenny McAllister, News Radio KDKA. Phone lines, 866-391-1020. And I like I said, a lot. It's hard to believe we're going into August soon enough. Yeah. 2020, there are some years that go real fast, and you're like, man, where'd the year go? And then there are other times when you end up having a year, and there's just a lot in it, but it seems to go at a certain pace. This one has just had a lot in it for me, and it's gone at a certain pace. Now, I did throw out Drew Schaffino's book. Again, go to drewschaffino.com. He's a fantastic dude. You heard him here on the airwaves with me. Former West Virginia Mountaineer, leading scorer for the basketball team, professional basketball player. Again, I love shouting out Penn Hills because, after all, that's where all the best athletes in the region came from. I'm sure there's a lot of people that don't agree with that, except for the folks from Penn Hills. That said, leading scorer out of the WPIAL for the playoff. I think he still has like a playoff record for most points over 4 games in a WPIAL playoff run. I think that's still standing. All that said, and his brother played for the Titans. His nephew plays for the Charlotte Hornets. All that said, Drew is now starting another act, if you will, after high school, college, professional basketball. He is now becoming a rather renowned writer online. He talks an awful lot about sports, culture, Western Pennsylvania history, not just sports history, but also some of the cultural history as well. And that's what caught my attention. I've had a chance to talk with him on a regular basis. And he wrote about an article about Caitlin Clark and I called it the Larry Birdification of the WNBA. Because long and short of it, it was, let's just be real, it was a white player that was really good, that was transformative in college, that came into the pros, and made a lot of money before she dribbled one dribble in the WNBA. And now there's this back and forth culturally that's going on. There are people that have used Caitlin Clark as a way to project their own racism. There are some people that have used Caitlin Clark as an example of how and why they project their own views on race and culture from all sides of this, not just white to black, but sometimes black to white, sometimes, from other to black and white. And all this stuff is going on. And what Drew basically argued was, y'all have made something racial that don't need to be racial. Like, for example, people saying that Caitlin Clark talks junk because she don't like black women or something crazy like that. No, if you watch Caitlin Clark talks junk on the court. People got mad because Angel Reese, another WNBA player who played against Caitlin Clark in the NCAA finals one year when she was with LSU, and basically did to Caitlin Clark what Caitlin Clark did to somebody else literally 2 days before when Angel Reese and her team were winning the national championship. Now, part of it was, and people forget about this, and I'll get to the phone lines at 866-391-1020 in a second. People forget that those two young ladies didn't throw race into it. What got race thrown into this was Caitlin Clark played for Iowa, was from Iowa. Angel Reese played for LSU, SEC. Louisiana versus Iowa. You can't get much more different culturally per se, even though rural is rural in some instances, but rural South and Midwest are definitely different. But here's the thing. People forget that the wonderful Biden White House interjected themselves into this. Because generally speaking, the champions of any team go to the White House to have their ceremony with the president for winning the championship. It just so happened that Dr. Jill Biden, because people were disappointed that Caitlin Clark in Iowa, a mostly white team, didn't win, and people voiced it on social media, she tried to take a compromise position and say, you know what? They played so hard and so well. We're going to invite both teams out here, and we're just so proud of all of them. You can do that every year. You're proud of both teams, particularly in college. You can do that every single year. But the one time it happened was when Caitlin Clark's team lost, and people who were projecting their own racial attitudes into that whole dynamic as Caitlin Clark was rising during that year, that came out into the mix. And so once the Bidens did that, and by the way, they had to walk it back and say, our bad. But the damage was done. So there was a whole lot of sour feelings with that. Caitlin Clark came back the following year, was going to try to win a championship then, could not do it. And again, it's not like she's horrible. She was shooting 30-foot jump shots off the dribble and made it look like nothing. She obviously is an extremely talented basketball player. But because we love division in American culture these days, we literally projected all of that onto the whole Caitlin Clark dynamic. So when Caitlin Clark talked junk, it wasn't because, athletes talk junk. Athletes talk junk. They just do. I wasn't a junk talker when I played sports. I was more inclined, people that played my over 40 league will say something different. But when I was a real athlete, when I was younger, I was more the dude that would just kind of like glare at you. I would give the look like, you're really stupid if you think you're going to hit this fastball. You're jumping with me. You're really dumb. I'm about to dunk on you. That's kind of how I was. I didn't really say anything. I just kind of looked. And then I was a dude that you wanted to punch in the face because I would smirk afterwards. I was the guy that would, you get up there feeling like you're going to, catch one and I'd blow 3 past you. And I just kind of look at you after you're walking off with your bat and I just kind of give a smirk like, you moron. There was no way you were going to hit that. Now that's talking smack, but just not verbally. But I say all that to say, athletes have been talking junk forever. One of the greatest trash talkers in NBA history, ironically enough, was Larry Bird. Larry Bird literally told a team one time, I'm saving my right hand for the Lakers, so I'm going to shoot everything left-handed tonight, fellas. And still went for something like 35 points. Shooting almost all of his shots left-handed. Because he was saving his right hand for the Lakers. He's telling professional athletes this and then got away with it. Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan was notorious for talking junk. Reggie Miller giving the choke sign to Spike Lee. I could do this forever. And we could do this across generations. Caitlin Clark is no different, but because we like division, and then racial division sells. Social media and traditional media, it all got baked into the cake. Back to Drew Schiaffino's article. Drew's whole point is basically, you all took something that didn't even need to be racial, and you made it racial. With a young lady, Caitlin Clark, who's not being racial, with other young ladies who aren't trying to be racial. They may not like each other because they're competitors, and they may not like each other. Just go look. Bird and Magic hated each other while they played against each other, and then they found an affection for each other as they were getting close to retirement, and then retired, and then as they got older. Particularly because of Magic Johnson's AIDS diagnosis. That's just how that is. The Yankees and the Dodgers did not like each other. The Yankees and the Red Sox did not like each other. Joey Porter literally chased the Baltimore Ravens bus one time. They did not like each other. It's just how it is in sports. I commend Drew for writing the article and saying, y'all are messing up the WNBA. This could be a beautiful thing. All these rivalries coming up. All these situations where people could really buy into this. You all could be monetizing this. And instead of monetizing it the way you could be monetizing it, instead, you're monetizing it through a different type of division that only plays off the worst of us. Now, I'll say this, then I'll go to break. I'll get to Mike the Millennial and others at 866-391-1020. There will be people that will say, well, wait a minute. How did the NBA grow underneath that racial division between Boston and L.A., Bird and Magic? Oh, well, they saved the league. The league started making money. They stopped tape delaying the finals. Ratings went through the roof. Now, one could make the argument that Boston was great. The Lakers were great. They were two great franchises. Everybody knew the franchise brands. And by the way, from basically 1980 to 1989, one or both of those teams were in the finals. Maybe that had something to do with it as well. Caitlin Clark hasn't played in the finals yet. I don't even think she's been in the semifinals in the WNBA. So there's an argument for that as well. But there's also the argument that, well, Lenny, you're sitting there complaining about all this racial division, and it worked for the NBA. And they caught lightning in a bottle between Magic and Bird from 1979 in the NCAA championship. And then they took it to the NBA, and they had it for 10 years. And then this dude, whose nickname was Air, took it to another level. And that's why these basketball players can make $50 million a year. There's an argument for that as well. But do you have to make everything all racial up in this piece? That, I think, is one of the premises of Drew's point, which is you can get the tension without going down that path. I wanted to bring that up because I thought it was relevant culturally. Because anytime you start, especially with white athletes, whenever you bring up certain things, you bring up black quarterbacks, white cornerbacks, white basketball players, I don't know, black pitchers, black hockey players. People get weird. Black tennis players, the Williams sisters, for example. People get weird real fast. We won't even go into all the stuff that the Williams sisters went through when they were on the rise. How they look, how they dressed. All the shade on Richard Williams. It's unfortunate that something that is pure, sports is pure. The ball goes in the basket or it doesn't. We still are looking at these things through these lenses that we probably don't need to. So kudos to Drew Schiaffino for bringing that up on drewschiaffino.com. In the meanwhile, 866-391-1020. I'll get to Mike the Millennial and others when I come back here on News Radio KDKA.
Your source for official traffic information. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
I'm Ultima Morgan. Morgan & Morgan isn't just an injury firm. It's our family's life work. It's my husband, it's my sons, it's me. When we take a case, we see a family just like ours. $30 billion recovered is something I'm proud of. But what I'm really proud of are the families we stood beside. It's an honor to fight for you when you need our support the most. Morgan & Morgan, for the people and your family.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwyck Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
That's a big deal.
We got a big deal, too. Right, Mom?
Honey, shh.
What's that?
Okay, that Hyundai Santa Fe, I only paid...
Nice.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days, or 1.9% APR for 72 months on the Hyundai Tucson, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry, offer ends August 3rd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Back to school starts now. Get long-lasting battery life on the Dell XPS laptop powered by Series 3 Intel Core so you can work from anywhere. Now starting at $699 with exclusive student pricing starting at $599. Complete your setup with savings on select monitors and must-have electronics and accessories. Limited time deals and free shipping on PCs and more await you at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The U.S. Treasury quietly released its official financial report for 2025. It appears by its own numbers, the U.S. government seems insolvent. It's reported that the Treasury shows about $6 trillion in assets and over $47 trillion in liabilities. Add it all up, and it looks like the U.S. owes more than $130 trillion it doesn't have. If that were a family, they'd earn $52,000 a year, spend $73,000, and already be more than $1 million underwater. Any accountant would call that insolvent. So how does the government fix this? It can print money, which erodes your purchasing power, it can raise taxes, or it can cut benefits. And none of those can help to protect you. That's why many people who have something to lose move part of their savings into physical gold and silver, assets that can't be printed, defaulted on, or voted away. Call Monetary Gold at 877-NOW-GOLD for their complimentary gold and silver guide and a no-pressure conversation. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. Do it before the next headline, not after. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
Get connected. That's the Inside Connection this Saturday morning at 9 with your local Medicare experts from MediConnect. If you're turning 65, hear all the inside information available to seniors on the Inside Connection, presented by MediConnect. Medicare made simple.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Mike the Millennial, James, I'll get to you after the break because now I got to prove a point to Madam Newbie over there. She's testing my professionalism, testing my ability to hawk the clock. I take pride in hawking the clock. You're like, what the heck is a hawk a clock? It's not a hack-a-shack. It's hawk the clock. Basically, watch the clock and get out on time. Which, by the way, not calling out any names, but if you listen to this radio station throughout the week, there are hosts that just absolutely, they don't hawk, they don't clock, they don't sock, nothing. They just go. I am good at hawking the clock, so I'm going to do that. Not always, but when I want to do it, I do it. So I will get the mic, I will get to James after the break. That said, I wanted to bring out, and I'm still going to get to Colin. I got to talk about Colin before I get out of here. By the way, I'll be on tomorrow, as you well know, Big K Morning Show with Larry Richard. I'll be here at 8. I'll do my typical 8 to 9. I will enjoy doing that. I will catch up to him. I'm certain that we'll talk about it being 15 days before the book launches. He is, by the way, Larry is one of the blurbs in the book, which is kind of cool. So we have an assortment, and I'm filling time. I'm going to get to James. I'm going to get the mic after the break. The cool thing about also this book is I have people that range from people I've known from North Carolina, the education community, civil rights community, conservative movement, and here at News Radio KDK, Larry Richard is one of the people that comments on the book, which is really, really cool. It's hard to believe I've been on here for almost 2 years with him every Monday from 8 to 9. So that has been a blessing because Larry, look, he is Larry Legend when it comes to Pittsburgh media. I was talking about Larry Bird as being Larry Legend when it comes to the NBA, and that is his nickname because he was that good. But Larry Richard is Larry Legend when it comes to Pittsburgh media. Y'all, some of y'all take him for granted. This dude is just so smooth. T.J. Watt. And all the other stuff he does on an Akashore. He's been doing it for years. He's just been a staple in the community, and it's been a joy for me to get a chance to just kind of vibe with him, work with him, get to call him a friend, and just kind of watch what he does. Just, it's smooth. Not everybody's smooth. I'm not smooth, per se. I feel like I'm smooth when I give speeches, and I'm generally smooth when I do TV. When I do radio, I'm just kind of being choppy and being silly and everything else. But Larry's smooth overall, and I've had a wonderful time being on the air with him over the course of these last couple of years. And again, I will be on with him 8 to 9 on the Big K Morning Show. In the meanwhile, because I'm hawking the clock, Michaela, I'm getting out at 27. I will talk to you after the news on News Radio, KDKA.
The popularity of cremation is on the rise. Unfortunately, so is the cost. I'm Dustin D'Alessandro, Supervisor and Funeral Director. To keep the cost down, the Thomas M. Smith Funeral Home and Crematory Limited in Blawnox and the D'Alessandro Funeral Home and Crematory Limited in Lawrenceville have on-site crematories. By performing the cremation on-site without losing custody of the remains, our funeral homes can defray those costs and pass the savings on to you. Our fee for a direct cremation is only $1,250. This low-cost, direct cremation offer is available to all residents of Allegheny County. Surrounding counties will incur a slight additional fee based on mileage. Contact us with questions or to schedule an appointment by calling the Blawnox office at 412-828-5700 or our Lawrenceville office at 412-682-6500. Our websites are thomasmsmithfuneralhome.com and DeLisandroLTD.com.
This July, celebrate red, white, and blue along with beautifully made custom window treatments from Lachina Drapery and Blind Factory. For over 60 years, Lachina has been manufacturing custom draperies in their own Dormont factory, filled with thousands of yards of quality fabrics. Visit Lachina's Dormont or Wexford showrooms, tour their factory, or schedule free shop-at-home service. From measuring to professional installation, Lachina does it all. Call 412-665-4900 or go to lachinadrapery.com.
All right, son. Time to put out this campfire.
Dad, we learned about this in school.
Oh, did you now? Okay. What's first?
Smokey Bear said to.
First, drown it with a bucket of water, then stir it with a shovel.
Wow. You sound just like him.
Then he said,
If it's still warm, then do it again.
Where can I learn all this?
It's all on SmokeyBear.com with other wildfire prevention tips. Because only you can prevent wildfires.
Brought to you by the USDA Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Mommy, can I sit in the front seat just this one time? Please, please, please.
No, not yet.
But why?
Because I love you, and you're just not ready yet. Now, get in the back so I can get you in your car seat, please.
Putting your kids in the right seat for their age and size is an act of love. Check that your kids are in the right seat at NHTSA.gov/the right seat. Love protects. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Mommy, how come I can't sit in the front seat?
Because I love you, and you're just not ready yet.
Putting your kids in the right seat for their age and size is an act of love. Check that your kids are in the right seat at NHTSA.gov/the right seat. Love protects. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Hearing the news every day is one thing. Hearing it hit home is something altogether different. That's the difference you hear every day on KDKA Radio. We go beyond the benign headlines and bring the news to life, your life. So stay here and hear the news and what a difference it makes.
ABC News, I'm Mike Dubusky. Democrats making their case to voters with now just 100 days to go until the midterm elections. In Pennsylvania, House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries appearing alongside Governor Josh Shapiro. Here's the PA governor.
With Democrats in the majority, we're going to work to reverse those cuts to SNAP, reverse those cuts to health care, and have real accountability for the corruption that we are seeing every day in Washington, D.C. That's what a Democratic Congress will give you.
Meanwhile, in Maine's Senate race, Troy Jackson, a longtime Democratic state lawmaker, will take over from Graham Plattner ahead of this fall's midterm. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu heads to Washington this week for a meeting with President Trump. It'll be the first in-person meeting between the two men since February. And police in Germany have shot and killed the man who they suspect carried out a vehicle attack on a crowd of people at a pride parade yesterday. This is ABC News.
Summer weight loss, summer small clothes, summer moving, summer fruits and vegetables, summer outdoors, summer activities, summer fun. This is Dr. Bridget Chufo from the Weight Loss and Wellness Center. This is the perfect time to lose those extra pounds and take advantage of the summer months. You always lose the best in the summertime. Call me today, not tomorrow, not Monday, and let's make this the perfect summer. A summer to remember because you will be feeling your best and looking your best. 1-800-900-THIN.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell & Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Sunshine and some clouds this afternoon with a spotty shower or thunderstorm, high 82. Partly cloudy tonight, a shower or thunderstorm in the area, low 65. For tomorrow, intervals of clouds and sun, warm but humid with an afternoon thunderstorm, high 85. For AccuWeather, I'm Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, let me jump to these phone lines, 866-391-1020. Mike the Millennial, you're on KDKA.
Hey, Lenny. First of all, I've been on hold for about an hour and 4 minutes, and sometimes my phone drops the connection after that long. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you just fine, and I apologize for that. We had an interview, and then we had
How do you
the
do
bishop.
This? How do you talk that long?
Well, it's radio, interestingly enough, Mike, is a stream of consciousness sometimes. So what ends up happening is somebody says something, and I'll be very specific to this instance. How about this? You ready for that? Here's the real answer to why you were on hold longer than I had initially anticipated. So you came on, but you called after Bishop. Bishop wanted to talk about the war and the book. I can see, based on what Michaela put in here, that you wanted to talk about Caitlin Clark, because I had brought up Caitlin Clark earlier. So I had to figure out a way to go from where Bishop was between the book and the waterfront for the book signing and the war and everything else, and twist my way back to Caitlin Clark so that I can give people background on why I brought up Caitlin Clark, so that when you came on to comment on Caitlin Clark, it made sense for everybody, not just you and me.
Yeah.
Now, I know that sounds like, man, that's a whole lot of breadcrumbs just to tie me into the show, but I try to be considerate for the whole audience, not just the caller. And plus, I know you have really insightful perspectives, but if it's not with some context, people may have lost some of the point. So that's what I was trying to do, so I apologize for that.
No, I was just joking around, but
no, but I'm sure that people, once you said that, people are like, yeah, why did he do that? That's why I saw in it said Caitlin Clark, and I said, okay, I did bring up Caitlin Clark. If people haven't read Drew's article and people don't follow the WNBA, they're not going to know what Mike might want to say. Let me give some context. So
yeah,
that's why.
No, you're good, Lenny. You're good. And, hey, I'm looking forward to your interview with Newt Gingrich. I don't know if we got time for a quick story. It's not that great of a story, actually. But I actually had the chance to speak to Newt Gingrich on the Jim Bohannon show back in 2021.
Wow.
He came out with a book, and I called in, because Jim took calls every show and with the guests, which is very rare for, national major talk shows. And I got a chance to call in and ask Mr. Gingrich a question. That was a really cool thing to do. But I know, I would be a little nervous if I was sitting down for a whole hour with him, because I know he has a very tough, hard-nosed reputation, especially in the Senate he did. But, do you ever get nervous when you're talking to people that monumental, that famous?
I get nervous talking to everybody. So in So in that sense, no, because I'm just as nervous talking to them as I will be to anybody else, because I take everybody's opinion and status as children of God seriously. The flip side is, am I aware, for example, that yes, I'm going to be doing this interview with Newt Gingrich, who is considered to be a very stout intellectual. That was his reputation over the years of him being in Congress, then being a congressional leader, and then being a presidential candidate. Yes, very much so. But Michael Medved had that same reputation. And was I nervous about dealing with somebody with that level of reputation there? Yes. Am I going to have that when I speak at the Reagan? When I speak at the Reagan Foundation, when we do the event on August 12th, will I have that same level of, awareness? Yes, but I try to bring that into everything. When I gave the speech, it was a 27-minute speech. You better know what the heck you're talking about, and you better be, to me, if you're going to talk for 27 minutes, you better be stately, you better be informative, you better be aspirational. And yeah, when you start putting those type of obligations on oneself, to me, I get nervous. But that's with everything.
Yeah. No, that's a good point. And you're definitely all of those things. I mean, like when I called in last week about, why, a lot of young people that are struggling out there don't have more opportunities, that was one of the best, synopsises of the current situation like that I've ever heard on radio.
Thank you.
That you gave last week. And I'm not just saying that to brown nose or something. I really mean that. And you just have this uncanny ability to make people seen and heard and feel like they're accepted. And not everybody has that on radio. I mean, a lot of radio, the model of it has been based off this anger, hate radio, hate talk radio. And that's not your style. That's not your format. And I think we need more of that on radio and more balance. But, I appreciate it and it means a lot. And I think in turn, if more people were kind of like you, there would be more of a younger audience as far as younger callers that took the time to just talk with someone. And a lot of hosts don't do that, but something I've really come to respect and appreciate about you, Lenny. So thank you. But what I was going to touch on that Caitlin Clark situation. So I think it all stemmed from this USA Today columnist that wrote an article comparing Caitlin Clark flopping and exaggerating fouls to the Emmett Till situation. She said, Nancy R. Moore writes, "It shouldn't need reminding that this country has an awful history of black people being harmed, even killed in the name of white women. The irony of WNBA's All-Star Game is that it's happening this weekend in Chicago, the hometown of Emmett Till." After the backlash, she responded by saying, admitted her comment was inartful and lacking context. And, a lot of people on the right have been saying that this columnist is using this analogy to kind of exploiting the civil rights movement. But one thing observation I had, and it kind of goes along with what Mr. Shavino was saying in his article, is that, this lady is a sports columnist. This really isn't based around sports. This is an opinion article, but it doesn't really have anything to do with sports, making that comparison. And another thing is, the USA Today used to be a lot more middle of the road. I feel like they have gotten a lot more liberal over time, and I don't really quite understand why, but that's another thing I've kind of noticed about USA Today. But yeah.
So number one, when people take these these grasps at trying to contextualize something in a sports context and apply it to American culture, you better do it well. You better do it well. I mean, I would say, for example, there are people that say there's a lot of women in the WNBA that hate Caitlin Clark because she's white and she's making a lot of money. No, they may not like her because she runs her mouth a lot. And she hasn't won anything in the WNBA yet. In fact, she didn't win anything in college. She won Player of the Year. She didn't win a championship. So there are, pro athletes are a certain way. Facetiously, I bring up Bull Durham. Nuke LaRouche was the number one pick bonus baby that Kevin Costner's character couldn't stand. Why? Because Crash Davis was in the minor leagues forever and was a true pro, but just couldn't get out of the minor leagues. And Nuke LaRouche threw 100 miles an hour, but was a blockhead. So there was a natural resentment. He would call him all kind of names for 2/3 of the movie. He'd call him meat. He literally told a batter, look, this idiot pitcher, this bonus baby, is shaking me off. So guess what? It's a fastball. Sit on it and crush it. That happens in pro sports all the time. So maybe it's just a dynamic of that. But when you start bringing cultural things into it, you better know what you're talking about, especially if you're going to go not just a little bit. She didn't go to Bird and Magic. Drew did. She went to Emmett Till and then tied Chicago to Emmett Till. And anybody that knows the history of Emmett Till knows just how horrific the Emmett Till situation was, and you're comparing it to the WNBA, that's where you lose people.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I think, like you said, it goes back to that idea that, she's trying to be on the edge and trying to be, witty, and she's an opinion. It's an opinion column, but at the same time, when you make the wrong analogy, she apologized for the article. USA Today did not take down the article. The article's still there in full. I guess they need the attention, the clicks, whatever. But I feel like if you're gonna admit you wrote the article wrong, the least they can do is take down the article.
Here's what's hard with that, Mike, is the fact that it's already saved in a time capsule on the internet someplace.
Right.
You can take it down. Somebody has screenshotted it, somebody has printed it out, and somebody else will reprint it. Plus, on top of that, let's be real, and this is something that when I wrote for The Root 15 years ago, it was going through an editor. And there were times I would fight with my editor because literally I would write it from a center-right perspective. My editor was far left, and he would try to put things in the article that I would never say. Or, I just wrote a book. I know that I've had an editor for the book, and the editor and I went back and forth a couple of times on what he did and what I adjusted on what he did, and then he did it again, and then I adjusted something else, and then we came up with a product that we were both happy with. The point is, it went through some type of editing process before it went to print. So if it was okay to go to print and be edgy then, don't tell me it's too edgy now and you're going to pull it down. You just got to deal with it. And yeah, the benefit is, the flip side is, to your point, you get extra clicks. You can go to your marketing people and get some type of advertising bang out of that, bang for that buck. The flip side is, it's already out there. It's already caught attention for all the wrong reasons. There's no way to really fix that. You might as well just ride the wave, make the most of it in a positive way as you can, tell the writer, mea culpa, your name's on it, apologize for it, and see what happens. And that's probably the course of action they're going to continue to take.
Yeah, it's a really good point. Okay, well, Lenny, I'm going to hop off, but hey, before I go, the cover of the book looks outstanding, and I'm not just saying that to, be a certain way. Like, I really mean that, and I'm really looking forward to reading it, and I'm excited for it, and congratulations on that again, and looking forward to it, man, and always so good to talk to you, genuinely, so thank you. Yeah,
Mike, you have a wonderful, wonderful week out there. God bless you. Thank you for calling in. I apologize for being on so late, but you see, I was trying to bend the conversation from where it was to getting it back over to you. So I appreciate your patience with that. And I always appreciate you listening in and calling in on News Radio KDKA. The cover of the book, it was a collaborative effort. I did have my hand in it, but I have a good team that I was working with my publisher as well, with the Frederick Douglass Books team, the Forefront team, the Simon & Schuster team, and those three elements on that book, the Pittsburgh Bridge, Chicago Bridge, Lake Norman lakefront, is it highlights the three most important places in my life. Places that all shaped me for one reason or another. I mean, one is where I met my wife. Chicago shaped me in a way that Pittsburgh just couldn't. But of course, I'm a native Pittsburgher, so obviously Pittsburgh shaped me in a lot of really, really good ways. Chicago's a special place. Pittsburgh's a special place. Being down in Davidson was a special place and a special time, and each place allowed me to meet different types of individuals. I mean, I was never going to work with Jesse Jackson in Pittsburgh. I was never going to, interact with, a U.S. senator on a regular basis like I did on the south side of Chicago. I was never going to interact with black political power quite the same way as I did on the south side of Chicago. That just doesn't happen here in Pittsburgh. No offense to Ed Gainey or anybody else, but it's just not the same in Pittsburgh as it is in Chicago. Maybe one day if we get the right politician in place, maybe, or the right set of politicians, maybe. But, there's a whole lot of catching up in Pittsburgh when you compare it to the south side of Chicago between, obviously, President Obama, 3 black United States senators, including Obama, countless others, Harold Washington, Jesse Jackson, there's just a lot. Louis Farrakhan and his cultural influence, whether you like Farrakhan or you don't like Farrakhan. Farrakhan has influenced American culture for across 5 decades, the 80s, 90s, 2000s, 2010s, and 2020s. And by the way, condolences, his wife passed away recently. So condolences to him, and regardless of how you feel about him, when you have a soulmate that you've lived with for 60 years, I believe it was, that's got to hurt. So the humanity in that, I express condolences to them. But I mean, my point is, that place was special, which is why I put the DuSable Bridge on the cover. And then, of course, I am proud to be from Pittsburgh. I love every single one of you all. I love this region. It's why I'm so critical of this region, but it's because I love this region. And I love saying I'm from Pittsburgh. I love saying I'm from Penn Hills. My nickname in college was Pittsburgh. One of them. The other one was too hype. You can imagine why. So, yeah, thank you for that compliment, Mike, because, it illustrates me in a nonverbal, but I thought very important way. So thank you for getting a book. Again, it's coming out August 11th. In the meanwhile, I'm going to break, and then I'm going to hour number 4, but I'm doing that after the break here on News Radio KDKA.
All right, it's the weekend, but don't fret. I'll be back Monday, and we'll get the week started off right. Colin Dunlap, 2 to 6 on Monday. Catch you then right here, KDKA.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The U.S. Treasury quietly released its official financial report for 2025. It appears by its own numbers, the U.S. government seems insolvent. It's reported that the Treasury shows about $6 trillion in assets and over $47 trillion in liabilities. Add it all up, and it looks like the U.S. owes more than $130 trillion it doesn't have. If that were a family, they'd earn $52,000 a year, spend $73,000, and already be more than $1 million underwater. Any accountant would call that insolvent. So how does the government fix this? It can print money, which erodes your purchasing power, it can raise taxes, or it can cut benefits. And none of those can help to protect you. That's why many people who have something to lose move part of their savings into physical gold and silver, assets that can't be printed, defaulted on, or voted away. Call Monetary Gold at 877-NOW-GOLD for their complimentary gold and silver guide and a no-pressure conversation. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. Do it before the next headline, not after. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Celebrate the month of July with Zero Res and get 3 rooms of carpet cleaned starting at just $129 and get your air ducts cleaned for $5.99 per unit. Book online at ZeroResPGH.com and take advantage of the savings today.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Always appreciate the phone calls. Always appreciate Mike the Millennial calling in and others. Phone lines are open, 866-391-1020. And like I said, I started out the show listing out all these things that have happened. I mean, we're approaching the end of 7 months in 2026, and it feels like 7 years and 7 months. And the more I listed it out, the more I was like, geez, it really does feel. I mean, I forgot about the Men of Excellence Award that I won. I'm very grateful for that. August 21st is that dinner when we, the class of 2026, will not only accept our awards, but more importantly, we'll have a chance to honor the Moore of Pittsburgh, Chris Moore, the one and only that was here for 30 years. My dad's birthday as an octogenarian, anniversary month. My son being very successful at Cambridge and studying engineering over there for 2 weeks as a high school rising junior. My imprint mate, Terry Igioma, hitting the New York Times bestseller list, number 3. in her genre. Again, those of you that are interested in a nice, wonderful romance novel that also combines how to be a day trader all together in somebody's second act, which, again, my book talks about second acts, but she talks about hers, go look up The Risk Worth Taking. Yeah. And then, of course, my wife, my lovely wife, graduating from college with the great GPA she had, winning an award, and, of course, my wonderful, lovely grandson being born a year after my lovely, gorgeous, absolutely adorable granddaughter being born with her wonderful smile, and just watching, their parents just continue to do the wonderful things that they're doing. It's just been a lot in 2026. It really, really has. And, of course, being part of the commemorative edition of America 250 in the New York Post and the book and everything else. So I was talking about that. I went to the Caitlin Clark article. I'm going to tease with this, and I'm going to talk about this a little bit more. And then you can go where you want, 866-391-1020 if you call in. But I know Colin's been talking a lot about what happened with the county executive's office. And it got to the point of time where they reported it in the PG. Now, like I said, I was on a plane before I took off from St. Louis to Dallas, because I had a layover in St. Louis. I texted him to check and see how he was doing, because I knew it was going to get hot. And you all may think, well, it's because he posted a picture of Sarah Innamorato being pregnant. Yeah, no. First of all, you're a public figure, and nobody knows you're pregnant, and all of a sudden you look like you're about 5-6 months pregnant, and it's posted on social media. This is 2026. Somebody's going to say something, but this is what you all miss. And I'll dive more into this after the news, but here's the real. Colin touched upon something maybe a week prior to that, talking about, and if I read it correctly, and I might not have, and those of you that know this more than I do, 866-391-1020, but I think I remember it correctly. Sarah Innamorato had her name on some type of deed or some type of property with one or two other people that people didn't know. And I don't know how Colin got his hands on it. And it's not like I follow everything from everybody. I mean, I follow Colin, I follow Larry, I follow Marty, I follow this one, I follow that one. I follow colleagues from WVON in Chicago. I follow colleagues that I know in California. I have friends in the media, so I follow what they do. So I see their stuff. He was talking about that on social media. So this is why people came after Colin the way they did. So you're reporting about, who's this dude that you own this house with? Nobody knows this. Do you own this? Why is your name on this? And then soon after that, there's this picture, and you look visibly pregnant, but you don't want to say that because he's a young woman. You don't want to just be throwing stuff out there. In one regard, it's none of our business. In another regard, she's a public figure. People are going to want to know, especially if she takes leave. And then everybody was criticizing the maternity leave issue. And it was catching all kind of shade, and then the picture, and then the research on the property. It was getting hot because all those things connected at the same exact time. It connected at the same exact time. And it prompted an announcement that people were not ready to make. And then the long knives came out. And I knew they were going to come out. I'm going to talk more about this in a little bit because I have different perspectives on this based on how this all played out. And you can chime in as well. 866-391-1020. Hour number 4 coming up next on News Radio KDKA.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
University of Pittsburgh head football coach Pat Narduzzi. Have to ask you about Mr. Beast. This guy is worth $2.6 billion on paper. He decides to visit. What was that all about?
I'm still waiting for that check from him.
Okay.
I haven't got the check yet.
Mr. Beast, send the check to University of Pittsburgh football team.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
Don't delay in getting that plumbing repair done. Call Palucci Plumbing today for all of your plumbing needs. From trenchless sewer repair and waterline repairs and replacement, hot water tanks, sewer camera inspections, to Pittsburgh potty repairs, no job is too small for Palucci Plumbing. Owners Amy and Nick Palucci have been in business for 26 years, so give them a call for your next plumbing repair or replacement. Palucci Plumbing, 412-782-5050. That's 412-782-5050.
Life moves fast, and having a primary care physician who knows you means someone is keeping pace with your health. At Independence Health System, your primary care doctor knows your history. They're your first call for checkups, screenings, telehealth visits, and everyday concerns, connecting you directly to a network of trusted specialists across our system and hospitals, all here for you. Find expert care here at Independence Health System.
My retired friends are going back to work. I'm worried Social Security won't be enough. BenefitsCheckup.org connected me to $1,000 a month for food and medicine. It's free. Visit BenefitsCheckup.org today.
Supported by the U.S. Administration for Community Living.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From ABC News, I'm Mike Dubusky. 100 days from today, voters will head to the polls in the 2026 midterm elections. At an event in Pennsylvania today, House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries pitched the elections as a referendum on President Trump.
Since this guy took office, he has made more than 21,000 stock trades. He's added more than $2 billion to his personal bank account. His sons have made hundreds of millions more.
Democrats are facing an uphill battle and will need to pick up 4 seats to retake control of the Senate. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is headed to the U.S. this week as the war in Iran enters month 6. ABC's Stephen Portnoy says a recent agreement between the U.S. and Saudi Arabia will likely be a topic of discussion.
There's also the news of the past week with respect to President Trump's efforts to expand the Abraham Accords, to have Arab countries normalizing relations with Israel, attaching that as a condition of the nuclear deal with Saudi Arabia that was announced in the past week.
The White House tells ABC News that the president will retain all options with Iran after the New York Times indicated that the administration was thinking of stepping back from a plan to increase military action there. That's because the Pentagon's dwindling supply of air defense munitions in the Middle East. Police in Germany say the suspect in Saturday's deadly van attack outside a Pride celebration in Berlin is dead after a confrontation with police. ABC News foreign correspondent Britt Clennett is in Berlin.
The suspect has been shot and killed by police following that attack at a Pride event here in the city. The 21-year-old, he was suspected of driving a van into a crowd and stabbing multiple people. One person has been killed. Several others are fighting for their lives. Police say that officers fired at the man after he rushed towards them with a knife and that he died at the scene.
Authorities in Germany say the man was known to them and that he apparently tried to join the Islamic State. You're listening to ABC News.
If you haven't switched to Pure Talk because you're not sure their coverage is every bit as reliable as Big Wireless, why not take them for a test drive? For a limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited data plan. No contracts, no commitments, just a great deal on a high-speed network with unlimited data from an American wireless company. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
These days, heading back to school means more than pencils and notebooks. It means laptops, tablets, online accounts, and a lot of personal information moving across the internet. WebRoot Total Protection gives families powerful online defense tools with antivirus, VPN, cloud backup, identity protection, and more, helping keep your digital life secure throughout the school year and beyond. Go to webroot.com/radio and get 60% off today. That's webroot.com/radio for 60% off. Live a better digital life with WebRoot, because peace of mind shouldn't be optional.
About 100 million people in the U.S. are under some form of heat alert this afternoon, with triple-digit temperatures today in the desert Southwest to parts of the Rockies, the Plains, and the Dakotas. But it's not all about the heat.
The rain's not quite done for the South. This time, we're talking to a low country. Charleston, Brunswick, elevated flash flood risk. I will say it's wrapping up. but still some rain nonetheless. As a result, we do have this elevated flash flood risk. And I know there's a lot of spots down there that can flood easily, so be very mindful and careful.
ABC News meteorologist Samara Theodore. One person is in critical condition and 4 others were wounded after gunfire erupted at a recreational area in Robinson County, Michigan. Police say that suspect is in custody. And early this morning in Chicago, at least 6 people were injured when an assailant opened fire on a crowd. If you're planning a late-night outdoor party in Rochester, New York anytime soon, you're going to need a permit. The city instituting a controversial new measure aimed at curbing gun violence. Buffalo residents are weighing in.
21 and over would be sufficient.
I think that is crazy that they're doing that to people now.
It would be very hard to enforce. And then it could get ugly, too, when they do try to step in and enforce.
It just creates more of an avenue for potential trivial arrests and more police involvement, unfortunately.
A permit will be needed for crews of 10 or more in public spaces after 11 p.m. I'm Mike Dubusky, ABC News.
And Doug.
Hot dog, get your hot dog.
Customize and save with Liberty Mutual.
Hey, what are you doing?
I like your method. Direct, to the point. A little loud, but...
Listen, people don't buy car insurance the same way they do hot dogs.
Not yet, but both are customizable.
Popcorn! Get your popcorn!
Hey, this is a hot dog area.
And customize and save area. Get a quote at libertymutual.com or with your local agent.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Tune in this Sunday morning at 8 for the Coons Cooking Hour with Rob Pratt and the Coons Market team when they discuss ways to use those fresh, homegrown tomatoes. It's the Coons Cooking Hour, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, covered by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company. The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Hazy sunshine and some clouds this afternoon with nothing more than a spotty shower or thunderstorm. Our high 82. Partly cloudy and rather humid tonight with a shower or thunderstorm in the area. Tonight's low 65. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Your sales team has the talent. They've got the tools. They don't have time to close the deals you need to win unless they have sales with AI. SAILES.com. Sales.com is pipeline as infrastructure. Always on, always prospecting in the background. No logins, no data entry, just real opportunities delivered to your reps. The future of sales is SAILES.com.
When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
All right, hour number 4 here. Lenny McAllister, you and I together on a rainy, not sunny Sunday, but still sunny because I feel it in my heart. How about that one? And because Michaela's here. She completely has made this a horrible working environment, but that's okay. I won't say nothing to PJ Comanchic. Much love. She gave me the love sign. So you know what? That's when you're old. Because, you know, I can't do that with my hands anymore. She did the little love sign thing, and it's like, I can't do that. And, of course, you know, I got kids that are listening to this show, and they're like, yeah, you are old. This is why we buy you gifts, to make sure you dress fairly fashionably because you embarrass us when you go out in public. So it's not just you, Michaela. I got people that actually look like me that are much more embarrassed than you are right now. But it's all good. Michaela's doing a fantastic job, everybody. I love working with the people that are on the other side of the class because, and I've said this, and I'll get to Craig, I'll get to Anthony in just a second. I've said this because, number one, they're young people. Number two, they're hungry, they're aspiring in the industry. Number three, they're not going to be here long, and they're not supposed to be here long. You're not supposed to get attached to them over 10 years. If that's the case, and I'm encouraging that, then I'm not a very good person. My job is to say, listen, what do you want to do in your career? How can I help you do it? And then help them do that. I mean, that's part of getting older. That's what you're supposed to do. Not sit there and say, hey, hope you're here for 30 years. No, I don't. If you're here for 30 years, I hope you're running the place. I don't want you 30 years doing the same exact thing. None of us should do that. Whether you're in Congress or this job, you should be doing something bigger and bolder over the years. You should be taking risks and trying to grow and be a better person, but also impact your communities in bigger and better ways all the time. Privately, publicly, professionally. Just my take. So I wish Michaela very, very, I wish her all the best. I'm happy to work with her, and I appreciate her working with me today. In the meanwhile, 866-391-1020. Craig in West Virginia, you're on KDKA.
How you doing today, Lenny?
I'm doing well, child of God. How are you?
Doing good. Been waiting for this subject all day. I'm going to pass my Trump beat down to talk about this because I look at the two people the same. Colin Mudflap.
So hold on. I looked at the screen when you said that. That's not fair. Colin Dunlap and Donald Trump are not even the same people.
No, I said to me.
Okay, go ahead. I'm going to give you
the same disdain for both.
I'm going to give you your right to freedom of speech. Go ahead. Go ahead, Craig. I love you
very much. You're leaving out his biggest flaw of that whole story. The thing that he did that really chapped my behind was coming on the next day and reading out of all the hundreds of so-called emails he got, he could only read the ones that had no person's name that he was allowed to give. How convenient is that? Now, let me ask you something. When you jumped in, jokingly, if I would have said, Lenny, take a long walk off a short pier, do you think that I was telling you to commit suicide, or I was just making a little running joke?
And here's the thing with that. I've thought about that, Craig.
Please, make it good.
Well, if it's the two of us talking, I could take it any way I want. I know it's a figure of speech. I also know that when I am a public figure, I don't have the same latitude that a private citizen has in a private conversation. Much less when you're going to publicize something on a public platform that is paid for by taxpayers. It's a different standard. Look, people call in here and insult me. I did an interview on Friday, and I talk like I always do. I talk lovingly. I talk with a level-headedness. I try to provide everybody their constitutional rights and give my perspective. And in the comment section, I had everything from people complimenting me on my intelligence to people literally saying, apparently, even smart Republicans are grifting for that money. Now, and they were calling me all kind of names and everything else. I could have jumped back in the chat room and responded to that because some of it was nasty. But guess what? Whereas they can say whatever they want behind that, the moment I do that as a public figure, it's a different thing. If I would have went in there and said, you know what? You're saying all these nasty things about me and my wife, or, you can tell that he, for example, you can tell he must not have a black wife because there's no self-respecting black man that's get on television and say that if he had a self-respecting black wife. If I'd have went in there and said something like, well, and I made some type of insult, that could have been the end of my career because that's the standard that I have to live by being who I am at this point in time. When you apply it to public officials, it's a different standard. So, no, it's not the same as you and I talking privately on a phone call versus what somebody said in a recorded message that then got to be played out multiple times in the media.
Well, Lenny, I've said it many, many times on KDK that my number one pet peeve is hypocrisy. And even just to regress for a second, if Abigail Gardner loses her job over emails that nobody knows who even wrote those emails to Mudflap, that's going to be the biggest travesty I've ever seen on an AM radio station. I've been doing it for 50 years listening, and I've even had slots on one of your competitive stations. I had a weekly slot that I came in, but the point being is that would be the biggest travesty I've ever seen.
Craig, she would not lose her if she lost her job. She would not lose her job because of the emails. She would lose her job.
Oh, yes.
No, that's not what it would be. It would be, I could tell you how I would frame it if I got rid of her. The way I would frame it is you were trusted to be a senior communications officer. that is entrusted with the ability to have discernment in highly critical situations in real time, to know what to communicate and what not to communicate. And in an instance where you have been entrusted with that, with a six-figure salary, you decided to make something very personal, put something that has been recorded and can be repeated and replicated multiple times in a way where your words made us as a team vulnerable and subsequently could be twisted in a way that could be harmful for the community. And I cannot be an employer that employs somebody whose whole craft is words, make such an egregious mistake with words in a proactive and thought out way, because she had to think about what she was going to do when she recorded that. If she loses her job, it's going to have nothing to do with the emails. It's going to have everything to do with that rationale. That will be the rationale behind it.
This thing blew up. This thing blew up after the email. But let me go back to hypocrisy. And here's why she did. In my opinion, this is why she did what she did. I can't tell you the last time listening from 2 to 6 that Mudflap didn't beat Sarah Anna down on a daily basis, week after week, month after month, and that's why Abigail did what she did. But here's the hypocrisy. But
hold on, it's not. But why does he do that? Is he doing that because he doesn't like her? Is he doing it because she drives a Prius? Does she do it because she has tattoos? Or has he been banging on 36% tax increase and trying to expand the staffs and possibly driving more people out of Allegheny County because of the cost of living and the way the county's been run? I mean, those are two different things. If you're talking about stuff that's fair game, then it's stuff that's fair game. If it's she drives a Prius and she has a tattoo and I don't like having a woman county executive, completely different story, but that's not what he's saying. So let's be fair. His critique has been about government and the things that are in purview of government, just the same way that somebody might critique Trump, might critique Shapiro, our senators, our congressmen, or anybody else that's in elected office that is in the public trust and in that position thereforth, right?
If Rich Fitzgerald would have raised taxes 12% in all 3 of his terms, would Sarah had to have raised it 36%? The answer is no. You don't even have to answer it. I'll answer it for you. So let's get to the reality.
But hold on. Then the next question is, Craig, if Rich Fitzgerald raised taxes like that over the course of his 3 terms, would there have been talk show hosts, whether it's Colin Dunlap or others, because Colin Dunlap at the time was doing sports, others that were in these seats, would they have critiqued him for doing that, especially if it had a result of driving people out of the county, and then, in the meanwhile, tried to pass a policy where people that employed people in the county had to give people 18 weeks of maternity leave? Would said talk show host have brought that up and had an opinion on that? The answer is almost certainly yes. And it might not have been a favorable opinion. Now, just because people had gotten used to Rich Fitzgerald does not mean he was going to be above reproach.
Which 27 states and most European countries have figured out just
what is that going to do with What is that going to do with Allegheny County, who's losing population, who has a pension problem now, and has been going through economic malaise for quite some time, despite some of the puff pieces we hear? So we can talk about the European countries that don't have the concerns that we have, don't have the population loss that we have, and don't have the brain drain that we've had. So,
okay,
but those are legitimate concerns, don't you think, Craig? I mean, to bring that up doesn't mean that he hates Sarah Innamorato.
Let me ask you this: you always bring up population when we have this conversation. In Canada, their health care is done on a sin tax. It's alcohol, tobacco, gambling, that type of thing. So let's say 30% of the Canadians smoke, drink, and gamble. Even though we have 330 million people, don't you think 30% of us are going to smoke, drink, and gamble also? So the numbers don't matter; the percentage is what matters. So we would be able to fund health care. It's a percentage thing.
But that's also a legislative choice based on your communities, and we all well know that Canadian politics is much different than American politics.
All right, let me finish on hypocrisy, and then I'll let Anthony beat me up. Here's
I'm not going to let Anthony beat you up. I mean, first of all, child of God, I think I'm kind of retorting a lot of the things on my own. I don't need Anthony to beat you up. And number two, I'll talk to Anthony about what Anthony wants to call about.
I like Anthony. But, here's the hypocrisy of it. The number one thing that Mudflap always talks about, he always says that Sarah will only take interviews from softball questions, for softball reporters.
But there are more but hold on, there's more than one people that say that, by the way. And that's not a critique that's only held against Sarah Innamorato. People say that about politicians all the time, and athletes all the time, and artists all the time. Look, I can tell you, hold on, let me say this, because I think it's fair, and I'm going to hold you on. I'm going to let you come back and finish your point after this. Even as a political analyst that's done this for 20 years, I know, and I'm going to put you on hold right now, Anthony, then I'm going to go back to Craig, then Anthony. Craig, I worked in this industry for 20 years. I've watched conservative analysts just refuse to go on MSNBC, now MS Now, refuse to go on Al Jazeera English/America, refuse to go on Current TV, refuse to go on any host's show west of the Mississippi that they thought was liberal, because they did not want to take those type of questions. I've watched people that were Democrats and on the left refuse to go on Fox News, Newsmax, which, by the way, I have a Newsmax article, interview coming up August 7th to promote the book. They refused to go on those outlets. I was one of the few that said, I don't care. I'll go on CNN. I'll go on MSNBC. I'll go on Fox News. I'll go on this one. I'll go on that one. That's not a unique critique either. And he's not the only person I've heard say that about her. So hang tight. Get your thoughts together. I'll go back to you, Craig. Please don't call him Mudflap. I got your point. I'm going to come back to Craig. I'm going to go to Anthony, but after the break on News Radio KDKA.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Your source for the AccuWeather forecast. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
The Pittsburgh Speaker Series at Heinz Hall, presented by University of Pittsburgh, announces its 26-27 season. 7 evenings to deepen your understanding of the world around you, featuring Anderson Cooper, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, historian Anne Applebaum, financial journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin, and former NASA Administrator Charles Bolden. The series is sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James. Tickets on sale now at pittsburghspeakers.org.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds, and you're overweight. Winner, winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you, with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So, yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou, because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds, too. Get a quote right now at 800-777-1979, 800-777-1979, or biglou.com.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
The KDKA Radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at KennyRoss.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Hear about it, then talk about it. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, Craig, giving you the microphone. Go ahead, sir.
All right. I'll since I have so much respect for you, I'll call in this time.
Thank you.
It just pains me to do so, but I will. You know, back to the hypocrisy thing. Him and talking about Sarah Honey taking questions from softball questions from reporters. You know, I fact checked him 3 times on his show, and one of them was horrendous. The one where he was after Kamala Harris picked Governor Walz as a running mate. He spent 2 straight days talking about how all of the illegal aliens were running up to Minnesota getting driver's license with no paperwork whatsoever. So I picked up my phone, got on Google, got on the interweb, and I Googled Minnesota DMV headquarters. I ended up going clear after 7 transfers. I made it to the spokesperson of the Minnesota DMV. She sent me a list of 7 different things they needed, anybody coming into the Minnesota DMV, that had to be signed by a judge if you were not from this country. You had to have the paperwork, but yet the man spent 2 days talking about how illegal aliens with no paperwork were getting driver's license up there. There's more misinformation from that 2 to 6 hour on this show that I've ever heard in 50 years. So evidently, since he cut me off after that one, I won't take no more of my phone calls. He only takes softball callers, evidently. That's the way I got to look at it.
Well, he might not take you. I'd have to imagine everybody that calls into his show isn't his friend. I mean, look, I've listened to enough of Colin's show where I know that everybody that calls into Colin's show ain't his friend, but he does take the calls. And
he's the only one. He's the only one that picks on the other hosts. He's the only host out there that picks on other hosts. I've never even heard that before. Is there not no unwritten rule that shouldn't happen?
Oh, I've heard people pick on other hosts. So I'm not going to call out stations. I've heard it in Pittsburgh. I've heard it in Chicago. Look, I'll talk about the one in Chicago, and then I'm going to let you go. In fact, I'm going to let you go now, Craig. Just listen in. I can tell you on WVON that one of the hosts, there was 2 conservatives there. I was one, and there was another one. He talked about every other host on that station. Called them stupid, uninformed, far left, crazy, ruining the city, ruining the country. He literally would spend, he had a 4-day-a-week, 3-hour show, and he would spend probably 25% of his time just bashing anybody he could think of, including people that were on WVON. Because they happened to be on the left and he was on the right. He was on the far. He was trying, listen, all intents and purposes, he was trying to be the black Rush Limbaugh at the time. It didn't work. But that's what he was trying for. He wasn't just trying to be conservative. He was trying to be bombastic. So people having critiques of different opinions, A, is not uncommon. B, Colin did that to me. I literally mentioned something about, the National Guard in Chicago. He brought me up and said, I love Lenny, but I disagree with him. Oh, did I get mad? What am I going to do? He has an opinion. It's an opinion show. This is what we do. It's okay. Part of it, honestly, is cross-pollination. Colin says something. I heard Lenny mention this and said there's no way you can bring in the National Guard in Chicago. I think that's ridiculous. I don't see how in the world you couldn't do that. Guess what? Gives me a chance to talk about why that's the case. He can hear my explanation. Maybe he takes it to his show, and it goes back and forth. That's not a bad thing for KDKA. As long as I don't get all nasty about him, like he hurt my feelings, which I'm not going to do. He's a grown man. He's allowed to have an opinion. I'm allowed to have an opinion. We're children of God and we're Americans. That's how this system works. So, Colin doesn't do that. I mean, and again, that was the example. He literally did that like 3 weeks ago. Then had me on his show to talk about my book. Because that's what we're supposed to do as Americans. We're supposed to have discourse. Which is why I'm going to have Anthony on next after the break. Which is why I'm going to have Brian on after the break. Well, maybe not Brian, because Brian is nasty to me. I'm just kidding. Of course I'm going to have Brian on. Because that's what we do as Americans. So I'm going to have them on after the news. Anthony first, then Brian, then others. 866-391-1020. Craig, I appreciate your call. But now I got to go to the news on News Radio KDKA.
The super summer savings continue at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, boneless pork country-style ribs are $1.99 a pound. In the produce department, zucchini or yellow squash is $1.29 a pound. In our deli, Coons Garden Fresh taco salads are $7.99 each. And additional savings this week, Dasani water, 24-pack, 16.9-ounce bottles. Buy one, get one free.
It's happening now at Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell & Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Planning for retirement isn't easy. If you don't know where to start, join Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors every Saturday at 1 for the Net Worth Financial Hour. Beth shares helpful tips and strategies that just might change the course of your retirement. Listen every Saturday at 1 to the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors. Net Worth Advisors, LLC, is a registered investment advisor.
For generations, you've listened to us in your kitchen, catching baseball games on your front porch, and ending your day as your bedtime buddy. Now, you can watch us every day on your TV with our new KDKA Radio YouTube page or by clicking on KDKARadio.com. It's presented by Metropolitan.
ABC News, I'm Mike Dubusky. 100 days to go now before the midterms. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries rallying with Governor Josh Shapiro in Pennsylvania today. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's headed to Washington this week to meet with President Trump. He's also scheduled to attend the funeral of the late Senator Lindsey Graham. After a confrontation with police, German authorities now say the man suspected of carrying out a deadly vehicle attack on a crowd of people at a Pride event in Berlin yesterday is dead. ABC News foreign correspondent Britt Clennett.
Police say that officers fired at the man after he rushed towards them with a knife and that he died at the scene. Now, that's in the western part of the city in Spandau, and it followed a massive search operation to find this suspect. Authorities saying that all signs indicate that it was an Islamist terror attack and that the suspect did have a criminal history.
One person was killed in the ramming incident yesterday. This is ABC News.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
From the KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Sunshine and some clouds this afternoon with a spotty shower or thunderstorm, high 82. Partly cloudy tonight, a shower or thunderstorm in the area, low 65. For tomorrow, intervals of clouds and sun, warm but humid with an afternoon thunderstorm, high 85. For AccuWeather, I'm Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, going back to the phone lines, 866-391-1020. Anthony in Oakland, you're on KDKA.
You know, let me just say this. Any critique of what goes on here in Allegheny County and Pittsburgh by people who live here, I give more credibility to than people who live in, by God, West Virginia
I knew you were
and
going to
talk
say
about
that.
what goes on here. Hearing it on a talk show and not living here is a whole different perspective, sir. That's my only. I mean, and Sarah Innamorato, Ed Gainey were legislators, state legislators.
Yes, they were.
They had no executive experience. They were horrible politicians in leadership, period. And their critique is legitimate, okay? Because instead of focusing in on the left's nonsense, when you have fiscal issues in this region, and I'm not going to, and Corey O'Connor, he's in that group too because he was a county
controller.
So he knows the evidence of what's going on with this pension plan too. He didn't say anything either. So they know this was coming, and thank goodness that the DA did because he's ready to retire and he knows his pension's in jeopardy. So this thing should have been cleared up by a long time ago from the first executive, where they should have switched to a 401k back then when they were getting rid of the row offices here in Allegheny County. But they didn't want to take on the unions. But you know the chickens come home to roost eventually, and it's coming. So you can't have someone like Sarah Innamorato when it's coming. When the tidal wave is coming, you don't want her there. So, because she's focused on 18 weeks paternity leave, stripping ICE, but just the laundry list of nonsense that she gets her talking points for Bethany Hallam, and she walks in lockstep with her. But that's not a way to run a county. Okay, we're in a fiscal crisis here. And and that sucking sound you hear that Ross Perot told us about, or the population leaving Allegheny County in droves. So that's what's happening here. So Craig, sit there, listen to John Denver, and get back to us later because you don't live here. Let me say this. I have a critique. You know Ron Johnson is the senator from Wisconsin.
Yes, I do.
They had a hearing recently because I watch C-SPAN. They had a hearing about immigration. He was talking to Mark Wayne Mullen, and he was talking to the numbers of deportations since 2010. So all you folks who keep talking about immigration under Obama, who criticize Obama, do you know in none of Trump's years that he's ever surpassed the Obama years in deportation?
Nope.
The statistic was there, and I was shocked that Ron Johnson said it to Mark Wayne Mullen. I was really surprised. Because the talking points on the right was always they tried to throw Biden and Obama in the same group, and you and I both know they're not the same. On immigration.
But what they want to do is be able to say Obama, he deported many more people. Why are you complaining about what Trump's doing? Now, part of it is the Trump methodology versus the Obama methodology, of course. But the reason why Johnson threw it out there was to make the point that all of you all on the left that are trying to make it seem as though Donald Trump just wants to get rid of the brown people. Here was a brown president that had much higher deportation rates. The porter-in-chief, as he was nicknamed. Look at these numbers once again.
And here's the difference. And see, the left owns this issue because they had, you know why? The states and counties and cities cooperated with Obama's ICE and immigration enforcement. These folks don't. They drew a line in the sand. And they look ridiculous. They look stupid. They look impotent. Because why wouldn't you want people who are violating the law, abusing taxpayer dollars, why wouldn't you want these people deported? Why? Or repatriated back to their homeland? The temporary status means just that, temporary status. It doesn't mean in perpetuity. So I don't see that. This is where people always try to throw me in the right wing. No, I have nothing to do with the right. But I do have a lot to do with common sense, and I'm an old school Democrat. Old school Democrats believe in following the law.
And here's the thing, Anthony. It's the same thing with voter ID. It's methodology. So the majority of Americans want sensible immigration reform and policies to be enforced. And the majority of Americans want sensible laws when it comes to voting validation. The problem comes with how do you implement these things What's your methodology in making these things come about? If those things go sideways, that's where people have a problem. But if you look at both of those issues, they're bipartisan issues that both sides agree with the basic premise.
Well, look, the left made a mistake. I heard Mikey Sherrill, the governor of New Jersey, talk about there's some people who were here illegally voted. Well, ma'am, you people allow them to have driver's licenses. That's the first thing you eliminate. If you're here illegally, you should not have a driver's license. And I am one of the few, and I've been talking this for many years. I have no problem with showing an ID when you vote, because you show IDs to do almost everything in this country. But if I'm going to do that, if I'm a Democrat, I'll say, okay, we'll give you a voter ID. But here in the Commonwealth, we should say, but we're going to start counting our mail-in votes 2 weeks before the election. So that way we don't look stupid waiting all this time to accumulate the votes. Start counting the mail-ins earlier, 2 weeks earlier. Then you could just count the stragglers to come in and the votes on election day. So give them something, you get something. And if those folks are sitting around there saying they have a problem, they have ulterior motive. There's absolutely no reason why we should not have voter ID.
Well, Anthony, I appreciate your call. There are ways to streamline this. There are ways of doing this the right way. You don't make it harder for legal people to vote, and you don't make it impossible for them to get ID that's going to be valid. You don't invalidate certain types of ID for people to be able to vote and keep other ones valid. You don't make it like passport level validation, knowing that the average American doesn't have a passport. You don't do that. You don't make it, cost prohibitive for some Americans to get an ID when they can legally vote. You make it viable for them to get an ID necessary to vote with, even if it's just a voting ID. It's not a license. It's not this. It's not that. There are ways to do this that's inclusive to Americans that are eligible to vote. The problem is, in many instances, the approach is we don't want people to vote unless if they go through all these steps. That's not how the Constitution's written. The Constitution is written basically saying if you're 18 or older, you have the right to vote. Not if you're 18 and you check off these 7 boxes, you can vote. That's where the whole how we deal with voter validation issue comes into play, as far as I'm concerned. Appreciate your call. Appreciate Craig's call. I know that you two do not see eye to eye, but I love you both. 866-391-1020. Brian in Munhall, you're on KDK.
Hey, Lenny. Hey, before I get to what I was going to ask about Sarah Innamorato, do you mind me asking, you said you weren't going to maybe take me, but you said I was nasty to you once.
I was being silly. I said I was just kidding. I literally said I was just kidding.
Okay, I didn't realize. Hey, do you mind me? Hey, I did a Google search last week. I'm sorry. I'm not an expert at this, but if I'm correct, and now I don't want to be too touchy or sensitive, did Sarah Innamorato divorce her male husband and marry a woman?
I don't think that's true. I have no idea. I'm not touching that because one, I've never even heard that before, so I'm not going to entertain it. Number two,
Lenny, I'm sorry. You know what? You're much better at media and the internet. When I looked that up, there's a picture of her with another woman. Now, I'm not saying I don't know that maybe she never admitted it.
Here's where I'm going to go with this, Brian. First and foremost, I don't care if she likes men and women, if she likes men, I don't care. She's a child of God. She's an American. I don't care. Now, she's pregnant. So there's some guy in her life, but maybe, I don't know. I don't care. So, no, I've never heard that. I don't want to entertain it because I've never even tried to pursue it. And as far as I'm concerned, it's irrelevant. But that's where I am with it.
You're right. I do agree with that. But you know what? I mean, there's all that in vitro fertilization, artificial insemination. At least she didn't abort it, like it's a glob of tissue. you know.
And I don't want to. And again, even with that, I don't want to get into that. Look, here's where this gets really, really sticky with that whole situation with her. Do taxpayers and an electorate have a right to know if their county executive might not be on the job the whole time because something transpired? It could be an illness. It could be a pregnancy. It could be going away from military service. Yes, they have a right. Do they need to know every single detail? I met this dude at this bar or this was we wanted to have a child together. Or no, that part you don't need to know about. And so, not you as in Brian, but you as in one individual. So there are certain things that we should have access to just because of how does it impact us. There are other things that I don't need to know. I don't ever want to know. I'm not going to try to find out. And I don't think are relevant. I just don't. And so it's a very tricky situation because these lines, as you well know, Brian, particularly with social media, they get blurred very, very quickly. And then let's just be real. Then it starts going into the misogyny. It's literally not going to just stay in one pocket. That's where it's going to go into, well, a dude, or it, and it's like, oh my gosh. Now, the misogyny, I'm not saying you, Brian, I'm saying one would. That's where one would take the opportunity to show I'm not really misogynistic except when I'm misogynistic. And that's dangerous as well.
You're right. I agree with that. It's she's the chief county executive. What she does in her personal life, that's all well and fine. But hey, thank you, Lenny. Appreciate it.
Brian, thank you, child of God. I appreciate your phone call as always. And I was just kidding. The person I really don't get along with is Dan in Mount Pleasant. I don't know if I'm going to take his phone call. I'm just kidding again. See how I did that? It's a rift on radio. People know I take phone calls, 866-391-1020. That's why I'm going to have Dan on from Mount Pleasant. Dan, he is now on KDKA.
Hey, Lenny, how you doing?
What's going on, child of God? How are you?
I'm always glad when you take my call. Lenny, I love these people who call the show and they praise all these socialist programs of Canada and Europe. You notice they all call from the United States of America. None of them pick their bags up and go move to Canada or Europe where they got these wonderful health care.
Here's the thing, Dan. There's a lack of understanding that you're only taking one thing and not taking everything. It's like, okay, congratulations, the Canadians or some European country has socialized medicine or they have free college tuition. Those things are really, really cool. How do they protect themselves? Where do they go get their jobs? Where do they get their innovation? Where do they get their innovation and their R&D when it comes to medicine or anything else? It's usually the United States of America where the political system is different, the business environment is different, and the like. So there's got to be something that we're doing here that works, even though we don't have some of these things that they continue to point out.
Yes, and what you just described, Lenny, is called the free market. That's where individual ideas can come out and compete with each other. And that's what brings all these services that these other countries basically steal from us. And, the other thing is if we had socialized medicine, the single-payer health care, that would fall under Donald Trump and the executive branch. RFK would be one of the appointees, and the same people who praise socialized medicine
would have a fit.
Every time I hear them call, they complain.
They would have a fit. They would, and the bottom line is they would not like, for example, socialized medicine, something that's a minor procedure, you're now on a schedule. And Americans we are a microwave society. We want it, and we want it now. And I've said this repeatedly, Dan. Even with drug dealers, I've said this quote time and time and time again. There are no socialists on street corners at 2 o'clock in the morning selling drugs. Those are capitalists focused on the wrong things. It's the same thing with all these Americans. All these quote-unquote people that want more of a socialized way of life use an awful lot of Amazon. Use a lot of free market principles in their daily, everyday life that only came about because you didn't have that. People, and Dan, I'm going to say this, I'll give you back the microphone before I let you go. It's amazing to me in the sense that younger people I can understand a little bit because they didn't live through this. But people, I think we're the same age or slightly in the same generation. We know the stories from Cuba and the Soviet Union when you have that type of economy. You know the stories. You saw the pictures. You saw what their supermarkets look like. And for people that don't want to know or don't know what the Soviet Union or Cuban supermarkets looked like at the height of communism and socialism, I tell you what, go look at what the supermarkets looked like during COVID and the availability of products. People forgot about what the shelves used to look like just 6 years ago. Just imagine that for 30, 40, 50 years in everything you want to touch. And that's what some of these things would bring you.
And if you want to look at socialized medicine in America, you really do not have to go any further than the former state mental hospital. About a 200-year history of absolute failure, underfunded, understaffed,
and abuses.
And abused.
Yep.
Exactly. The dumping ground of society where we get the old lady out of your life or mom and dad or grandma and grandpa. You just went and dumped them in the government hospital. And we all lived through COVID. The whole concept of social distancing was a made-up fraud. He admitted it under oath. We weren't really sure it was 6 feet. And I'll leave you with this. Remember Bernie Sanders telling us we all had a right to health care. But, boy, if you didn't get your vaccine during COVID, we're going to deny you. Well, I thought I had a right to health care. Again, socialized medicine, an absolute failure.
Dan, I appreciate your phone call. And I want people to understand before I go to break and before I end the show. You can improve health care and make it more accessible without going completely socialized. There is an in-between. I do think we need to expand access to health care. You can't be a great nation, a first world nation. You can't be the shining city on the hill if you're the richest nation in the history of the planet and your people in the working classes can't afford health care. That's wrong. You can fix that. You should fix that. So they're two different things. I just want to make sure I clarify that because there are going to be some that say, well, you don't want people to have access to health care. No, that we should. The fact that we haven't figured that out yet is an abomination. But can you do it without handing stuff over to the government? Because, I mean, again, I don't want National Guards all over the place. I don't want ICE all over the place. I don't want them handling all the health care. I don't want them handling the economy with a heavy hand. I would like a balance. 866-391-1020. If you want to squeeze in before I leave, go ahead and try. But I'm going to break, and then I'm leaving, I promise. But only after the break here on News Radio KDKA.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us Monday on the Big K Morning Show, 5:30 until 10. It's Steelers Camp Week, what you need to know. Plus, Michael Bartley has a big announcement.
Every Tuesday morning at 7:20, listen for Inside Independence Health, a look at all things healthcare with the experts from Independence Health System. It's brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
When the power goes out, your life is disrupted. Heat, air conditioning, refrigeration, phones, all gone. Be prepared for the next outage with a Generac home standby generator. After sensing a power outage, a Generac generator automatically restores your home's power, whether you're home or away. Power your life with a Generac home standby generator.
Generator Supercenter of Pittsburgh clients have electricity. Visit Generator Supercenter of Pittsburgh, 1519 West Liberty Avenue. Call 412-947-4472.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Brian Schlaba here from the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh. Born and raised right here. Since 2015, we've helped over 1,000 Pittsburgh homeowners sell their houses quickly and without the stress. No repairs, cleanouts, inspections, or appraisals. We give fast and fair cash offers, buy your home as is, and you choose the closing day. Visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com or call 412-500-9057. That's 412-500-9057.
Pittsburgh's local trusted homebuyer since 2015.
For all station contest rules, go to kdkaradio.com/rules.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
I feel like I got to be all like the late Jerry Springer. I don't know if you all remember the Jerry Springer show, but after, the chairs flew for like 47 minutes of the show and, all the Jerry, at the end of the show, he actually talked like he was a former mayor, which he was, by the way. And he was like, what did we learn today? We learned that, if you're going to cheat on your wife, don't cheat on your wife with her sister when she lives in the apartment below you. You might end up on national television with somebody hitting you upside the head with a chair. So I feel like, not that you all were throwing chairs, but you get my point. I feel like I come on here from time to time and I have to kind of like, what did we learn today, boys and girls? One, actually, we didn't have a lady call in today, speaking of boys and girls. That doesn't usually happen. Usually we get Joanne, we get Cynthia, we get a few other ladies that will call in. Today was all dudes. Kind of odd, but okay, that's fine. Always enjoy speaking to everybody, as you well know, whether it's the dudes or the dudettes. It's all good. By the way, part of my speech when I was in Dallas, I asked people, who says y'all, who says dudes, and who says yins from the stage. And of course, it's so funny because Pittsburghers, we're a little bit everywhere. So, I'm in Dallas, Texas. Everybody knew what a dude was. Everybody knew what a y'all was. I said yins, and most of the crowd, it's funny, you can see people's facial reactions when you're giving a speech. And there were a couple of them that were like, what's a yins? But then, of course, there's always one or two Pittsburghers everywhere. And they were like, yins! Yins! And I'm like, yeah, I see you over there. It's kind of funny. But, we're everywhere. That said, it's just going to be interesting to see how that situation continues to play out with Colin. I'd like to think that it's going to quiet down. I do think it's more than just the maternity leave issue. I think it really was, he was poking into things that people didn't want him to see when it came to some of the stuff about deeds and leases and this and that. And then the picture was on social media, and then the speculation. And, people forget it was like I think it was on Corey O'Connor's social media feed. It's kind of hard to say that he was digging around a Facebook page. It was kind of sitting there. And it prompted them to give an announcement pretty early. Now, they spun it into a political opportunity to talk about the maternity leave issue for 18 weeks all over again. But they didn't want to announce that when they did. But they did. And I could be wrong. They might say, yeah, we wanted to announce it. No, I don't think they did. But I digress. It'll be interesting to see how that quiets down. And I hope for everybody's sake, we get back to focusing on the pension issue, the jobs issue, the teen takeovers and the safety in the community, what the school year is going to look like. We're almost in August. How will kids do well in school and then get jobs and then have a quality way of life in Allegheny County? Is that something that we're even talking about anymore? Doesn't seem that way. So I hope that we get back to that. In the meanwhile, I will be here tomorrow morning on the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert. I will be here at 8 a.m. I will spend an hour with him like I always do. I always enjoy doing that. I will be around. I will be doing some media, some television, some radio as I continue to promote this book. Go to my website, lennymcallister.com. You can see more about the book. Thank you, Michaela. Thank you all out there. I will catch up to you tomorrow morning. TCNGB. Take care and God bless. Peace.
News, weather, traffic, and business every day. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
The University of Pittsburgh head football coach Pat Narduzzi have to ask you about Mr. Beast. This guy is worth $2.6 billion on paper. He decides to visit. What was that all about?
I'm still waiting for that check from him.
Okay.
I haven't got the check yet.
Mr. Beast, send the check to University of Pittsburgh football team.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The U.S. Treasury quietly released its official financial report for 2025. It appears by its own numbers, the U.S. government seems insolvent. It's reported that the Treasury shows about $6 trillion in assets and over $47 trillion in liabilities. Add it all up, and it looks like the U.S. owes more than $130 trillion it doesn't have. If that were a family, they'd earn $52,000 a year, spend $73,000, and already be more than $1 million underwater. Any accountant would call that insolvent. So how does the government fix this? It can print money, which erodes your purchasing power, it can raise taxes, or it can cut benefits. And none of those can help to protect you. That's why many people who have something to lose move part of their savings into physical gold and silver, assets that can't be printed, defaulted on, or voted away. Call Monetary Gold at 877-NOW-GOLD for their complimentary gold and silver guide and a no-pressure conversation. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. Do it before the next headline, not after. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
Being diagnosed with leukemia, lymphoma, myeloma, or one of over 100 other types of blood cancer makes people want more time to do the things they love. We are Blood Cancer United. We do the most for more people with blood cancer. Join us at bloodcancerunited.org.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
From ABC News, I'm Wayne Cabot. No bombing, but maybe talking. New tonight from the Iranian foreign minister spokesman. America is exchanging messages, but says the priority for Iran is to protect its people from war crimes. He complains that during previous negotiations, Iran twice was targeted by the U.S. and Israel. Just now on his social media, President Trump posted AI images of airstrikes on Iran's Karg Island and images of him seizing an Iranian oil tanker. The post comes as ABC reported last week. Trump is considering a large range of attack options, including military operations as large as during the height of the war. Democratic Senator Chris Van Hollen asking, to what end?
I don't see a clear strategy, and there's never been a clear strategy. We should never have gotten into this senseless war, and we should end it now.
Republican Congressman Mike Turner says the goal is to keep Iran from having a nuclear weapon, but says this about the approach.
There's bipartisan frustration on Capitol Hill. You're seeing it, Republicans, Democrats that are showing their frustration with how this conflict is being prosecuted.
Both were guests on ABC's This Week. Ukraine will send more attack drones deep into Russia. President Zelensky saying the goal is to get Russia to end its war. He'll meet President Trump at the White House Tuesday while in town for Lindsey Graham's funeral. Also attending, Israel's Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, who plans to sit down with Trump himself on Tuesday for the first time since they decided to go to war with Iran. Not just hot tomorrow, dangerously hot, says ABC meteorologist Samara Theodore.
Kansas City feeling like 114 degrees. Oklahoma City, 106 degrees on Monday.
Extreme heat warnings next week for Las Vegas, Phoenix, east to Minneapolis, Springfield, Memphis, and it won't end soon. Listen to this. Palm Springs, California will see daytime highs near 112 this week and 120 next weekend. This is ABC News.
If you haven't switched to Pure Talk because you're not sure their coverage is every bit as reliable as Big Wireless, why not take them for a test drive? For a limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited data plan. No contracts, no commitments. Just a great deal on a high-speed network with unlimited data from an American wireless company. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
These days, heading back to school means more than pencils and notebooks. It means laptops, tablets, online accounts, and a lot of personal information moving across the internet. WebRoot Total Protection gives families powerful online defense tools with antivirus, VPN, cloud backup, identity protection, and more, helping keep your digital life secure throughout the school year and beyond. Go to webroot.com/radio and get 60% off today. That's webroot.com/radio for 60% off. Live a better digital life with WebRoot, because peace of mind shouldn't be optional.
300,000 people is how many people have been chased out of their homes from wildfires in France and Spain. And for perspective, 300,000 is the population of Orlando, Cincinnati, Pittsburgh. One fire is 9 miles away from the wine city of Bordeaux. German police have killed a man suspected of driving his van into a pride celebration, killing a man. ABC's Britt Clennett in Berlin.
Police say that officers fired at the man after he rushed towards them with a knife and that he died at the scene. Now, that's in the western part of the city in Spandau, and it followed a massive search operation to find this suspect. Authorities saying that all signs indicate that it was an Islamist terror attack and that the suspect did have a criminal history.
White House border czar Tom Homan says ICE vetting is under review following the fatal ICE-involved shootings in Houston and Maine this month. Pressed by CNN about the status of those investigations, he said he's not sure. The New York Times says DNC chair Ken Martin was reported to HR for throwing a phone toward a subordinate as pressure builds in a campaign where Democrats are in debt. The DNC has about $16 million in the bank, but is also carrying about $18 million in debt. The Republican National Committee has $128 million in the bank. The DNC not commenting on the HR incident, but denies a report that it's late in paying its vendors. Wayne Cabot, ABC News.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this rush hour ad to keep you calm, which could help your driving. And science says therapy is great for a healthy mindset. So enjoy this 14-second session on us. I think you've done everything right and absolutely nothing wrong. In fact, anything that hasn't gone your way could probably be blamed on your father not being emotionally available because his father wasn't emotionally available, and so on. And now that you're calm and healing, you're probably driving better too.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Your sales team has the talent. They've got the tools. They don't have time to close the deals you need to win unless they have sales with AI. SAILES.com. Sales.com.
When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Hazy sunshine and some clouds this afternoon with nothing more than a spotty shower or thunderstorm. Our high 82. Partly cloudy and rather humid tonight with a shower or thunderstorm in the area. Tonight's low 65. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
This is the best of the Colin Dunlap Show.
All right, let me welcome in right now Doug Johnston. He has been named the president of AHN West Penn's Hospital, and that goes into effect the 1st of the month. Good afternoon, Doug. How are you?
I'm doing excellent. How are you doing, Colin?
Wonderful. Thank you so very much. Lots of positives. The only negative is that you were working at AHN Allegheny Valley, so now you got to deal with all of 28 every day, I guess.
No, I'm actually a guy from the South Hills. So, yes, most recently I've been down here at West Penn for the last 2 years. Prior to that, absolutely, Allegheny Valley. And my commute got better. I was going from the South Hills of Pittsburgh, grew up in Baldwin, living up in St. Clair now, and was going out to Allegheny Valley. Absolutely loved it out there. Great leadership team, great care team. And, yep, last 2 years at West Penn, and just stepped in the presidency role, like you said, effective the 1st of the month.
Well, that's fantastic. That is great. And, you know, it's a hospital with a lot of history. My wife was in there a couple years ago for something, just for a couple days, and I had found myself, you know, walking around the park right there in Friendship, and then back through kind of the back corridors with some time to kill. And one thing that strikes me, Doug, is you look at those old black and white pictures, you look at the old kind of nurses' college and everything. Do you ever get struck by or take into account all the history at a place like West Penn Hospital? And now you're the steward of it, but just how many people have been through there and how important it is regionally and especially to the city?
Absolutely. You'd be amazed at how many conversations we have about those photos where you're referencing. So we call that our long hallway. Right there, there's a lot of history on those walls. I don't know if you caught it. There's a lot there. We're the oldest public hospital in Pittsburgh. So we've been here about 200 years now and on the site of Liberty and Friendship for the last 125. And like you said, a lot of patient care come through here, a lot of great physicians, and you can imagine the innovations that have come through in the last 150 years dealing with supporting the steel mills and a lot of the burns coming out of the steel mill to what we're doing today in our burn centers and our women's care is amazing.
Doug Johnston, new president, AHN West Penn. Take me through the unique challenges or maybe the unique nature of this. There are a lot of city center hospitals, and now there are a lot of suburban hospitals. It seems like the city neighborhood hospital is something that's dwindling, but you're still going strong. What's a unique challenge with a city neighborhood hospital?
Absolutely. Access. So access comes with its pros and it has its cons as well. So we're centrally located in Pittsburgh, right here in Bloomfield, part of the community, like we said, for 100-plus years. It's easy to get in. It's easy to get out. That's the pros. That being said, in an urban hospital, in a city-centered hospital, there's still areas where there's people in our area that unfortunately can't and don't have the ability to prioritize health care. So we got to go to them. And that's where we got to go out in the community with our mobile vans, set up mobile clinics, and we got to bring the care to the community for those that don't have the ability to get into the hospital.
Take me through, and you touched on it just briefly, when anybody hears, and they think about in totality all the services at West Penn, but for a lot of people, what rises to the top is the world-class burn unit. Nobody wants to be in it. Nobody wants to pay a visit there. Unfortunately, people do. And so I think you would have to take pride in just how acclaimed it is and also the level at which you have to keep innovating to keep it there, Doug.
Couldn't agree more. Burn Center has been created. So our steel mills may be a little bit long and gone, but that's when the burn center came up. The burn center came up because we had so many burns coming from the steel mills back in the 50s, the 60s, and the 70s. It was one of the biggest patient panels we needed to take care of, and that's why it was stood up. How we were taking care of those burns back then, obviously much different 60, 70 years later. Today, it's a whole new world. Literally one of the most innovative things that we've got going on, and this is by Dr. Brett Hartman and Dr. Jason Bragg, they're actually 3D printing, bioprinting skin. So a lot of people, when they're thinking about burn centers, they think about the skin graft. Taking the skin from another part of the body, it's painful, it takes longer to recovery, and then moving that skin over to the area that needs to get treated. Today, for the right types of burns, we're bioprinting here. There's different things that we can put together. We're printing it and making it in the hospital, saving them from that transplant from the skin from the other area. It's a huge innovation, quicker recovery, less pain. It's a real game changer.
Take me through conglomerates, too. You're under AHN's umbrella, of course. West Penn is. And the advantageous nature with which you can pool resources, whether it's transfer patients to specialties, whether it's doctors that bounce back and forth, whether it's just a think tank of ideas between the administration at places. How much is it different than perhaps working at an independent hospital in that you have people you can lean on all throughout the system, Doug?
It's completely different between the two, being in what we call an integrated system. So for those that don't know, Allegheny Health Network is part of the Highmark Health family. Obviously, Highmark Inc., Highmark Insurance, is a Blue Cross and Blue Shield provider. You'll always hear about the healthcare battles between providers and payers and providers. And that friction, it doesn't exist here. They're on the same team. They're working together. So if you're a member of Highmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield the AHN leadership team, the AHN hospitals across the entire region are connecting with them and making it seamless to find the care. It's worlds different than if you are a national insurance company trying to find somebody in an independent. That's when there's miscommunication, there's gaps in the care, and we don't have that in this family.
And it seems like, and last thing for you, it seems like, burn care in your burn center rises to the top. Everybody thinks about that when they think of West Penn Hospital. But the advancements, if you do just a cursory read on West Penn Hospital, the women's health, cancer care, advanced surgery, and neuroscience are the things maybe over the past, 2 decades or so where you're like, okay, right in Bloomfield, this is all happening. There's been an exponential spike, at least in what I can see, in the level of care at those different components at your hospital. Would I be correct in that?
Absolutely. If you're talking about those 3 services, you nailed it. Our largest services, again, women's, cancer, general surgery and overall, and neurosciences. If you just take women's, we are a level 3 NICU here at West Penn. Think about all the hospitals across the entire nation. Our women's care, headed up by Dr. Marsha Klein-Patel, is the 35th ranked women's center in the entire nation. That is something that we are extremely proud of. She has built an amazing program here. And again, to be one of the top across the entire nation by U.S. News and World Report, it's an honor we don't take lightly. It represents the quality and the patient experience.
Fantastic.
You take that across.
No.
You take that across cancer. Same thing. Headed up on cancer, we just completed a clinical trial for cancer, first in the nation. We do a lot of cellular therapy here. And so most of the folks listening probably don't live in cellular therapy day in, day out. Imagine that being you're taking cells from your own body, we're taking them out, we're modifying them, and then they're going right back into the body to go fight the cancer. Typically, you do that with healthy cells. Something that we just did for the first trial across the entire nation is called TILS trial. That is taking cells from the cancer itself, taking it from the tumor, modifying those, and putting them right back in to go fight the cancer, and we're getting tremendous results. So it's an honor to be part of that.
Fantastic stuff. It's great. It's innovative. And just wanted to have you on today, undertaking this new position. It's an exciting time. It's always an exciting time for medicine in Pittsburgh, but another innovation, another push forward. Doug, I thank you for your time. Appreciate it as always, and we'll talk again soon.
Thanks, Colin. Love listening to you on the radio. Been a fan for years. Keep up the good work and look forward to connecting again.
Absolutely. Good stuff. Doug Johnston, President, AHN West Penn Hospital. So always moving forward, and that is interesting to me how we think of the burn unit at West Penn, and there's so much more that they're doing there. But also, when you think of a neighborhood hospital, my wife was in there for a couple days, a couple years ago, and the amount of people that were walking to their appointments. Like Bloomfield still sees it as there. So does Lawrenceville. The number of people that were getting off the PAT bus that were going there. It's a unique neighborhood hospital. So good on Doug for getting that job.
Join Beth Andrews for the Net Worth Financial Hour Saturdays at 1 to get the news and information you need to make your retirement dream a reality. That's the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews, Saturdays at 1. Net Worth Advisors, LLC is a registered investment advisor.
News, weather, traffic, and business every day. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
This is Carlos, owner of Greater Pitt Tree Service. If you have any concerns about any trees on your property, call Greater Pitt Tree Service, 412-884-TREE. We have an A+ rating on the Better Business Bureau. To serve your needs best, we have an ISA certified arborist on staff. We have 32 years experience, 412-884-TREE. We will be your best choice for tree work. Greater Pitt Tree Service, 412-884-TREE. And remember, we did your neighbor's tree.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-777-1979. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes or overweight or or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-777-1979. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-777-1979. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. Call 800-777-1979. 800-777-1979.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce, spruce, spruce.
It's Spruce, the weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people, pets, and bees. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour, and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Spruce, pet friendly, weed deadly. Find wherever weed killers are sold.
Hey, it's Brew, and I feel like everything in my life depends on being connected. Whether I'm uploading a video, hopping on a call before my show, or video chatting with my family back in Michigan, I never have to think about my Wi-Fi. And that's why Xfinity stands out. You get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, you can get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity, imagine that.
Join Beth Andrews for the Net Worth Financial Hour Saturdays at 1 to get the news and information you need to make your retirement dream a reality. That's the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews, Saturdays at 1. Net Worth Advisors, LLC is a registered investment advisor.
The KDKA Radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
This is the best of the Colin Dunlap Show.
Before we're out of here today, Pittsburgh is losing somebody from its workforce that is a force. They just are. All right. What a day it's been. 866-391-1020. A positive show today. Big, not bogged down by all the negativity or name calling or things like that. Positive show. Program reminder, short show tomorrow, so remember that. I'll get into something about the anthem if we have time in just a little bit, but also let you know before we're out of here about somebody that we're losing, and we're going to be worse for it. That's for sure. Now, this is always a risky proposition when I press this button. It can go haywire real fast. It can go along a decent path and then make a right-hand turn into oblivion. It could be terrible from the jump, or it could actually sometimes be sensible. So I'm going to press this button and say, Dave in Wilkinsburg. Hi, Dave.
Hey, Colin, 2 half-gallons of Coons Market Finest ice cream for $6 is a pretty good deal. It's not ice milk, is it? That should be a little lower.
Right,
a little lower than $6. Coons Market, 2 for $6 on the half-gallons of ice cream is a very good deal.
Right, Rob.
A pollinator-friendly agrivoltaic. There's lots of people listening on the radio in traffic now, in traffic all over the tri-state area.
Sure.
Pollinator-friendly agrivoltaics along I-79, bee-friendly, beneficial insect-friendly, would enhance the dairy industry to that point of maybe the Delaware Valley over near Philadelphia.
Got you. May I interject a little bit? What kind of ice cream? What kind of ice cream did you get, Dave?
The last ice cream I bought was salt caramel at the Save-A-Lot in Wilkinsburg. Salt caramel, a half-gallon caramel salt.
How many calories were in that salt caramel that you bought at the Save-A-Lot?
I don't know. I am not an obese fat man. I am rather average build.
Svelte. Yes. Do you, hey, let me ask you something kind of adjacent to this. Do you like root beer floats?
Oh, yeah. Oh, but not with regular cola with sugar in it. Enough sugar in the ice cream, perhaps, but I like Splenda in my ice cream. I would like Splenda to be mass-produced in ice cream if it's possible to get the propulsion of the flavors of the ice cream through Splenda.
Oh, so it propels the flavors, you're telling me.
Oh, hell, it sure is sweet, and there's a lot of sweet honeys out there, Colin. Why don't you find one after work?
I'm married, pal.
Honey, call her Honey. She'll do anything for you. The honey is going to flow in Western Pennsylvania if we get that I-79 pollinator-friendly.
Sure. I don't care about that. Have you ever suited up, speaking of honey, have you ever suited up and gone into like a beekeeper's thing? Did you ever do that?
I'm not crazy.
I've done it. It's fascinating, and it's great. You should try it, Dave.
Maybe someday when I'm 30 or 40. Okay. I am not that age. I am past 50.
Enough of that. It was fun while it lasted. He was on a roll for a little and then sort of fell off the cliff. 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. Before we're out of here today, we're losing somebody that is much better for to have around. Did you hear about this study? This is something, Dave would appreciate this, but I'm not talking to him for a couple days. I had my fill of Dave from Wilkinsburg. But listen to this story because I got to tell you a story after it.
Study suggests coffee may even be linked to a lower risk of heart disease, heart failure, stroke, and type 2 diabetes for some people. But before you turn that small into a large cup, experts say more isn't necessarily better. High doses of caffeine, especially from energy drinks and energy shots, have been linked to higher blood pressure and abnormal heart rhythms.
All right, well, thank you. But maybe I'm weird. I just seem to think that caffeine from coffee is different than caffeine from energy drinks. I might be strange by that. And maybe you're going, you're an idiot. But it just feels much different. Now, I've scaled back my coffee intake some. I used to drink 11, 12 cups a day. Easily. Now I'm down to 5 or 6. I've made a real vested interest, or not a vested interest, a real conscious effort, I guess, to do this. Always black coffee. Nothing in it. No Splenda like Dave likes. Nothing. Just black coffee, medium or so, 12 to 16 ounces. Probably about 5 of them a day. Maybe even 4 sometimes. And then I struggle through to kind of stay up through the night. But anyway, so there's that. And she was talking about energy drinks and tried to marry those two things. I don't think they're anything alike. I've had one energy drink in my life. Actually, I take that back. I had a Celsius at Daytona like 2 years ago. And I drank half of it and felt like I could fight Mike Tyson. It was crazy. But the other time I had an energy drink, I had a full-on 5-hour energy or whatever it was. I cannot make this up. Has this happened to anybody else? Behind my knees started sweating very profusely, like water dripping down, perspiration dripping behind my knees. It was summertime, but it wasn't that hot. It was probably only in the low 70s. And I'm thinking, this is weird. Then my shirt just drenched with sweat. Then I kid you not, after this 5-hour energy, probably 15, 20 minutes after I drank it, I could feel and I swear almost see my heart beating through my shirt. Boom, 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 boom. And you could hear it in your ears. And then my mouth got like really dry. I honestly thought I don't know what it's like to feel like having a heart attack. I really felt like I was going to have some sort of medical emergency. And I stood up. I was lightheaded. The sweat was pouring down the back of my legs. I will never have like a Monster, a 5-hour energy. I see these people that go into Sheetz and come out of Sheetz in the morning, and they got like 20-ounce energy drinks. I don't know how they do it. I don't. I had a 5-hour energy thing, and I felt like my whole body was going to explode. That was my one and only encounter with that sort of energy stuff. Never happening again. Never. I felt like my whole body was racing, but I was standing still. It was the worst feeling I've ever had. And I've drank back in the day. I mean, a lot. Anything there is. Wild turkey, Rumpelmans, vodka, whatever. This was the worst feeling I've ever had. I felt like I wanted to, pass out and fall asleep for hours. But my whole body was moving at 9,000 miles an hour. It was scary. It was. We're losing somebody in Pittsburgh, and we're not going to be better for it.
Starting a home improvement project? Before you build a deck, plant a tree, or put up a fence, remember to call 811. Professionals from underground utilities like Peoples will mark your lines with flags so you can dig safely. Whether you're doing the work yourself or hiring a professional, calling 811 before you dig is free for homeowners. And it's the law. Call 811 3 days before you dig to keep you and your family safe. Peoples, an essential utilities company.
The U.S. Treasury quietly released its official financial report for 2025. It appears by its own numbers, the U.S. government seems insolvent. It's reported that the Treasury shows about $6 trillion in assets and over $47 trillion in liabilities. Add it all up, and it looks like the U.S. owes more than $130 trillion it doesn't have. If that were a family, they'd earn $52,000 a year, spend $73,000, and already be more than $1 million underwater. Any accountant would call that insolvent. So how does the government fix this? It can print money, which erodes your purchasing power, it can raise taxes, or it can cut benefits. And none of those can help to protect you. That's why many people who have something to lose move part of their savings into physical gold and silver, assets that can't be printed, defaulted on, or voted away. Call Monetary Gold at 877-NOW-GOLD for their complimentary gold and silver guide and a no-pressure conversation. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. Do it before the next headline, not after. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
Your sales team has the talent. They've got the tools. They don't have time to close the deals you need to win unless they have sales with AI. SAILES.com. Sales.com.
When you call yourself the voice of Pittsburgh, you have to know when to not talk. Sometimes you just need to be the ears of Pittsburgh. Just listen. Listen to what you have to say. These are complicated and uncertain times. But when you need us, we're here for you. And we're listening. A trusted source that you can count on to be here. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
ABC News, I'm Wayne Cabot. The bombing has taken a pause, but the war rhetoric has not. President Trump now posting fake AI images of airstrikes on Iran's Karg Island, along with images of him seizing an Iranian oil tanker. The president will be meeting on Tuesday with Israel's prime minister for the first time since they started the war. ABC's Stephen Portnoy.
We know that the two speak often. Trump has said in recent months they talk just about every 2 days. You'd imagine that Iran will probably dominate the conversation between the president and Benjamin Netanyahu, but you also might expect that Trump will bring up Lebanon. He's been critical of how Netanyahu has targeted Hezbollah in recent months.
And tonight, the supreme leader reaffirming Iran's backing of Hezbollah. President Zelensky, hoping to get Russia to end its war, says Ukraine will be sending attack drones deeper into Russian territory. He, too, will meet Trump at the White House on Tuesday. Triple-digit heat warnings next week for Las Vegas, Phoenix, east to Minneapolis, Springfield, and Memphis. This is ABC News.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Sunshine and some clouds this afternoon with a spotty shower or thunderstorm, high 82. Partly cloudy tonight, a shower or thunderstorm in the area, low 65. For tomorrow, intervals of clouds and sun, warm but humid with an afternoon thunderstorm, high 85. For AccuWeather, I'm Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
80 million listeners depend on AM radio to always be on, delivering news, sports, talk, traffic, and weather reports you can trust. AM radio also delivers vital emergency information when you need it most. Text AM to 39179. Tell Congress to pass the AM Radio for Every Vehicle Act to keep AM radio in cars.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month, and you may text STOP to stop.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell & Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand, so shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
This is the best of the Colin Dunlap Show.
All right, just got a text from Dave Sunday's people. He's still in his press conference. We're going to effort for a little later on in the show and go from there. But 1 hour from right now, Slippery Rock Mayor John David Longo, he has right-sized, actually brought his township, or borough, I should say, out of debt. So that's one thing with Slippery Rock Borough. The big question that I want to ask him is this, because he's made the national rounds. Is it scalable? How can you make that happen in places much bigger, and can you make it happen in places much bigger? I understand the template for Slippery Rock Borough, but can you make it happen in places much bigger? 866-391-1020 is that number. Again, we'll effort Dave Sunday throughout the show. I'll keep you posted as to that. He got caught up in a press conference a little longer than anticipated. But let's dive into this because it became a hot-button topic last night. It was something where this whole teen takeover stuff has kind of enveloped a lot of different neighborhoods, particularly in the city. And I look at it and I go, you know, it feels like that some people are using kind of an easy way out excuse for it. Give a listen.
The city has not taken a position whatsoever or instituted anything related to curfew. That is a mischaracterization of terms, and I want to be clear that we have not moved in an administration to institute any curfews.
Okay, that's just one of the comments from Public Safety Director Sheldon Williams last night. And looking at all that, I don't know if all of it's good enough for me. So he spoke to reporters at this town hall about so-called teen takeovers. And that was Sheldon Williams. He said a bunch of things. One of the things that kept resounding loud and clear from Mr. Williams was, it's all, and I'm taking a quote here, it's always about response to behavior, and I want to be clear when I say that it's never about the people in the space. It's about the behavior in the space that we are told. Well, I kind of take issue. If it keeps being the same people, it is about the people. He also then said that he heard the young people want a place to gather, more creativity, and their own space. Quoted as saying they kind of want some level of autonomy, but not a lot of rules. But I don't know how much we can go with that. Okay, there are plenty of places for these kids to gather. Am I missing something here? Many of them have had many opportunities to gather and have proven time and time and time again that they can't behave. Doesn't that seem to be the problem? Or am I just somebody who's saying this and I'm like off base here? He said there needs to be better networking to help everyone unite, identify issues, and problem solve. Well, isn't part of the problem solving eliminating the people who can't figure it out or stay on track? Citations, arrests, penalties, things like that. You see, for me, this one, while it's not simple, it's simple to go ahead and make excuses like there's not places to gather, or we need to be more creative, or we need to provide more creative spaces, or things need to happen like there needs to be better networking and help unite and all that. There's plenty of unification. You know how I know this? Because these teens find a way to unify and come together en masse to create trouble. Find the ones who are doing the bad things and punish them. This gets back to, for some reason, people not wanting to lay the hammer down on kids who can't behave. It gets back to Schumann not being open. Now, I'm not saying because of a teen takeover that you need to throw everybody in Schumann, but I am saying we need to start writing disorderly conduct citations. We need to start putting kids in front of the magistrate a lot more. We need to start making things penalties and going ahead and enforcing the laws on the books. Every time that I hear Sheldon Williams talk, it kind of feels like he goes right up to the edge and then scales back and says, but part of the problem is society's problem. There's not enough places for these kids. Well, there sure as heck were enough places for a lot of kids for a lot of generations, and they found something to do. It's like that age-old, hey, mom and dad, what do you want me to do? There's nothing to do. Well, go find something. And it's just not good enough for me to hear from somebody in a position of power, well, there's not spaces. Okay, I get it. Now, I can also understand whenever there's chaperone policies everywhere and kids feel like they can't go to the mall. They feel like they can't go to Kennywood. They feel like they can't go to Market Square. But again, that's when those people who are in charge of those places need to work with police. The people who are in charge of those places, and a lot of those places, particularly kind of quasi-public places like Market Square, they are fed up. They're fed up that there's not an enforcement of the rules already on the books, and they've exhausted all avenues in which to keep their spaces safe. So then it comes down to, which I hate, but it's the last resort, no kids this age are allowed in here. You know why? Because we've let it go so far. If you proactively police, and I'm not telling Jason Lando how to do his job, but I am telling Mr. Williams that it's enough with the excuses. If you proactively police and you go ahead and you get the bad kids or the ones who can't behave, and you start writing citations, you start putting them in front of the magistrate, you start penalizing them, you start telling the Barb Warwicks of the world and the people who are on city council, hey, thanks, we appreciate your input, but too freaking bad. Some of these kids can't behave and they're going to pay consequences. When that starts to happen, it becomes a much safer space, in particular for the kids who have proven that they can behave. So these teen takeovers that I see, so many kids are suffering consequences or are not able to do things because there is a small minority of kids who go out and do things that they shouldn't be doing. But they're not dealt with. They're not dealt with at the first time, the second time, the third time. And in so much as this, they're really never dealt with on an individual basis. The only time they are made to deal with any consequences is when it becomes a blanket policy. And I think that needs to be brought up to Mr. Williams. All right, Attorney General Dave Sunday, he's going to join at 3:35, 3:37. So we got that going for us. That'll be good. 866-391-1020 is that number here. Coming up next, I'm going to tell you about, and I talked about this the other day, greatest PR job in Western Pennsylvania history. But now I got a little bit of a conspiracy theory.
When you need to know, depend on the news leader. At home, in your car, or at work. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM, AM 1020, and KDKA-radio.com.
I'm with Joe Potocznik from JP Roofing and Siding, a Platinum Preferred Contractor from Owens Corning. Joe, what does that mean?
It's an elite status. We earn that by using Owens Corning products to qualify for the Platinum Preferred Warranty. That's a 50-year warranty on the materials and 25-year on the labor, 100%.
That's the upper 1% in America after 45 years, Joe. Congratulations.
Thank you, Larry.
Call JP Roofing and Siding, 412-829-7711.
Let me tell you something about insurance. When you sign your insurance policy, for some brokers, that's the finish line. Handshake, commission, done. Then you may not hear from them again until it's time for renewal. But your business runs all year, so do the gaps and the risk. So go to supersure.com. If your company has more than 25 employees, whether you're the owner, CFO, or HR manager, it can be too complex to just go buy a policy online. Supersure is the super agency built for you, licensed in every state for your business insurance and employee benefits, all with year-round support for you and your team. At supersure.com, you can access tools like fine print facts. It'll translate your current policy into plain English so you see what's covered and what's not. Plus a business value calculator so you can estimate what your business is worth so you know what actually needs protecting. Go to supersure.com. One super agency, one powerful platform, all your policies in one place. Supersure.com. That's supersure.com. Paid for by Supersure Insurance Agency, LLC, a licensed insurance agency.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
This is the best of the Colin Dunlap Show.
Woo! Hello to you. Man, what a day, what a show. I can't wait to talk to Rich Fitzgerald coming up just past 4:30 about the pension situation. Yeah, there's a lot going on. All right, what else do I need to tell you about? Oh, I'll tell you about Service Master in just a little bit. I'll talk to Paul Alexander at the top of the hour. They tell me, well, they don't tell me. They used to when I was just starting out, but now they don't have to tell me anymore. It's kind of like you learn this. Find relatable topics. You know what's relatable to a lot of people? Golf. And I brought something up about the game of golf, playing, watching, all of it, and it's incredibly relatable. And I want to talk to Paul about that coming up just past 4 o'clock. All right. So I was talking to somebody in law enforcement today, right? And what I thought, I didn't necessarily think this was going to happen. So I asked the person, I said, hey, about this Paul Miller law, because I kind of entered into a conversation when it was halfway through, about this Paul Miller law. You happen to be citing anybody about the Paul Miller law? And guess what they said? Tons of people. I said, what? The Paul Miller law, the one in which you get cited for using your phone while driving. And it was a police officer who I know. And he said, yep, all the time. I've been using it. I've been citing people for it. And it's not just anybody who's egregious. It's if I'm behind you and I could see through and I pull alongside of you and you're stopped at a light, you take forever, you're texting, I see it. I see people on the other side of the road all the time. And I said, wow, $50. Seems like a lot of work for $50, right? And they said, no. When it's all said and done with fees and fines and court costs and all that, it works out to $198.50. So if you get cited for this Paul Miller law, it's $198.50. And I said, well, tell me the practical part of it. And he said, listen, if there's 10 cars in a line at a red light, and somebody reaches down and sags, I'm not an idiot. I'm not going to pull somebody over. But if I'm driving next to someone and they're swerving and it's almost like they're drunk and I look over and I can see one hand on the wheel, one hand on the phone, yeah, you're getting pulled over. And a lot of times it's not a warning. It's, here you go. And I said, well, let's talk about this just a little bit. Why is that? And he said, there absolutely needs to be a new mindset of when that phone is in the car, when I'm in the car, when I'm driving, it's something that's hands off. Any new car or newer car has the ability to do pretty much all the functions without touching it. And if you don't have a new car, a newer car, or one with those functions, sorry about your luck. We can't keep putting people's safety in jeopardy just because you want to text, just because you want to tweet, just because you want to look at something on the internet. We can't keep doing that. And I said, well, wow, I had no idea. So let me ask you this at 866-391-1020. We're not too deep into this Paul Miller's Law. Has it changed the way you operate? I'll tell you what, it has for me. Where I'm even in traffic, now I really don't even reach down. You know, when it first started, I would do the whole, I'm going to reach down and grab my phone, and I'm going to keep it below the steering wheel, and I'm going to kind of be looking out of both sides, and hopefully there's not somebody who's a police officer that's going to pull me over or see me or whatever, and do it real covertly. I would do that right when it got pushed into practice. Even during that year when it was just a warning and not a fine. But then even more when it became something that was a ticketable offense. But now I'm at the point where I have, and I guess this is the right word and the best way to say it, and kind of what their goal and aim was, I've kind of reconditioned myself that it's hands off all the time. Anytime I'm in the car, anytime that the car's in motion, anytime that I am driving, the phone, it's almost like it's not there unless it rings. And if it rings, then I can reach up, I can touch that big screen, and I don't answer any calls of people who I don't know the number. So many a times it's a spam call. I hit that big red button and it stops ringing and the radio goes back on, or the satellite goes back on. But I think they might be, and I was super skeptical of this when it started. I still drive home and see a lot of people holding their phone. But I was super skeptical if anybody would get pulled over. I think it might be a real long slog, and it might be a super long march. But it does feel like they're making a dent on people, both in my personal behaviors, and then when I talked to that police officer today, and he said, yeah, you know what? It's happening. I'm seeing people, and it's a no tolerance kind of thing. And are they mad? Yeah, sometimes. But more often than not, you know what he said they say to him? You know what? You got me, and I got to do better. I can't argue this. I'm just going to pay the fine. There's no points or anything like that. And you don't want to keep paying $200, that's for sure. And he said he gets very little resistance from it. Hardly anybody is like, you know what? That wasn't me, or I wasn't doing it, or you got me all wrong. People, he said 99% of the time, just admit it and go, you know what? I'm sorry. My bad. You got me. Stupid on my part, and I need to do better. So that might turn into people just seeing it as something that they can't do when they're driving. Again, if you told me at the very beginning when this was proposed that it would actually have an impact, I even said this. I said it would have no impact. Now, I'm not saying it's going to have everybody drop their phones when they're driving, but I kind of feel like it is. And for the people like the texter right now who say it's just another revenue stream, I thought that too when it started. But after talking to a police officer, he told me there's a lot of times he'll go on a wreck. He'll go on a rear end crash. He'll go on something, and the person will say, well, I don't know what happened. And 1 and 1 makes 2, but you just can't prove it. a lot of crashes texting while driving. Has it changed your behavior? That's what I want to ask about next. 866-391-1020 is that number.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
University of Pittsburgh head football coach Pat Narduzzi. Have to ask you about Mr. Beast. This guy is worth $2.6 billion on paper. He decides to visit. What was that all about?
I'm still waiting for that check from him.
Okay.
I haven't got the check yet.
Mr. Beast, send the check to University of Pittsburgh football.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Battles aren't won solely on the field. That's a common misconception. Battles are won within, over enemies of fear, enemies of doubt. In that place where promises are kept. Promises to oneself.
This is a physical training event!
Promises to one's community.
Helping people move debris out of their house.
Promises to one's country. In the heart of every Marine, you'll find a promise. A promise forever kept. A promise of battles won.
Miss Fernandez, what are those tiny things?
Those are what we call amoebas. You can only see them through a microscope.
Wow.
Today's students are tomorrow's great thinkers and innovators. But right now, there's a funding crisis in public schools. Millions of kids go to schools that don't have funding for books, computers, and so much more just because of where they live. You can help change that. Donors Choose is a nonprofit that lets you support students and teachers in your community and beyond. You choose which supplies to support. You could provide first graders with pencils and paper, or other students with their first chapter books, help a music class get a guitar.
You could even supply a classroom like mine with a science project. But what you're really giving is the moment that sparks a brighter tomorrow.
To learn more, please visit DonorsChoose.org. That's DonorsChoose.org. Choose students. Shape the future.
You wanted to be cool, which led you to smoking, which led to a pack a day. Then you met that special someone, which led to starting a life with them, which led to wanting to live longer, which led to quitting. Then you heard you may be at risk for lung cancer, which led you to getting a low-dose CT scan. If you smoked, get scanned. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org. Brought to you by the American Lung Association and the Ad Council.
Don't delay in getting that plumbing repair done. Call Palucci Plumbing today for all of your plumbing needs. From trenchless sewer repair and waterline repairs and replacement, hot water tanks, sewer camera inspections, to Pittsburgh potty repairs, no job is too small for Palucci Plumbing. Owners Amy and Nick Palucci have been in business for 26 years, so give them a call for your next plumbing repair or replacement. Palucci Plumbing, 412-782-5050. That's 412-782-5050.
When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
All right, son. Time to put out this campfire.
Dad, we learned about this in school.
Oh, did you now? Okay. What's first?
Smokey Bear said to.
First, drown it with a bucket of water. Then stir it with a shovel.
Wow. You sound just like him.
Then he said.
If it's still warm, then do it again.
Where can I learn all this?
It's all on SmokeyBear.com with other wildfire prevention tips. Because only you can prevent wildfires.
Brought to you by the USDA Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding. Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
I'm pediatric allergist Dr. Carla Davis. If your child has asthma, let's take a breath together and talk about it. Does your child need to use a quick relief inhaler or a breathing treatment more than twice a week to treat asthma? Has your child repeatedly awakened at night due to coughing, wheezing, or shortness of breath? Have you taken your child to the emergency room, urgent care, or hospital for asthma symptoms? Has your child missed school because of asthma? If you said yes to any of these questions, it's time to talk to an allergy and asthma specialist like me, who understands how difficult and frustrating it is to see your child struggle with asthma every single day. The good news is there are new ways and new medications to help you and your child take control of asthma and live an active life. If you feel your child's asthma is not under control, go to controlyourasthma.org.
They came from every corner of the country, from small towns and big cities. But they all shared one thing in common. They belonged to a family called Marines, a tough and determined few dedicated to protecting everything we hold sacred. And still, they come. Celebrate the history of those proud few who have earned the title Marine.
All right, son. Time to put out this campfire.
Dad, we learned about this in school.
Oh, did you now? Okay. What's first?
Smokey Bear said to.
First, drown it with a bucket of water, then stir it with a shovel.
Wow, you sound just like him.
Then he said.
If it's still warm, then do it again.
Where can I learn all this?
It's all on SmokeyBear.com with other wildfire prevention tips. Because only you can prevent wildfires.
Brought to you by the USDA Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
14 years in prison for killing a young woman. A 15-year sentence for a crash that caused 3 deaths. 12.5 years for killing a child and critically injuring her mother. All true stories, all caused by marijuana-impaired drivers. No matter what you tell yourself, if you feel different, you drive different. So, if you're high, just don't drive. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Being diagnosed with leukemia, lymphoma, myeloma, or one of over 100 other types of blood cancer makes people want more time to do the things they love. We are Blood Cancer United. We do the most for more people with blood cancer. Join us at bloodcancerunited.org.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
From ABC News, I'm Wayne Cabot. One nation, 2 elections. A federal appeals court ruling this weekend that 23 Democratic states do not have to follow a Trump executive order that the Postal Service create a list of approved voters in those states. In this 2-1 ruling, the First Circuit Court of Appeals agreed with those 23 states that sued Trump on the grounds that states are responsible for administering federal elections. The other 27 states are not covered by this order. It's unclear if the Postal Service plans to enforce Trump's executive order there. The court saying this will sow confusion and disenfranchise eligible voters. This with the midterms 100 days from today. Democratic Governor Josh Shapiro at a campaign event in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania.
With Democrats in the majority, we're going to work to reverse those cuts to SNAP, reverse those cuts to health care, and have real accountability for the corruption that we are seeing every day in Washington, D.C. That's what a Democratic Congress will give you.
Republican Ohio Congressman Mike Turner admits that bipartisan frustration continues over the way the war with Iran is being prosecuted and tells ABC's This Week Iran can't be trusted.
They're not a party in which you can depend on their word. They cannot be negotiated with and then be relied upon. And in that, it's very difficult. You don't have an adversary where when you have a memorandum of understanding that they're going to live up to their word.
With another pause apparently in this war, global oil at now $92 a barrel, down more than 4%. The European fires are spreading so fast in the heat and dry conditions that ABC's Marcus Moore says.
Spain declaring their first ever national emergency due to fires. More than 100,000 people either evacuating or ordered to shelter in place.
Twice that many people have been evacuated across France, where one out-of-control fire is bearing very close to the wine city of Bordeaux. You're listening to ABC News.
If you haven't switched to Pure Talk because you're not sure their coverage is every bit as reliable as Big Wireless, why not take them for a test drive? For a limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited data plan. No contracts, no commitments, just a great deal on a high-speed network with unlimited data from an American wireless company. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
These days, heading back to school means more than pencils and notebooks. It means laptops, tablets, online accounts, and a lot of personal information moving across the internet. WebRoot Total Protection gives families powerful online defense tools with antivirus, VPN, cloud backup, identity protection, and more, helping keep your digital life secure throughout the school year and beyond. Go to webroot.com/radio and get 60% off today. That's webroot.com/radio for 60% off. Live a better digital life with WebRoot, because peace of mind shouldn't be optional.
This summer's big theatrical buzz continues to be about a poem from the 8th century BC.
Help me go home.
The Odyssey sailed through its second weekend atop the box office, collecting another $87 million in ticket sales. In just 2 weeks, the Greek epic has made over $286 million in North America. Disney's live-action Moana added another $10.5 million this weekend, good enough for second place.
It's good to see them fighting again. It sure is.
Well, Toy Story 5, another Disney release, took in another $10 million. Disney is the parent company of ABC. Mike Dubusky, ABC News.
ABC's Rena Roy says the Fed will make a decision this week on interest rates.
The broader expectation is the Fed holds steady while watching to see whether higher energy prices start spilling into core inflation, meaning there is a chance we could see a rate hike later this year.
That meeting is on Wednesday. Mortgage rates are already up. The average rate on a 30-year fixed, 6.58%. German authorities say the suspect in a deadly Berlin pride attack that killed one person and left 29 hurt got shot and killed by police 24 hours after the attack. Abdul Balu is a German citizen with Lebanese roots, and prosecutors say he tried to join the militant Islamic State group. Palm Springs, California, always hot this time of year, but not like this. 112 this week and 120 degrees possible next weekend. I'm Wayne Cabot, ABC News.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Hazy sunshine and some clouds this afternoon with nothing more than a spotty shower or thunderstorm. Our high 82. Partly cloudy and rather humid tonight with a shower or thunderstorm in the area. Tonight's low 65. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Hey, this is the best of the Marty Griffin Show.
I find it reprehensible, unsettling, disturbing, very, very difficult to manage the death toll in Iran. I can't, and I know war is hell, and I know they sign up and they know they could die, but man, you see the picture of a 19-year-old girl out of Carrollton, Texas, where I worked and lived, and she's dead, and all her friends are crying, and I'm just angry. And Trump's 24-hour wars turned into endless war. Listen to this so-called alleged Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth. Listen.
You estimated at one point that the cost of the war in Iran was $29 billion, but then added a caveat that there was a replacement of munitions, for example. Do you have a new estimate about what the war has cost us so far in this, the 5th month of the first year of this war in Iran?
Senator, the estimate we have as of today is $37.5 billion.
And is the current activity, which we've been told about, the exchange of fire back and forth in Iran, an indication that that number is going to go up in the months ahead?
Some of that number captures additional O&M, mill pay, and other that would be anticipated through the fiscal year. So some of that anticipates what costs would be going out in the future as well.
So the new number you've given me is what?
$37.5 billion.
And that represents the cost of the war through what period of time?
Through now for certain aspects of it, but also mill pay, O&M, other anticipated costs through September 30th, Senator.
I was almost too young to get angry, but I remember being angry. I started to hate Nixon. I started to hate Johnson. I started to hate anyone, Ford, anyone that had anything to do with the Vietnam War. And I know we don't have that kind of scale yet, but now we have 19 Americans dead, 100 injured at least in the last month. I'm here with my wife, Christine, and I brought this up to you because we worked and lived in Texas, and I saw that 19-year-old girl, and it rips your heart out. It just does, honey. Whether you want to be political about this or not, it just hurts.
Well, it sometimes feels like this war is so far away, we don't see it. It's in a country we don't really understand that well. But when you see a young woman like that, it does make it very real that this is a war and that our people are under threat and being hurt and killed.
And then I had a pastor on the show yesterday, and members of his congregation are being sent over there right now, and they're wondering if their kids are going to die. And no end in sight, nothing but lies. Now they're saying they need $80 billion for a war they said would end in 24 hours. I know you're going to think he's biased, but I don't give a damn this morning. I'm so angry about this war. Congressman Chris DeLuzio, good morning, sir. As a man who has served, as a man who would serve and die today, this gets to you big time, doesn't it, sir?
Marty, for sure, and I appreciate you bringing attention to our fallen heroes. And look, we should never turn a blind eye to the costs of war. You've got Americans who have died, 18 of them. You've got hundreds of Americans who have been wounded. And to me, look, maybe I'm old school. If you're going to send the country to war, you go to the American people, you make the case, you ask them if they're willing to sacrifice, if they're willing to send their sons and daughters, their grandchildren. The American people don't want us to do that right now. 2/3 and more of Americans don't want us to be fighting in Iran, don't want our young people dying.
Why the hell would they, sir? Come on, man.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
It's not that complicated. And Marty, look, we're paying for this at home. Who's filled up gas in the last few days, the last few months? We're back up north of $4.25, $4.30 a gallon, much higher in some places. We're paying for this. And I got to tell you, I heard Pete Hegseth for months, back in April, say that we've had an overwhelming victory. Back in April, say that the military of Iran was destroyed, made combat ineffective. And
sir.
You should ask the families of our fallen troops this weekend whether they think we've had an overwhelming victory in April. It's just reckless stuff from the guy atop the Pentagon who leads the military in this battle, in this war.
And Congressman, what did you think when you heard about the 100 people who had been injured that hadn't been disclosed up until now?
Yeah, look, I'm on the Armed Services Committee. I have a pretty serious constitutional oversight responsibility around our military. And I understand you have to have some tactical secrecy. You've got to keep some things quiet, but we should not ever turn a blind eye to the real human cost of war. And it is often paid in lives. It's paid in wounded troops. It's paid in the civilians caught up in the fighting, including school children in Iran. These are real costs. And again, maybe I'm old school. In a democracy, we talk about what the sacrifice is that we're asking of our troops and people in this country. And I don't think we should hide those facts from the American people ever.
I'll tell you what, Chris, Congressman, I wanted to punch a wall. And I'm a homer, as you know. I love Giant Eagle. I'm friends with the chairman, actually good friends. And I get this friggin' post after Americans are dying in Iran that the President of the United States is telling us to shop at Giant Eagle because they're cutting prices on 300 items. Look, Congressman, I'm all about the local economy and boosting a Giant Eagle, sir, but that's just bizarre to me. That is so flippant and arrogant. It has to hit you the same way, sir.
Yeah, and look, you're a commander-in-chief at war. There can be no greater responsibility as a president than that. This is a war he's chosen. He started despite the American people's opposition. I think you got to get us out of this. And I think his principal focus should be exactly that. And listen, great. Go support our local businesses.
Right.
I'd love to see them bring down prices.
Go
great.
to Dairy Queen,
But,
buy some milk.
Yeah.
Milk a cow, man.
Yeah. Marty.
Hey, I'm just saying. You can tell I'm angry. I see
I
these
know.
pictures.
I know.
And look, war is hell. And of all people, you know it. You served. But we were lied. We were lied to, sir. Were we not lied to, sir?
Oh, absolutely. I think Pete Hegseth, up to and including the president, how many times have they said, this will be quick, this will be over, this has been a stunning victory, a stunning success? I mean, we are in a worse position than before they started this war with the Strait of Hormuz and the impact on oil prices and oil markets. And I've made this point, Marty, with you, too. On top of everything else, they also canceled all these other clean energy projects that would have made us less exposed to a Middle Eastern oil shock. China, on the other hand, is going the other direction. They're doubling down on getting off of Middle Eastern oil, of spending money to subsidize and support alternative energy. I mean, it's crazy when you really think about if they were going to start a war where they knew the Strait of Hormuz would be disrupted, the last thing you should have done is taken other energy projects off the table, and we're all paying for that.
Congressman Chris DeLuzio, look, when you commit, you serve, and that's what you did. But I would suggest that the young women and men that are serving right now were lied to, and they weren't given the proper air defenses as we've seen in Jordan, sir, for the Americans who have died. If you had kids ready to serve right now, would you tell them serve, or would you tell them wait?
I think that people who are patriotic are always going to step up to serve. I think it's one of the most honorable things you can do. And what I think we in the Congress and the White House and the government owe those young people is honesty and to never squander that patriotism, because that is a sacred trust that should never be broken. And it's why you don't send people to fight unless we absolutely have to. And I think this has been a blunder and a mistake. And the most direct and important thing this president can do is to put an end to this and bring our troops home.
Well, and the system is supposed to work where Congress approves war, but that didn't happen this time. What do you think can be done to change this going forward so Congress does have a say and it's not just up to the president?
Well, Christine, I think the easiest thing is that the Congress should grow some courage here, grow a spine, and vote, whether it's on a war powers resolution, as we have done, or on the funding for this war, and say enough. You didn't get approval from the American people to do this in the first place. And look, not everything is partisan. This vote has been mostly partisan, but we've had some Republicans join nearly all the Democrats to say this war should end. But look, I'm very clear about differences going into November for the election. And I think one of the things that a Democratic majority in the House, remember, there's a Republican majority now, one of the things that we will do is use the powers under our Constitution to put a stop to this war if it's still going on. And that shouldn't be such a partisan fight.
I'm disgusted, man. As you can tell, of 500 Americans hurt, almost 20 dead. I saw the face of that 19-year-old girl from Texas, and I honestly started to tear up. And here's my problem with all of it, sir, big picture. No one can dispute this, Congressman. We are worse off today than we were the day before we started bombing Iran. Are we not, sir?
I agree. I don't think it's even really up for debate when you look at the cost for all of us to fill up gas, the cost of shipping anything in this country, of moving goods, and the cost in precious American lives. Now, I want to say one more thing, Marty.
Yeah.
I disagree with this war. I think we should put a stop to it. But that does not diminish for a second the sacrifice of our troops who are doing what they've been ordered and asked to do. Their patriotism is so clearly on display, and it's why we should never squander it.
Well, there are men and women today being sent from the area of the 171st refueling to the Straits of Hormuz. Hold on one second, sir, real quick. Kate, go ahead, quickly.
Hello. I wanted to thank Representative DeLuzio for his thoughtful, knowledgeable descriptions based on his experience. But I just wanted you to know, Representative, that never diminish your concerns saying I might be old school. That is principled. Principles never fall out of fashion. That is very important, and please keep that strong.
Thank you, Kate. Thank you, Congressman.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, guys.
Man, it makes me so angry, you could probably tell.
Your source for everything that's news. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
The U.S. Treasury quietly released its official financial report for 2025. It appears by its own numbers, the U.S. government seems insolvent. It's reported that the Treasury shows about $6 trillion in assets and over $47 trillion in liabilities. Add it all up, and it looks like the U.S. owes more than $130 trillion it doesn't have. If that were a family, they'd earn $52,000 a year, spend $73,000, and already be more than $1 million underwater. Any accountant would call that insolvent. So how does the government fix this? It can print money, which erodes your purchasing power, it can raise taxes, or it can cut benefits. And none of those can help to protect you. That's why many people who have something to lose move part of their savings into physical gold and silver, assets that can't be printed, defaulted on, or voted away. Call Monetary Gold at 877-NOW-GOLD for their complimentary gold and silver guide and a no-pressure conversation. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. Do it before the next headline, not after. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
Your line just went down. Production stopped. A supervisor wants answers. And someone's digging through a binder for the maintenance history. Every one of those minutes costs money. And most of the time, that breakdown could have been prevented. That's where MaintainX comes in. MaintainX catches the failure before it happens. Preventive maintenance plans on every key asset to improve reliability. Work orders assigned and tracked right from your phone. Everyone from the floor to the front office is in the loop. Real-time dashboards give managers instant visibility into what's been completed, what's overdue, and where the bottlenecks are. No more guesswork. Just a smarter, faster maintenance operation. Companies on MaintainX have cut unplanned downtime by over 30% and saved thousands on parts and labor every year. See what it can do for your operation. Try MaintainX free at maintainx.com.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell & Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
The KDKA Radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at KennyRoss.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Hey, this is the best of the Marty Griffin Show.
I find it reprehensible that we're still in this war. I find it reprehensible that there's no end in sight. And it rips my heart out. And I have a bunch of friends that are veterans and say that you know when you sign up for this that you could die. Yeah, you do. But he looked us in the eye and he told us this would be 24 hours. And here we are 6 months in $40 billion with an estimate of at least $80 billion. Gas prices are exploding. Food prices are exploding. 400 to 500 Americans hurt. Almost 20 dead. I cannot. We're worse off than we were before. We have no control of the Strait of Hormuz. We have no idea what Iran has and what they don't have. And every damn day they change their story. I don't give a damn if you like Trump or not. I don't like this. I don't care if he's right wing, left wing, middle wing, no wing. It sucks. And man, I'm talking to this pastor who's got folks from the 171st refueling that are headed to the Straits or Hormuz today, and their kids are going, and they're thinking, is my son or daughter going to die over a war that was supposed to be over 5 months ago, and they don't know. Go ahead, Douglas.
Oh, hello, Marty. Can you hear me?
I can, sir. Appreciate you hanging.
This is my first time ever calling KDKA. I am a veteran. Our son is currently serving at a base that's well within striking distance of Iran right now. He's in the Air Force.
Wow.
But
God bless you.
the issue that I have, Marty, and like I said, this is my first time ever calling you. It's not as simple as Representative DeLuzio had stated. We cannot just simply leave there and leave that whole area open to whatever.
Sir, I'm not going to debate this war with you because we could spend weeks on it, but you were there because I was there when we were told this would be over in 24 hours. Were you not there, sir?
Yes,
Because I was, and so is your poor son out there. And now we're 6 months in and $50 billion and 19 Americans dead and 500 injured, and your son is in the line of sight, and I can't stand that. Can you, sir? No end in sight, sir. Worse off than we were when it started, sir. With all due respect.
The alternative, Marty? The alternative, Marty, is to allow Iran to close that strait and to.
It is closed. It is closed.
It is, of course, but it was going to be closed regardless.
No,
and also
no, it was actually open. It was open when the war started, sir. Now it's closed. So we've taken one step up and 2 steps back. Sir, you got it. Sir, you got to admit. Come on. I know you love Trump, and that's fine. God bless you. But you got to admit, we've been lied to, sir. Come on, man.
I do believe that Trump's heart is with America, but at the same time, I do also understand that he does the most oddball things at times, and it does.
And hold on. And wow, I love the fact that your son is serving. That takes a lot of courage, and I love that kind of commitment. Do you have anxiety about that you want this to end because of your son's in the line of sight, sir?
Well, he's at Diego Garcia.
Oh, wow.
And he's in the Air Force.
Yeah.
And we do worry at times about it, but we just trust that, the Lord will keep him safe.
Absolutely.
But at the same time, Marty, the Iranian people, not the people, but the leadership of Iran, they seem like they're crazy. If they would have gotten a nuclear bomb,
and they think Trump's. Hold on, because you're right, and they seem worse than before. So now we have a crazier regime, who obviously still has these crazy ass missiles, and we have a president who makes decisions based on what? Specials at Giant Eagle, sir. 300 items marked down at Giant Eagle, sir. I don't know, man.
Nobody knew going into this what was going to transpire.
Trump said he knew, sir. Trump said it would be over in 24 hours, sir. I took him at his word. Did you?
Well, I was hoping it would not.
I love your call. I absolutely love the fact that you are here and that you give a damn, and everything you said is spot on. And God bless you and your son.
It's your captain speaking. To the passenger with the Mirror Fast soft chews, smart move.
No way am I letting travel constipation ruin this trip.
Can't blame you. Mirror Fast works fast, but without the harsh side effects.
Since I'm such a smart traveler, can I move to first class?
No. Close the curtain, Carol.
From the makers of Miralax, new Mirafast soft chews work naturally with your body in as little as 30 minutes to give you a comfortable go on the go. Find Mirafast today at your local retailer. Use as directed for occasional constipation. Contains magnesium hydroxide.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Get connected. That's the Inside Connection this Saturday morning at 9 with your local Medicare experts from MediConnect. If you're turning 65, hear all the inside information available to seniors on the Inside Connection, presented by MediConnect. Medicare made simple.
When you're at my level, you even spell sales differently. SAILES. Now, I've closed enough deals to know a couple things. Hustle takes breaks. Infrastructure doesn't. The best sales teams don't wake up wondering where pipeline will come from. It's always working, quietly, in the background. Sales AI is pipeline as infrastructure, always on, like a power grid running under your reps. Start today. at SAILES.com.
The Pittsburgh Speaker Series at Heinz Hall, presented by University of Pittsburgh, announces its 26-27 season. 7 evenings to deepen your understanding of the world around you, featuring Anderson Cooper, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, financial journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin, former NASA Administrator Charles Bolden, and the former U.S. Ambassador to China Nicholas Burns. The series is sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James. Tickets on sale now at pittsburghspeakers.org.
Support St. Anthony school programs and help students with special needs achieve their full potential through inclusive education, therapy services, and job skills development. Serving students ages 5 to 21 with Down syndrome, autism, and other intellectual disabilities. Find them within select Catholic schools in the Pittsburgh area, including a post-secondary program at Duquesne University. For over 70 years, St. Anthony school programs have empowered students of all faiths to live independently and contribute meaningfully to society. Learn more or donate at stanthonykids.org.
In the United States, a vehicle is stolen every 31 seconds, about as long as this message. Luckily, you can take a few easy steps to protect your car in the same amount of time. Remove your valuables, roll up your windows, don't leave your car running unattended, lock your doors, and take your keys or fob. If you have information about a crime, call the police. If you suspect insurance fraud, contact NICB at reportinsurancefraud.org. A public service message from the National Insurance Crime Bureau.
Ms. Fernandez, what are those tiny things?
Those are what we call amoebas. You can only see them through a microscope.
Wow.
Today's students are tomorrow's great thinkers and innovators. But right now, there's a funding crisis in public schools. Millions of kids go to schools that don't have funding for books, computers, and so much more just because of where they live. You can help change that. Donors Choose is a nonprofit that lets you support students and teachers in your community and beyond. You choose which supplies to support. You could provide first graders with pencils and paper, or other students with their first chapter books, help a music class get a guitar.
You could even supply a classroom like mine with a science project. But what you're really giving is the moment that sparks a brighter tomorrow.
To learn more, please visit DonorsChoose.org. That's DonorsChoose.org. Choose students. Shape the future.
All right, son. Time to put out this campfire.
Dad, we learned about this in school.
Oh, did you now? Okay. What's first?
Smokey Bear said to.
First, drown it with a bucket of water, then stir it with a shovel.
Wow, you sound just like him.
Then he said.
If it's still warm, then do it again.
Where can I learn all this?
It's all on SmokeyBear.com with other wildfire prevention tips. Because only you can prevent wildfires.
Brought to you by the USDA Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
You wanted to be cool, which led you to smoking, which led to a pack a day. Then you met that special someone, which led to starting a life with them, which led to wanting to live longer, which led to quitting. Then you heard you may be at risk for lung cancer, which led you to getting a low-dose CT scan. If you smoked, get scanned. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org. Brought to you by the American Lung Association and the Ad Council.
It's Marty Griffin. I have seen so much anger these days. You know what's overwhelmed me with joy and optimism? This Get Marty. The folks in this community that have stepped up. You can't help your neighbor if you hate your neighbor. Get Marty epitomizes that opportunity to help people, feed people, clothe people, educate people. If you need me, get Marty at KDKRadio.com. It's where we will find a way to help you.
Presented by UPMC Health System, Phil DeLuceni and Associates, Cousins Roofing, Siding and Decks, and by Harold Shepley and Associates. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
ABC News, I'm Wayne Cabot. This weekend, the First Circuit Court of Appeals ruled states do not have to follow a Trump executive order in which the Postal Service would create a list of approved voters for the midterms, now 100 days away. The court affirming the Constitution says states are responsible, not the feds. This ruling affects the 23 states that sued, all run by Democrats. The other 27 states are not covered. Not clear if the Postal Service will carry out Trump's order in those red states. Quiet weekend in the Iran war has oil lower, but with new pressure.
The Houthis, an Iranian proxy group in Yemen, have opened a new front targeting Saudi oil exports, claiming they hit state-run oil operations in the Saudi kingdom. They've also declared a maritime blockade on Saudi-linked shipping in the Red Sea's Bab el-Mandeb Strait, which serves as a vital trade route. Mike Dubusky, ABC News, New York.
Fires raging across France and Spain. This is ABC News.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Sunshine and some clouds this afternoon with a spotty shower or thunderstorm, high 82. Partly cloudy tonight, a shower or thunderstorm in the area, low 65. For tomorrow, intervals of clouds and sun, warm but humid with an afternoon thunderstorm, high 85. For AccuWeather, I'm Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Hey, this is the best of the Marty Griffin Show.
Over the years, I've known a significant number of COs, corrections officers, jail guards. And I've said this from the time I met my first CO. That job, I don't give a damn what you think they're making, is a descent into hell every day. And I mean that. And I've had some COs come to me recently saying hell's getting hotter. And I've had some COs coming to me recently saying that we are so short that we're falling asleep on the job and one of us is going to get killed. And if you think that's an exaggeration, look at the photo I posted on social media. I showed it to my wife, Christine. And honey, when I showed it to you, you really kind of didn't believe what it was.
Well, yeah. I mean, you kind of question everything now because it seems outlandish that a officer would be that sound asleep, like reclined in a reclining chair.
Yeah, well, that's one picture. I'm talking about the shank, where these idiots, we give them tablet computers, sweetheart, to learn. And these idiots, maybe they're smarter than we think, make them into weapons to kill COs or kill each other, stab them to death.
Yeah, the fact that a computer could be turned into a weapon in a physical weapon is really sad.
And then the comeback from Bethany Hallam is, yeah, we're buying new tablets anyway. Oh, okay, that helps. Union leader Brian Englert, who I love, admire, and respect because he's on the job and he gives a damn and he tells the truth, joins me live. Good morning, Brian. How are you?
Good morning, Marty.
You exhausted?
Took a quick nap real quick.
If he's anything, he's honest. How many hours did you work yesterday?
16.
16.
Wow.
Yeah.
How many COs, be honest with me, work 18-hour shifts 5 days in a row? How many? Does that happen?
It doesn't happen as often as you would think. The ones that are out longer than 16 hours, they would have to be on a hospital run.
On a hospital run, which would lead them to the hospital.
A hospital detail.
Which would lead them to the hospital, which leads me to the picture of the CO sleeping, dead asleep in the hospital. When you saw that irritates the hell out of you, doesn't it?
In more ways than one, yeah.
Why?
Well, the first thing that I felt was anger because what I would do is I would go wake the person up. Even if I was a nurse, whatever the job I had at the hospital was, I want to see if they're okay.
Yeah.
The second reason it made me angry is because for the last 18 months, we've tried to get this administration. On day one, the warden said, I'll try anything. That lasted until day 2.
Wow.
So
hold on. Let's connect the dots here. First of all, let me tell you what happened. The sheriff's deputy came in that room, and your guy, they couldn't wake him up. He had to kick him to wake him up. So your guy was asleep. You're saying what? It's because they work these insane hours, right? Right?
Well, in this young man's case, he recently had a baby, and the mother is a nurse at that same hospital. So she already works 12-hour shifts, and that's all a nurse can work is 12 hours. There's no cap on how many hours a correction officer can work. Last year, Officer Kokenauer held the record for the most hours worked in one single day, 21 hours.
No.
Oh, my goodness.
No.
Yes. So, and the thing is, we're supposed to have 8 hours between shifts. So when you have a number of officers that are being stuck out at the hospital over 16 hours, that means they're going to be coming in late for their next shift. Yeah, and, Marty, you know what's really unbelievable is I challenge anybody, and I know you have a ton of listeners.
Yeah.
I challenge anybody to find a public or a private company, whether it's government or not, in Allegheny County that has just one department work 16,271 hours of overtime last month.
No.
Last month?
Brian, because I took Patrick's my man. He's a brilliant guy, my producer. And I said that, and Patrick's like, no, that can't be true, Brian. But it's true, isn't it?
Actually, it's actually not true. I'm sorry. That was in May. I don't have June's numbers yet, but for May we worked 18,271 hours of overtime.
No.
That was 2,274 shifts.
No.
And there was only 368 officers available to work, with at least 50 of them on vacation during any 1 week. So I challenge it. So I did my research, Marty.
Holy cow, Brian.
The Ford, Kentucky truck plant has 8,900 union employees, and in 1 month they average 80 hours of overtime each. So that's a 60-hour work week.
You kicked their ass. You should be proud, man.
But that's a ton, right? That's a ton.
Come on, Brian.
Just any company in Allegheny County or any municipal government that has more than 18,271 hours. I'm not hard to find on the internet. You can email my union account.
How much money is that?
Marty, that's just. But here's the thing: we're not talking about that's like, oh, that's extraordinary. It was one time. It's been since 2016.
No.
Oh my goodness.
It's been for the last 5 years I've been union president. And Marty, the shocking thing is,
it's unbelievable.
For all the politicians that want to sit there and put their 2 cents in. In my 5 years that I've been union president, we created a safety committee. Yeah. Our report goes to the county executive, to the county manager, to the county council, to the jail oversight board. In 5 years, not once has any politician asked me, wow, man, I saw the safety committee report. That's pretty – they're making weapons?
Hold on. Brian, someone would tell me I was high if I sat down and told them, you can take this tablet computer we've given inmates so they can learn. You can make it into a weapon. But they're doing that, aren't they, sir?
Yes, and the reason why is when they first started giving them tablets, the officers would pass out the tablets and we would lock up the charging stations.
Yeah.
Okay, and then we would collect the tablets at the end of the night, and we'd know if there was anything missing. I get hurt last November, and I'm off on jail injury for like 8 weeks, and they said, oh, you know what, we're going to leave them out on the housing unit. That's a horrible idea.
Oh, no.
Marty, if you go to bed early, and I know that, I'm just going to go take your tablet.
Yes.
The officer has no idea what the baseline tablet inventory is. They break the tablet. There's 2 pieces of metal inside. They bend and fold into a knife.
Come on.
And they wrap a piece of – yeah.
Wow.
And I just said at the last prison board meeting, I said, you just had somebody beaten to death.
It's true.
If somebody gets stabbed to death, the blood is going to be on your hands because you simply will not do something that makes sense.
Jesus, Brian.
So
let me give you an idea of the overtime, Marty.
Jesus.
One of the biggest jails in the state, in the country, is Clark County, Nevada.
Yeah.
From May to June this year, they only had 15,000 hours of overtime.
Wow.
We have 18,621 hours of overtime in May. They have 3,000 inmates every day, and they have 800 officers.
It's unbelievable.
They're almost double our size.
So hold on. Someone's going to get hurt or killed or pass out in the truck on the way home and die. Right?
Well, this is probably not a popular thing to say, Marty, but at least in the hospital room, we have 2 officers. I'd rather an officer doze off in the room and doze off while driving home after an 18-hour shift and maybe killing somebody.
Right on. Or get his ass stabbed in the back with a shank made from a tablet computer the taxpayers paid for while he was dozing off at work.
Well, how could you not doze off after 16
Brian, how the hell
hours?
could you not? That's right, honey. How the hell could you not doze off, Brian?
It's crazy.
Listen, unfortunately it happens, but, it's not just we're put it this way. We're not the only law enforcement group that falls asleep at the hospital that works for Allegheny County.
Right. Hey, can you hang,
You
man?
know what I mean?
Can you hang, Brian? This is important.
Yeah, sure.
It's amazing stuff.
It is.
And folks, your takeaways here, you have to remember that we're paying for these tablet computers and that they hand them these inmates and then they make them into knives. Hello. And then Bethany Hallam says, well, it doesn't matter. We're gonna buy new computers for them. Oh, are we? Great plan.
When the weather turns bad, turn to us for the best news, weather, and traffic information from the KDKA Radio Storm Center. Presented by Duquesne Light Company. Larger than light. Online and on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Summer storms can spell disaster for your roof and more. At Home Genius Exteriors, we stop the damage before it starts. Call now during our summer savings event and get 50% off materials for your new roof. Plus, get no interest and no payments till 2027. Call Home Genius Exteriors at 855-UR-GENIUS to schedule your free roof and attic inspection. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. Home Genius Exteriors, the genius choice in roofing. See website for details.
I have some questions for you, so listen carefully. Are there any disadvantages to feeling great, feeling better physically, being taken off meds because you don't need them anymore, being able to move better, having more energy, not being tired all the time, clothes fitting the first time you try them on, having more confidence, having more self-worth, feeling proud of who you are? Let's make these all a reality. Don't wait. Today's the day. Call me Dr. Shufo from the Weight Loss and Wellness Center at 1-800-900-THIN.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this rush hour ad to keep you calm, which could help your driving. And science says therapy is great for a healthy mindset. So enjoy this 14-second session on us. I think you've done everything right and absolutely nothing wrong. In fact, anything that hasn't gone your way could probably be blamed on your father not being emotionally available because his father wasn't emotionally available, and so on. And now that you're calm and healing, you're probably driving better too.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
More than 200 members of Congress are standing up for AM radio listeners. The AM Radio for Every Vehicle Act will keep AM radio in cars. Because when cell and internet services are down, this free service could be your only lifeline. Text AM to 39179. Tell Congress to pass this critical legislation now.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month, and you may text STOP to stop.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Hey, this is the best of the Marty Griffin Show.
You say you don't care about the jail. How about the COs in there that are working 18-hour shifts for 5 days? Huh? How about they're in there with violent inmates? So we pay for their damn computers for these idiot inmates, and then they turn them into weapons that they could kill each other with, or a CO who's so friggin' tired because he's working, 17,000 hours of overtime. And then you have the photograph I posted of the CO, corrections officer, asleep in the hospital. Now, I'm told, and the union president has been kind enough to join us, Brian Englert. I'm told Brian he was so sound asleep that they had to kick him to wake him up. The concern is that if he's that sound asleep, that felonious inmate who he's supposed to be guarding has to wake up, take his gun, and kill everyone in the room. That is real, isn't it, sir? And dangerous, isn't it?
Yes, it's very real and very dangerous. And like I said, I can't condone, passing out. But in this guy's case, I could understand.
Yep.
It's definitely a unique job, and I'm not going to deny that these things happen sometimes.
I can see why.
What happens now? I mean, what needs to be done, and who needs to do it to remedy this issue of this overtime?
And the way you're saying it, Brian, they just blow you off. The county, they don't give a crap whether you guys live or die or whether it costs $40 million a year in overtime. They just don't care. I'm getting.
Well, You know what? I'm glad you said that because we're really at that point where nobody cares.
Yeah.
And that's kind of a sad thing to think about because if we're going there and we say, hey, listen, let's have some temporary hospital detail jobs and let's switch the hours so that people aren't getting left out there. I mean, there was, I could tell you, here's another crazy, I'm a numbers guy and I have to kind of defend things. Look, I can't defend this one. The guy's tired. There's no excuse. He should have fell asleep.
Right.
It happened. But I'm really a numbers guy. And last month we had 387 hospital details.
Whoa!
Which means that we had 774 officers out at the hospital in the month of June.
Holy cow!
Wow!
It's like the second jail. Holy cow!
And like, Bethany and I can disagree on things, but do you think the sheriffs have the capacity to take that over? And if so, I hate to tell you this, it's at a way higher cost. In 3 years, a sheriff tops out at $125,000.
Wow.
In 5 years, we top out at $87,000.
Which, by the way, I got to
money.
say this. This is what irritates me. So every year they put out this list of the highest paid employees in the county. And like 40 of the 50 are COs. No kidding. They're working 8,000 hours of overtime. They're getting their asses kicked. And I guess the money's good, Brian, but it's not going to help you if you're dead. You know what I'm saying, brother?
Well, it's like an ATM that never runs out of money. And it's a good job. But the thing I could tell you is that we recently buried a guy that retired at 60, and he died at 63.
Wow.
Oh, man, it's stressful as hell and dangerous as hell.
Our average life expectancy across the country is 59 and a half years old.
Whoa.
And we have this advocate, John Kenstowitz, who was a master social worker who used to advocate on behalf of the inmates. Now he's advocating on behalf of us just because of our life expectancy.
You got to send me his.
That's what I was thinking. Is
send me his info, please.
I think there are people out there who think, oh, they're in the jail, they did something wrong, we don't care that much, but care about the workers.
Jesus.
If you don't care about the inmates, we need to care about the workers. I mean, they're the ones who really need to, who need the help here.
It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
Well, if one of us is working these kind of hours and we get tired and distracted, then that's also dangerous for the people we supervise.
Oh, yeah. So Bethany Hallam says you take advantage of FMLA, Family Medical Leave Act. That's what you guys do. You work the system. Half the guys get overtime and half the guys take 8-10 weeks off. Is that fair for her to say?
No, because she refuses to talk to the correction officers.
Wow. Wow. So she refuses because she says she's wide open to sit down. Wide open, she says.
That's a lie. And in fact, she's on the use of force committee, and we've requested meetings several times. I believe Mr. E, her friend, said that he doesn't feel comfortable sitting down with just correction officers. There should probably be inmates too. But the thing is, she went on one of our officers' podcasts where she put on a shock collar and let the officer shock her. So you're obviously not afraid of officers.
I called her out. That was ignorant.
But you see what I'm saying? You can't keep saying that you're open to anything when you're actually not.
Hey, my man, why the hell would we buy inmates new tablets if they're using the old ones to make weapons? Why would we do that as taxpayers, Brian? Why?
I think it's a contractual thing. The contract came up for bid. And so, they're going to say, well, we have the latest, greatest tablets. They have a longer battery life. The county makes a lot of money from these tablets. And what I think the taxpayer really doesn't understand is the revenue that they make on these tablets goes right back into the county budget.
Sounds to me like the real issue with the tablet was how they were being used at night, though, and where they were being stored. They was fine before the storage issue.
Yeah, for 5 years it was not a problem, and these guys sit here and look at you, and in administration, the first thing they say is, "Well, the officers aren't doing their job."
Well, come on, screw that. Before you go, just admit it to me. Yeah. One of your people's going to get killed, and then what are they going to do? Don't you think?
I always hate saying that. I hate hearing that because that's the truth. It's only going to change when one of us gets seriously injured.
Right on.
And this is something that my kids are grown. They're 18, 21, and 25. They worry about this every day.
Hell yeah, man. Their daddy
and
goes
they're adults, and they
your
they see
daddy
these things.
descends into hell every day. It's a damn truth, brother. Man, I appreciate your honesty, man. We got to do this more, all right?
I appreciate your time. Thank you very
My
much.
man, send me the
I'm gonna
info of
take
that guy,
another
that
nap.
advocate for you guys. Send me that info, okay?
I absolutely will.
Text
Thank
it
you.
to me. Truth to power, man. Wow, that was amazing.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
University of Pittsburgh head football coach Pat Narduzzi. Have to ask you about Mr. Beast. This guy is worth $2.6 billion on paper. He decides to visit. What was that all about?
I'm still waiting for that check from him.
Okay.
I haven't got the check yet.
Mr. Beast, send the check to University of Pittsburgh football team.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Miss Fernandez, what are those tiny things?
Those are what we call amoebas. You can only see them through a microscope.
Wow. Today's students are tomorrow's great thinkers and innovators. But right now, there's a funding crisis in public schools. Millions of kids go to schools that don't have funding for books, computers, and so much more just because of where they live. You can help change that. Donors Choose is a nonprofit that lets you support students and teachers in your community and beyond. You choose which supplies to support. You could provide first graders with pencils and paper, or other students with their first chapter books, help a music class get a guitar.
You could even supply a classroom like mine with a science project. But what you're really giving is the moment that sparks a brighter tomorrow.
To learn more, please visit DonorsChoose.org. That's DonorsChoose.org. Choose students. Shape the future.
Battles aren't won solely on the field. That's a common misconception. Battles are won within, over enemies of fear, enemies of doubt. In that place where promises are kept. Promises to oneself.
This is a physical training event!
Promises to one's community.
Helping people move debris out of their house.
Promises to one's country. In the heart of every Marine, you'll find a promise. A promise forever kept. A promise of battles won.
All right, son. Time to put out this campfire.
Dad, we learned about this in school.
Oh, did you now? Okay. What's first?
Smokey Bear said to.
First, drown it with a bucket of water, then stir it with a shovel.
Wow. You sound just like him.
Then he said.
If it's still warm, then do it again.
Where can I learn all this?
It's all on SmokeyBear.com with other wildfire prevention tips. Because only you can prevent wildfires.
Brought to you by the USDA Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
In the United States, a vehicle is stolen every 31 seconds, about as long as this message. Luckily, you can take a few easy steps to protect your car in the same amount of time. Remove your valuables, roll up your windows, don't leave your car running unattended, lock your doors, and take your keys or fob. If you have information about a crime, call the police. If you suspect insurance fraud, contact NICB at reportinsurancefraud.org. A public service message from the National Insurance Crime Bureau.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose. And millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
You served behind the desk. You served in combat.
You did 4 years and got out.
You were drafted.
You gave 20 years.
You gave exactly what your country needed.
And so did you.
When you raised your hand and swore an oath to your country, when you put your name on a dotted line, you became part of only 1% of Americans who did the same. You are a veteran.
You are a veteran.
You are a veteran. Because no matter when, where, or how you served, you made a sacrifice for your country, and you deserve support.
If you're struggling with life after service, don't wait. Reach out.
Reach out to a loved one, to a fellow veteran, to VA.
Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
Now that I'm retired, I'm worried about making ends meet. Food, medicine, and rent cost more every day. And that's why I used benefitscheckup.org. It connected me to an extra $1,000 a month. Benefitscheckup.org is a free service from the National Council on Aging. In a few clicks, older adults like me can see if they might qualify for money-saving programs. If you're on a fixed income, benefitscheckup.org might help you too. For free. Visit today.
Supported by the U.S. Administration for Community Living.
14 years in prison for killing a young woman. A 15-year sentence for a crash that caused 3 deaths. 12 and a half years for killing a child and critically injuring her mother. All true stories, all caused by marijuana-impaired drivers. No matter what you tell yourself, if you feel different, you drive different. So, if you're high, just don't drive. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
There's a world of opportunity out there, beyond the typical 9 to 5, where purpose and grit come together, where the American spirit and ingenuity are welcomed in places that could really use your skills and your experience. We're talking about the Peace Corps, with volunteers living and working in communities around the globe. And it's been called the toughest job you'll ever love. Tough, because it asks so much of you. To dig deeper, get your hands dirty, to go that extra mile, to rise to the occasion and meet challenges head on. And the love part comes from being part of something bigger than yourself, from building bonds that last a lifetime. It's knowing your hard work transformed lives, including your own. After 65 years, the Peace Corps is still the toughest job you'll ever love. Explore opportunities in more than 60 countries. Learn about benefits and apply at peacecorps.gov/serve.
Here's the latest from the KDKA Community Message Board.
Experience Pittsburgh Magazine's long-awaited Ultimate House, open for tours. Explore a stunning luxury showcase home featuring the latest in design, architecture, and innovation, all while supporting the free care fund at UPMC Children's Hospital of Pittsburgh. Odyssey and McGee Women's Research Institute have teamed up for a new women's health podcast. Understudied asks researchers the biggest questions in women's health, and they're finding answers that could change lives around the world. Tune in where you find your podcasts. Sponsored by Genentech. Obsessed with pizza? So are they at Slice on Broadway. The 2025 winner of World's Best Cheese Pizza Slice is right here in the Burgh with 6 Pittsburgh locations, always serving delicious New York-style pizza, hoagies, and salads. Order yours today.
Details at KDKARadio.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
From ABC News, I'm Wayne Cabot. A quiet weekend in the Mideast. Unclear what this pause means as President Trump looks at ways to end a 5-month-long war that was promised to be over in weeks. One reason for the pause could be that the U.S. is running out of key weapons.
Last week, President Trump met with his national security team to discuss the next steps, and on Friday said he was considering a massive attack on Iran. But a new report, first reported by the New York Times, says the president is backing off because the U.S. weapons stockpile in the Middle East is depleted. The Trump administration pushing back on the reporting. The White House tells ABC the president prefers a diplomatic solution with Iran but retains all options. Mike Dubusky, ABC News, New York.
The pause in fighting is pushing oil prices lower, with Brent crude trading around $90 a barrel. The oppressive heat in Western Europe is being made worse by flames that are spreading across two countries.
Terrifying wildfires fueled by bone-dry conditions and high winds, forcing some 300,000 people in Spain and France to flee their homes. Authorities calling the conditions in France's Gironde region, home to the country's famous Bordeaux wine, among the worst they have ever seen. Authorities going door to door telling residents to get out and begging tourists to stay away. Home after home in the coastal village of Le Porge damaged or destroyed. Fires scorching an area 4 times the size of Paris. And there's no end in sight. France bracing for their 4th heat wave this week.
A court ruling this weekend means states that sued the Trump administration do not have to follow his executive order that makes the Postal Service create a list of approved voters. The First Circuit Court of Appeal says the Constitution stipulates that states are responsible for the elections, not the feds. This ruling affects these 23 states that sued, all run by Democrats. The other 27 states are not covered. Not clear if the Postal Service will carry out Trump's order in those red states. You're listening to ABC News.
If you haven't switched to Pure Talk because you're not sure their coverage is every bit as reliable as Big Wireless, why not take them for a test drive? For a limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited data plan. No contracts, no commitments. Just a great deal on a high-speed network with unlimited data from an American wireless company. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
These days, heading back to school means more than pencils and notebooks. It means laptops, tablets, online accounts, and a lot of personal information moving across the internet. WebRoot Total Protection gives families powerful online defense tools with antivirus, VPN, cloud backup, identity protection, and more, helping keep your digital life secure throughout the school year and beyond. Go to webroot.com/radio and get 60% off today. That's webroot.com/radio for 60% off. Live a better digital life with WebRoot, because peace of mind shouldn't be optional.
One teens this week across a wide swath of the USA.
We're talking about this prolonged event taking place across much of the nation, anywhere from the southwest out towards the interior of our country, and extreme heat warnings all across these regions. Now, the humidity added to the heat will bring those feels-like temperatures up to 110 in Omaha, 112 out towards Des Moines, and then that's all going to fuel the possibility of severe weather threats.
ABC meteorologist Leslie Lopez, the hottest of the hot may be Palm Springs, California, with temps surging toward 120 next weekend. Daredevils on the run in Seattle, home to the Space Needle, where on Friday 2 guys decided to jump off of it. They got to the observation deck legally with tickets, ducked into a restroom, put on helmets, climbed over a glass divider, and off they went, parachuting 600 feet to the ground. Security didn't see them land, and police still can't find them. Theaters around the world are adding showtimes trying to meet the demand for The Odyssey. The problem is people want to see it in IMAX in its 70-millimeter glory, but there are only 41 IMAX screens in the world. Most of those theaters are sold out through September. This weekend, its second weekend in North American theaters, it took in an estimated $87 million. The global take so far, an estimated $640 million. The CDC says the bad lettuce outbreak is now in 41 states. Wayne Cabot, ABC News.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell and Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Easy sunshine and some clouds this afternoon with nothing more than a spotty shower or thunderstorm. Our high 82. Partly cloudy and rather humid tonight with a shower or thunderstorm in the area. Tonight's low 65. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
This is the best of the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richard.
Meanwhile, the story that's gone viral around the country comes out of McKeesport in the Emu, chased by two dogs down a street. That video has been the subject for a lot of people, and we are joined by Carly Stroman, who is one of the owners of Queen Barb, the Emu. Carly, good morning.
Good morning.
This story has touched a nerve because people will watch the video knowing that the two dogs, as I understand, are named Myra and JJ, a brother and sister of your next-door neighbor. We heard from Constance Alexander, who I'm sure you know very well. And
yes, sir.
First of all, how did the Emu get out, and how did the dogs get out to chase Barb?
Well, first of all, the owners of the dogs do not have a fence. They rely on our fencing to contain their dogs. So the dogs broke through the fencing into our emu pen and tormented all of our birds. We have injuries on all 5 remaining birds that never left the yard. They all had injuries to their heads, their legs, feathers ripped out. The Queen Barb, had she not left the yard when she did, she escaped the fence out the backside down to Ravine Street. We still own that property all the way up until she touched the brick road. But had she not left, the rest of the birds could have all been killed too.
And so after this happens, and I know, is it Jerry, your brother, that was on KDK TV, posted on Facebook the aftermath? It's pretty horrific on a GoFundMe page. What made you want to choose to do that in particular?
Well, we're in a huge hurry now to finish building their new enclosure at our new property outside of Pittsburgh so they can have safe sanctuary now. We have 5 acres for them to be able to be on, but we've kind of been going at our own pace given the fact that everybody in McKeesport loves the birds. So we had hoped that they would be safe and the neighbors could control their animals, but now this is prompting us to have to really rush to get it finished.
And these dogs have been problematic, as we understand from what Jerry had to say. What kind of other incidents do you say that they've been involved in when it comes to your property?
Well, in April of 2022, both of the dogs got inside of my yard. I attempted to help the owners in retrieving their dogs to protect our chickens at the time, and we had goats also. And one of the dogs had latched onto and bit my arm. She acknowledged the bite and goes, "Oh my gosh, are you okay?" Told me to let her know if there was anything I could do, and I had reported it to the police and animal control at the time, but because I had no visible bite wounds because of a thick winter coat, nothing was ever reported. And then again in September of that same year, the dogs managed to break through our fence and killed 8 or 9 of the chickens. Brutally. It's all on my surveillance camera of them in my yard. So Constance saying that the dogs only ever killed a chicken on their property is bold-faced lies.
And she was asked about that, and she doesn't want her dogs put down. It's in the hands of who right now, do you know? When do you expect to hear what they intend to do about it? if anything?
It's in the hands of the dog warden right now, and what charges they are able to press and enforce is all up to him at this point. And he's doing everything he can in an attempt to protect everybody.
And how long have you been neighbors? I mean, for people that don't know, make sure they understand, as you said, your properties are separated by your fence, correct?
That's correct. We are the only ones that have a fence. And we have been neighbors for 10 years now.
Has it always been contentious?
Not so much. I mean, ever since they got these two particular dogs, though, it has been an issue. They had a dog previously when we first moved to the area, and that dog was a pit bull mix of sorts, and he, too, ended up being put down for, I'm not sure what reasons. But this is a problem.
What do you want to see happen here?
I want my mom and the neighbors to be safe from these dogs. If those dogs can take down a bird that's 130 plus pounds that will kick to kill and defend herself, they could easily take down a small child, an elderly person, anybody who's riding a bicycle. Just anybody is at risk at this point. Once they've killed something like this, the extent of the injuries are just so horrific. That could have been somebody's throat pulled out, and they would have been left there bleeding to death.
And again, do you have any indication of when you might hear a ruling on this?
The dog warden warned me it is a long process. I hope somehow it can be sped up, but I don't know how long the process is.
And here's part of what Constance Alexander, your neighbor, said to KDKA TV's Jen Barrasso.
Because if you think they need to be put down, they're not vicious. That's the weird part. I have 2 young babies in there. I've watched these kids crawl all over these dogs. I would love to apologize to her if it wasn't for the years-long issues that you are not completely aware of, and that I don't want to dredge up, because having a gun pulled out on me over a chicken?
Well, that's the part that other people have heard. What do you respond to that?
That is 100% false. If I had pulled out a gun, don't you think there would be footage, video footage, or police reports or charges pressed for brandishing a weapon and terroristic threats? I have never taken a gun out in public, ever. That is also bold-faced lies, grasping at straws, trying to make themselves look good.
How do we find your GoFundMe page?
It is posted on my Facebook page. It's being shared around. As long as it's a picture of Cooper the emu, it's us.
How many other emus do you currently have, Carly?
There are 5 emus left in McKeesport that we have to move, that we are trying to get fencing put up right now for. And we do have 4 other adult emus and a couple of babies that we hatched from Cooper and our other bird, Viva, that are in McKeesport.
Well, appreciate you willing to talk to us this morning, Carly. And Jerry, thank you, and good luck.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Carly Stroman, owner of the emu, Queen Barb, killed by the 2 dogs that's gone viral on video.
When you need to talk, we're here for you. Always have been. News Radio KDKA.
Summer heat, storms, and heavy rain can put your roof to the test. Don't settle for anything less than expert care. PJ Fitzpatrick brings more than 45 years of experience, and they've earned thousands of 5-star reviews, delivering American-made, CertainTeed premium shingles. Most roofs install in just 1 day, and all come with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Flexible financing makes it easy to protect your home this summer. Visit trustpj.com today.
Your sales team has the talent. They've got the tools. They don't have time to close the deals you need to win unless they have sales with AI. SAILES.com. Sales.com is pipeline as infrastructure. Always on, always prospecting in the background. No logins, no data entry, just real opportunities delivered to your reps. The future of sales is SAILES.com.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce, spruce, spruce,
It's Spruce, the weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people, pets, and bees. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Spruce, pet friendly, weed deadly. Find wherever weed killers are sold.
Have you or a loved one recently needed nursing home care? This can be very expensive and you can lose your life savings without proper planning. The attorneys at Julian Gray Associates have helped thousands of families navigate these difficult situations. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
This is the best of the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richard.
This is the Big K Morning Show. Many of you know that Pittsburgh has been, many ways, a Hollywood East, and there have been so many films and movies that have been shot here, from Silence of the Lambs more than 30 years ago, which won Picture of the Year. Dark Knight Rises, we talked about Christopher Nolan, the mayor of Kingstown, that just wrapped another season. And The Pit, which is centered here. They do exterior shots, even though that is taken place somewhere else. And we are joined by Pennsylvania House Majority Policy Committee Leader, State Rep Emily Kincaid, who you could see on our live stream, just like the movies, at KDKRadio.com. And thanks to Metropolitan Window Company and our KDK Radio YouTube page. Emily, good morning.
Good morning.
So, full disclosure, I'm a big proponent of this industry. I've been involved in it over the years and have a lot of family members and friends that are. And a lot of people have heard about the Pennsylvania Film Tax Credit. And you hosted this roundtable discussion yesterday. So, what is your involvement in this, and what would you like to see take place?
So I also got involved in this really around Mayor of Kingstown. The Mayor of Kingstown, it was shot at former SEI Pittsburgh, and that facility was slated to be torn down because when we closed it, nobody thought in a million years that it would be used for filming or any other purpose. So obviously we needed to tear it down. And so I had been kind of taking up this charge of, no, this is a facility that can bring economic benefit to our region if we actually leave it, because surprisingly, there are very few places that you can film movies and TV shows that are set in prisons. And if we can make Pennsylvania a place where that exists, then we can bring a lot of economic impact to Pittsburgh. I mean, Mayor of Kingstown brought more than $700 million in economic impact to our area, which is incredible. So, really, I've gotten involved in this around the fact that we need to be investing in an industry that really invests in our area. And I think a lot of people look at this and say, well, we don't need to invest in an industry that's already so wealthy and spends so much money. But I think people aren't necessarily realizing where that money is going and who it's benefiting. And it's benefiting our friends and neighbors who live right here in the Pittsburgh area, live in Pennsylvania. These are the artists who build the sets, the costume designers, the craft service folks who provide the food, all these supports that exist around the actual movie stars.
And currently, the Pennsylvania Film Tax Credit Program offers a 25% tax credit to productions who spend at least 60% of their total budget in the state, but it's capped. And therein lies what I think Don Keyser, who's been more than 30 years running the Pittsburgh Film Office, has been trying to motivate an expansion because neighboring states, as you know, Emily, are doing this, and it is taking away productions that otherwise would be here. But when people say, oh, you're giving money to these Hollywood producers, please explain how this works so they understand.
So these tax credits are going to benefit productions that invest in Pennsylvania. They're not going out of state. They're not going to Hollywood. They are going to support the productions that are happening in our state. And that is a huge misconception, that we are just sending Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars to California and to these wealthy producers who don't need it. Instead, what this does is it supports, the grips and the staff, the supports the Teamsters who drive around all of these sets, supports those jobs that are taking place right here in Pennsylvania. And yeah, we are competing with other states and even folks overseas for film production. Georgia has absolutely no cap on their film tax credit. And, European countries are offering major benefits for productions to move over there to film over there and invest in those communities. And we need to compete. And we see that when we invest, people come to Pennsylvania because we have really unique buildings. We have really unique settings that can be utilized for a lot of different places.
And that said, there has been a lot of talk about this for actually many years at this point in Harrisburg. And a lot of your constituents, elected officials, go, yeah, that's a good idea, but it never gets traction. And to raise the cap at very least, let alone unlimit the cap. What are you hearing back now from those in Harrisburg about the possibility of getting any movement towards doing that?
So that's really the point of this policy roundtable that we held yesterday, was to educate my colleagues about what the benefits of investing in this tax credit actually are, what they do for our area, what they do for local workers, and why it's important that we should be increasing this investment. So I think we have work to do to educate folks, because my colleagues in Harrisburg have the same knee-jerk reaction that a lot of folks do, which is, why are we giving money to our, to wealthy producers in California, and not really an understanding of what the film industry actually looks like here in Pennsylvania. So that's really this policy roundtable. And my hope is that as we educate more people across the state from different areas, that they come to understand that this is a worthy investment of taxpayer dollars, because it returns, dividends for the amount that we actually invest.
And you can get more info at repemilykincaid.com. I appreciate you taking time for us here this morning. Thank you, Emily.
Thank you so much.
Good luck. We'll see you at the movies. Pennsylvania Representative Emily Kincaid.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this ad for your morning commute to wake you up, which could help your driving. Science says that stimulating the brain increases alertness. So here's a pop quiz. How many months have 28 days? What gets wetter as it dries? What has keys but can't open locks? If you don't want to hear the answers, turn off this Liberty Mutual ad now. 12 months, a towel, piano. Enjoy being fully alert.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
There's a world of opportunity out there, beyond the typical 9 to 5, where purpose and grit come together, where the American spirit and ingenuity are welcomed in places that could really use your skills and your experience. We're talking about the Peace Corps, with volunteers living and working in communities around the globe. And it's been called the toughest job you'll ever love. Tough, because it asks so much of you. To dig deeper, get your hands dirty, To go that extra mile, to rise to the occasion and meet challenges head on. And the love part comes from being part of something bigger than yourself. From building bonds that last a lifetime. It's knowing your hard work transformed lives, including your own. After 65 years, the Peace Corps is still the toughest job you'll ever love. Explore opportunities in more than 60 countries. Learn about benefits and apply at peacecorps.gov/serve.
Now that I'm retired, I'm worried about making ends meet. Food, medicine, and rent cost more every day. And that's why I used benefitscheckup.org. It connected me to an extra $1,000 a month. Benefitscheckup.org is a free service from the National Council on Aging. In a few clicks, older adults like me can see if they might qualify for money-saving programs. If you're on a fixed income, benefitscheckup.org might help you too. For free. Visit today.
Supported by the U.S. Administration for Community Living.
When a warrior faces adversity, he fights through it. He finds a way. Freedom isn't free. Rolling strong. Belief. Believe you can, and you will.
Wheelchairs for Warriors provides mobility solutions to veterans and first responders injured in the line of duty. Join the mission and visit wheelchairsforwarriors.org.
Mommy, can I sit in the front seat just this one time? Please, please, please.
No, not yet.
But why?
Because I love you, and you're just not ready yet. Now, get in the back so I can get you in your car seat, please.
Putting your kids in the right seat for their age and size is an act of love. Check that your kids are in the right seat at NHTSA.gov/the-right-seat. Love protects. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
They came from every corner of the country, from small towns and big cities. But they all shared one thing in common. They belonged to a family called Marines, a tough and determined few dedicated to protecting everything we hold sacred. And still, they come. Celebrate the history of those proud few who have earned the title Marine.
At Habitat for Humanity, we believe home is where you find peace, stability, and safety. But 1 in 3 people on Earth woke up today without a good home. Let's open the door to opportunity. Visit Habitat.org to learn more. That's Habitat.org.
Battles aren't won solely on the field. That's a common misconception. Battles are won within, over enemies of fear, enemies of doubt. In that place where promises are kept. Promises to oneself.
This is a physical training event!
Promises to one's community.
Healthy people move debris out of their house.
Promises to one's country. In the heart of every Marine, you'll find a promise. A promise forever kept. A promise of battles won.
Visit Pittsburgh Magazine's Ultimate House. Step inside an extraordinary luxury showcase home built by Medea Homes, featuring beautiful architecture, inspired interiors, cutting-edge technology, and incredible indoor and outdoor living spaces. Best of all, every ticket sold benefits the free care fund at UPMC Children's Hospital of Pittsburgh. Tour dates and tickets are available now at pittsburghmagazine.com/ultimate.
Join Rob Pratt every Sunday at 11 a.m. for Black and Gold Sunday, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer. Rob keeps you posted on Pittsburgh sports with 2 hours of exciting talk. That's Black and Gold Sunday, 11 to 1, presented each week by Coons Market.
My retired friends are going back to work. I'm worried Social Security won't be enough. BenefitsCheckup.org connected me to $1,000 a month for food and medicine. It's free. Visit BenefitsCheckup.org today.
Supported by the U.S. Administration for Community Living.
At Habitat for Humanity, we believe home is where you find peace, stability, and safety. But 1 in 3 people on Earth woke up today without a good home. Let's open the door to opportunity. Visit Habitat.org to learn more. That's Habitat.org.
Did you see that UFO last night?
Is it real? Or is it AI?
How about the aircraft carrier floating down the river?
Nowadays, it's tough to determine what's legit and what to believe.
I know it's true because it was all over my feed last night.
But when it comes to news, depend on Pittsburgh's original news source since 1920. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare studios.
ABC News, I'm Wayne Cabot. Is the pause in the war because the U.S. is running out of weapons? Democratic Senator Chris Van Hollen of Maryland on ABC's This Week.
We have depleted our interceptors, which are the weapons we use to intercept incoming Iranian attacks, which are obviously necessary to protect American troops. And so we are depleting these every day, despite the fact that we could face other potential conflicts around the world.
The pause in fighting pushing oil prices lower, with Brent crude trading around $90 a barrel. Flames still spreading across France and Spain, evacuations totaling more than 300,000 people. A court ruling this weekend means some states do not have to follow a Trump executive order that makes the Postal Service create a list of approved voters. This affects 23 Democratic-led states, not the 27 red states. This is ABC News.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Sunshine and some clouds this afternoon with a spotty shower or thunderstorm, high 82. Partly cloudy tonight, a shower or thunderstorm in the area, low 65. For tomorrow, intervals of clouds and sun, warm but humid with an afternoon thunderstorm, high 85. For AccuWeather, I'm Joe Lundberg, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
This is the best of the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richard.
This is the Big K Morning Show. Larry Richard getting ready for Steelers Summer Camp. Just a week away from your first ability to visit St. Vincent College in Latrobe. We take you there now. Joining us is the 18th president of the Benedictine University, Father Paul Taylor, an avid Steelers fan. Father, good morning.
Good morning, Larry. It's great to talk to you on this beautiful morning.
Yeah, I saw you on TV, and you are as fired up as anybody about, and your preparations there are already underway to get ready for, this is going to be different, a whole new coaching staff and many new faces on the roster.
Yeah, I think it's going to be fantastic with Coach McCarthy coming in, a Super Bowl coach, a quarterback who's motivated for another ring. I just think all the pieces are in place. We just need to pull it together at training camp. That's the key.
And for those that don't know, there aren't many NFL teams that have this experience opportunity. The Rooney family and St. Vincent College now for a long time. This has been a part, and fans don't have access like they do here in many other NFL cities.
That's true. Only a few teams go off to a college, and it's really not as encompassing, universal as St. Vincent. I mean, the team stays here, the team practices here, fans get up close and personal. I don't think there's any other experience that comes close to what the Steelers and the Rooneys and St. Vincent offer here for the fans.
And I know that the region there in Latrobe and all around Ligonier, everywhere in that area is excited because it brings a lot of people from all over. It's not just Pittsburgh, as you know, Father. People plan their vacations around this opportunity.
It is an honor and a privilege to meet people who come here every year on this pilgrimage. It really is a pilgrimage, almost religious pilgrimage. Well, they stop at the Basilica, so I guess we can count it as a religious pilgrimage. But they come from Scotland, Australia. They come from Germany, They come from Mexico. A ton of people from Mexico come, from Canada. They come from all over, and we remember them each year, right? And we can't wait to see them. They plan their vacation around it. It's awesome.
And for those who may be coming for the first time or those who need a reminder, so 1 week from today, the practices will be in the morning on a schedule. I hear that Coach McCarthy is a detailed person. So what do fans need to know to visit?
I think that your statement is an understatement. He is a detailed person. He is on every detail. He's awesome because he knows everything. He's getting to know everything. Here's what people need to know. Everybody is most welcome. The Steelers, the Rooney, St. Vincent prioritize hospitality. So to come up and park for free parking in the fan lot, to be welcomed, they do need to register to come, but it is all free. And then there's hillsides to roll out your blanket and picnic basket, and it's family friendly. People are welcome to come. They will be welcomed, free admission, free parking. And I know the Steelers are working on a couple more things for their fan experience. It's always been great, but they keep finding new things. And the practices start late morning, around 11-ish. And it makes a great day for people to come out and spend a day. Sometimes we have 3,000 or 4,000. Sometimes on weekends we get maybe 8,000 fans, and it's just awesome.
And there is one major change, and that is the traditional Friday night scrimmage is now moved this year to Saturday night. So that will be Saturday night scrimmage at Latrobe Memorial Stadium on August 8th, as opposed to Friday night. But that gives more people, I would imagine, an opportunity to be there. In fact, Steeler Fest will be going on all day at Legion Keener Park in Latrobe.
Indeed. The Steelers training camp here at St. Vincent and for Latrobe and Westmoreland County, it's a huge injection of energy and enthusiasm. People come from all over. Local businesses are thrilled, and they can't wait to take care of the people who come, from the restaurants to the hotels to the pubs. Everything is great.
Well, Father Paul, before I let you go, last time we talked, you went viral around the world by presenting our first American Pope with a terrible towel. What was that experience like? Indeed. And what's the feedback been since?
Well, I don't know if we've converted him from a Bears fan to a Steelers fan yet, and we're certainly praying for that. I'm lighting candles. He has to come over to the better side here. But I'm just enthusiastic for his leadership and for what he's doing for our church, and that he gets our culture, right? He knows us, and he knows football. As soon as I gave him the terrible towel, he knew exactly what it was. I don't know how he smiled, but I don't know how happy he was as a Bears fan to hold that towel. But, I'm just enthusiastic for him, and to meet him in person was certainly an honor. And I'm excited for our church and its growth, and I'm excited for St. Vincent to be riding that wave too. We're growing here. We've got 3 buildings going up at the same time. Our campus is growing. Our class is growing. And the one thing I can tell you, though, Larry, is that at training camp, the construction on campus in our growth is not going to affect people's experience at training camp. It's on the other side of campus, and so all will be good.
Well, at a college, you obviously deal with a lot of young people. Have you noticed a resurgence of spirituality and return to the church that we've heard about across the country?
I certainly have. And, people are surprised to know that at St. Vincent, we're probably the academic choice in the region for a small college. And, students come to us, and many of them don't profess a faith or aren't Catholic. And yet they come here and they find an opportunity to be spiritual, to connect to monks, to connect to sisters, to connect to the church, to connect to prayer. And there's something about this generation that seeks authenticity and meaning. And I'll just say for myself, I think that ultimately comes in God and spirituality, and that's where you're going to find it. Everything else falls short, Larry. And so I think that we're able to help students along the way to find that truth, that meaning, that authenticity, that it's in the bottom of their heart to find.
Well said, Father. Appreciate the time this morning. Look forward to seeing you at Steelers Training Camp, St. Vincent College in Latrobe. President Father Paul Taylor. Have a blessed day.
We'll see you at camp, Larry. Thank you.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
I'm attorney Ed Shenderovich. Have you been injured at work? You may have more than one claim. To find out if you do, call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. At Shenderovich and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
This is the best of the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richard.
This is the Big K Morning Show. I'm Larry Richard, and we welcome the mayor of the city of Pittsburgh. All rise. Corey O'Connor. Mayor, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
You're one of the busiest people I know. I see you popping up everywhere in and around town. How's it going so far?
It's good. Every day is a different challenge, but, we're doing our best and trying to get to everywhere and talking to as many people as possible. I think that only helps in this type of job. You know, if you sit behind the desk too often, you don't get to see what's happening in neighborhoods and hear from people directly. So we are out and about, yes.
Well, we can talk about a dozen subjects, but I want to focus in on a lot of people have a great interest for obvious reasons in downtown. And the plan, a multi-million-dollar plan to revitalize things downtown. Give us kind of the bullet points and the highlights of what you would like to see done in your and our city.
Yeah, I mean, obviously downtown, as we know, has been struggling for a long time. It's not just in Pittsburgh. It's a lot of downtowns, and other cities have gotten, large funds to make improvements. So what we want to focus on with our downtown TRID is obviously housing. We have a number of projects that are still missing gaps in funding to get completed. And those are affordable housing projects, those are workforce housing projects, student housing projects, and market housing. But then when you do a TRID, the benefit of this is you're improving public infrastructure when it comes to transit, when it comes to lighting, when it comes to investment in small business districts. That's why this is such a big push for us, because we need these funds to bridge those gaps so we can create new jobs. And then also what we put in are protections for workers. So service workers industry that we see downtown often. If this money goes to your project, that's going to be part of it, as well as prevailing wage on construction jobs. So we see this as a plan to not only revitalize buildings that still need a push to do it, but to bring in all types of levels when it comes to housing, transit, new workers working downtown. That's why, we looked at a TRID. And this is also future tax revenue. This is revenue that's not been accounted for. These are projects that are going to be completed. We're going to take their new tax increment that comes in and go out and get a bond and do these projects. So this isn't going into our coffers that already exist in the city.
And for those that don't know, TRID is an acronym again for Transit Revitalization Improvement District. So what would be some of the things that we would see happen if this all goes through?
Yeah, I mean, you'll see, again, housing projects that are being renovated right now downtown, or projects that have not happened because they have a couple $1 million gap. You'll also see improvements to our transit lines. whether it comes to infrastructure for, bus stops or, improving lane infrastructure so that, we could speed people up as they go in and out using our transit systems. And then obviously, the one thing that we are pushing for, we know far too often that our real estate values have been plummeting downtown. By doing this and making improvements to buildings, we can make the argument that your large building shouldn't be assessed at $1 million lower than it already is. And that's the thing that really hurts tax